Now let me see you go off like a bomb. Bombs.
We used to be so high in life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get to thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want you back. So it's easy to see 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Right, there's the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. Of cancerous, how we bleed vapors. Green got us bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's unmasked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Down with the power, we charge Jurassic. Gnashing T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, they back the Atlas.
Bring the madness.
Bring the madness. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. And cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to you.
Bring this a army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. Of cancerous, how we breathe vapors. We got us bleeding in streets for cheap paper.
Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's unmasked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Down with the power, we charge Jurassic. Gnashing T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, they back the Atlas.
Bring the madness. Bring the madness. Bring the madness.
Bring the madness. Bring the madness.
Yes, tell the people right now. Pegboard nerds motto have you locking at the sound. All of the gal I go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust it to flame, watch out some lights. You better turn it. I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all know on them. Listen to the word and the fire you cut in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire. It's a bad man signal. Give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger.
pull your gun, finger trigger. Pull your gun, finger trigger. Pull your gun, finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun, finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. So turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and they wire your cuts in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. And pull your gun finger trigger.
Another traditional day for Valorant Conquerors Championship, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be kicking things off with the Wild Classico. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. I'm going to be your host, Castro Necro. Of course, John alongside with me is going to be CA. And today, Val Classico Day, CA. Any expectations from your side?
Expectations is going to be a bloody war, Necro, and that's what I think we have come to expect from Velocity Gaming as well as Global Esports. Now, especially with such big stakes on the line, the first spot in the grand finals of the Valorant Conquerors Championship, as well as the first international APAC Challengers playoff spot up for grabs, all for that trophy right there.
Exactly. All for that trophy right there, ladies and gentlemen. And if you guys are new here, let me tell you guys, there's going to be 2 slots moving forward in the APAC, so there's nothing to worry about. If 2 teams do make it up in the grand finals, which are probably going to be one of the team over here, whoever wins in the Val Classico is going to be securing their first slot in the grand finals of the VCC. And these are going to be the actual grand finals, okay? Trust me. But moving forward now, any of the team that actually loses, they're going to be moving down to the elimination bracket, and they're going to be facing against Enigma Gaming, which are quite hurt. But that's something that we need to talk about later. And I feel like over here now, we've been talking about how many things are online, how many, pressure of the players, pressure on the teams. Now, yesterday we saw Global Esports pretty much pulling out the OG strats. Do you think it's going to be the same case today as well?
No.
No.
I think there's going to be a lot of changes coming in through the Global Esports composition. Now, don't get me wrong. Of course, on the maps of Haven and Bind, we're going to see the exact same thing. But a lot of changes is what I'm expecting in Breeze, Icebox, Fracture, if we get to see it, for example. So we'll have to see what actually ends up coming out. I don't want to give leaks, just as such before we see the end select. But the explanation itself for everyone who is new here.
Exactly. Everyone who's new over here, we have the tournament explanation to you guys, and we're currently in the grand finals of the VCC. And this is where it all comes down to, ladies and gentlemen, the entire VCC, the entire year teams have been practicing for this moment right here. It has all came down to these top 4 teams. Unfortunately, one of those teams left us yesterday, which was from the Pakistan region. It was Team Exploit. They had a phenomenal journey throughout the VCC. Don't get me wrong. They're one of the best teams out there. For now, let's take a look at the prize pool. Another factor that's going to be adding a lot of pressure on the players.
Oh, exactly, Necro. I think, like we talked about as well, securing that top 2 slot will give you an instant boost in the prize pool as well, with the $7,500 that you have essentially guaranteed for yourself. But for every single player, it's really the MVP of the tournament that they're looking to grab. And today we're going to get to see a plethora of players who are in contention for the same. Of course, the star players we know, SK Rossi, Deathmaker, are still up there, trying to get the $1,500 for themselves. But I think a couple who've really stood out for me are Lightning Fast and Hellfighter on either side. Players who can just completely go ham with the way they approach the map and essentially lift their team up, be that rising tide that gets the team's boats flowing.
Exactly. We've always talked about these backbones stepping up when the team needs them the most. And yesterday was a prime example from Enigma Gaming. RVK pretty much just started carrying the entire team when it looked like the ship was sinking for them. Taking a look at the brackets, ladies and gentlemen, as we did mention yesterday, Enigma Gaming won against Team Exploit, so they have moved up in the lower bracket finals of the best of 3 series, and now we're currently going to be kicking things off with the upper bracket finals, which is going to be the Val Classico. And I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers in the chat are really excited for this matchup. So same thing with us. We just want this to start as quick as possible, but there's a lot of things to discuss about CA.
Yeah, exactly. And as soon as we get into that discussion, the first thing is going to be over the map veto. Now, consistently, we've seen Global Esports ban out the Fracture, and I think that needs to change, but I also feel like they might want to contest VLT where they've been the strongest, because you look historically back to VCC 1 itself, Global Esports came damn close every single time throughout VCC 1 in beating Velocity on that map of Breeze, but they were only able to achieve it actually in the grand finals themselves. Now we're on a similar stage, and going into that similar map, I think Global Esports will want to give a challenge to Velocity right then and there, which is why I'm expecting that standard ban to come through. The Fracture and the Fracture and Ascent comfort bans for GE and VLT respectively will mean that we'll end up seeing the Haven definitely come through, and that's what I'm excited about. The KO versus the Breach, 2 completely different styles of play.
Exactly. 2 completely different styles of play, and 2 counterparts, I'd like to say. They both counter each other, so it's like KO versus Breach can be one of those things. If KO is able to shut down the Breach properly, that can be really good. But again, if you have a KO in the composition, that means you'll need to amp the pace up quite a lot. So, and I honestly feel like over here in the Val Classico, we might just be seeing a little bit of more complacency from both the teams. I do understand G is one of those teams that like to go aggressive, but they will also realize that, okay, they're going against the best out there. And VLT is known for their map control.
Exactly, and that's why it makes it that much more interesting, right? Because G is not, especially with the way G looks like right now, they're not the sort of team to give up that map control quite so easily. But we were talking about these players with respect to that $1,500 up for grabs. Having a look at their stats itself, you can see Debmaker throughout this weekend, he has been slightly more with respect to the fact that slightly more involved in those early battles, got a lot more first bloods for himself. But in terms of that ACS, in terms of the impact these players are able to create throughout the map, they're starkingly similar.
Exactly, they're absolutely similar. SK Rossi, we've known this, man. I feel like we don't really need to talk about both these players. They have been one of the most well-known players in the VCC community out here in India, so both these players have all the fame they need in the world. Now, this is where they will need to perform really well against each other, because this is the slot for the APAC. If you're going to win here, you're going to be securing yourself a slot in the grand finals. That means top 2 are going. If you're already qualified in the grand final, you've secured yourself a slot, so you do not want to miss out on an opportunity like this. And if you do lose out over here, then you guys will have to face another alpha tie, and that's going to be Enigma Gaming, that is sitting down in the elimination brackets, and they're not going to let it slip by like that, because Enigma Gaming has been looking flawless. They have been looking phenomenal. Yesterday was kind of like an off day. That's why we saw a little bit of tipsy-turvy right from them. But I'm pretty sure today is where they're going to try to get their mental back in, and they're going to try to smash through any of their teams that are going to be in front of them. But now we talked about Global Esports, how phenomenal they've been looking recently. VLT, on the other hand, they have not been looking as clean compared to Global Esports.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, this is where I just want to reiterate one simple point, Necro. Form, that's temporary. Class, that's permanent. Now, I think that's where Global Esports do have a slight edge. They come into this weekend as the defending champions. They're a squad that has proven themselves once before. Whereas on the other hand, VLT, yes, they maintain that same core. But for Debmaker, this prove that his acquisition can make that ultimate difference. Where Velocity was not able to get themselves into that international slot before, now is a chance for Debmaker and Velocity Gaming to take down their old foes, their formidable opposition in Global Esports, and secure that first international spot.
Is that going to be happening, though? Again, it's really going to be hard to say who's going to be winning the Val Classico here, because we talked about both these teams have been knowing each other. They're really familiar, and outside the game, they're pretty much the best friends out there. So, hey, they pretty much know how they think, how they're going to be trying to counter each other, what kind of curveballs are going to be coming their way. They're probably going to be expecting each and every single curveball here. But let's take a look at the limited edition jackets that we have, the bomber jackets, and all you guys need to do to order those is go ahead on gullyactive.com, and you guys will be able to order those nice, cool bomber jackets here.
Yeah, exactly. They look fly, man. And I hope that every single viewer make sure that they don't miss the chance to grab them up real quick. I think they might most definitely run out by the end of today. Given the nature of the matchup, everyone's going to want a grab at that just to be able to flex that. Not only were they watching the Val Classico, but they had the Dapper wear while they were able to do the same. But with no further ado, this is what we're expecting off of the Veto. The Fracture, Ascent banned off, the Comfort bans for GE, VLT, respectively. The Haven picked up immediately for GE, like we saw in their series yesterday. And well, we know, when Breeze is left up, Velocity Gaming, they insta-lock that Breeze. I
mean, Breeze has been kind of like a kryptonite when it comes to any of their team, and Velocity, if they pick it up, it's like they're holding the kryptonite in their hand. So Global Esports, it's going to be a lot of things for them to actually counter on Breeze, but we never know, man. Yesterday, they challenged Enigma in their own home ground, and they took him down like it was nothing on the map of Bind. So we never know, man. Maybe Global Esports, they're prepared for something here.
Yeah, exactly. You never know, Necro. It could go either way, and that's where I do know actually what Global Esports has prepared for Velocity Gaming on Breeze. Now, I'm not going to say it just yet, but I will give a clue. It's something I've personally wanted on this map forever. Ever since the map came out, in my opinion, there's been one particular composition that just sets itself apart. If you're able to play it correctly, it is the best out there, and that's what GE is going to play today. But let's not talk about that just yet, Necro. Let's talk about Haven right now, because we're going to see that map first of all between GE and VLT, and as you can see on the agent pick rate, the Jet, Astra, Sova, that's going to be there for both of the teams. Where it changes though is the pick of that Breach versus that KO.
That's going to be an interesting one for sure. I mean, so far we haven't really seen KO being pulled out that much, but still, if KO is being pulled out, I feel like it has to be one of those teams that is going to be stepping out their comfort zone. On the other hand, if a team's playing Breach, they're going to be going for a little bit more safer side, because Breach, of course, is one of the old agents out there, and they've got ample amount of time to practice on that agent overall. Because yesterday we saw Neon being pulled out. It's okay. Neon is a duelist, great, I understand. But in the end of the day, if a team's just not going to be getting a lot of chance to practice with the Neon, it's going to be really hard to make the combos with their stuns.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I'm really curious to see what different setups Velocity have prepared with the KO, because as you said, the Breach for Global Esports, it's just going to come down to comfort. They're going to play basic fundamental Valorant, not look to complicate their defaults whatsoever. But with that KO, you have the opportunity to really show your pre-match preparation in the game directly, with the opportunity in that 0 point to try and counter the Breach entirely. Now, regularly, we see a lot of A lobby 0 points where Amaterasu sets himself up in B and tries to influence that A lobby control on the defensive half. And that's something I want to see GE exploiting. Take mid control early, deny that 0 point, and that way put GE in a bit of an issue where they're concerned about where that KO might turn off.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the Asian picks here. It's going to be time to end the mystery, and let's find out what picks are going to be here in front of us. And pretty much seems like, as you mentioned, the KO is going to be pulled out by Amaterasu, and then the rest of the side from Global Esports is looking pretty classic. Nothing really changed here.
Yeah, it's just standard compositions on Haven, what we've already seen from the team. The changes, the new compositions for all the viewers out there are going to come in the next two maps. Not from the VLT side, at least not that I'm expecting, but from the GE side. But for now on Haven, Amaterasu's KO, I think, again, very important for me how GE approaches this KO, right? Because if you give him that free A lobby control again and again, it just puts them in a comfortable position to play the standard 2-1-2 setups, to stack up the sites and deny entry while playing those crossfires. And that's not something GE want, because the way we've seen GE exploring the map of Haven, for example, yesterday against Enigma, they're a team that likes to heavy default, take aggressive control early into the round, wait out the next 20-25 seconds, and then hope that the other team overpeaks, and if they don't, then force the site with the control they have, try to really make the team continuously guess as to where they could go.
Guessing I like that you actually put the word right there, guessing. And I feel like today has to be an astonishing day without a doubt. I mean, it has been an astonishing year, don't get me wrong, but today has to be the astonishing day for the players itself. They're going to be astonished by quite a lot of things. Maybe we're going to be seeing some weird plays being pulled out. I mean, SK Rossi himself is quite weird when he just presses W key all by himself. He doesn't really need anyone else unless those flashes are there to support him. Then, yeah, it just adds like icing on top of a cake. But moving forward, though, see, as you said, in the map of Breeze, there's going to be a lot of sneak peeks coming through. I mean, there's going to be a lot of astonishing factors coming through, especially in the Asian pick. Now, I do know why you said that. You have the coach himself from the side of Global Esports is your friend. And, yeah, so you want to give some sneak peeks?
Not yet. Not just yet, Necro. As soon as we get into the map of Breeze, I might do that. But right now, let's talk about Haven, because we are going into this first map, and you have to remember, yes, while GE have something different prepared, maybe, they might not even be in a confident mood to pick it up if this map of Haven does not go well, because this map is GE's map of choice. It's a map that they demolished Enigma in yesterday, albeit I will say a lot of it due to that new composition Enigma brought on board, which they were not necessarily comfortable with. On the other hand, Velocity with this KO, they've looked as comfortable as they used to back in the day when Amaterasu used to play the Phoenix. So I think this is a prime opportunity for these teams to take us back to the old days, take us back to that WoW Classico origin moment where Haven used to be the biggest map of contention for both of these teams and establish their dominance in this best of 3 series from the first map out.
Talk about establishing their dominance, man. Whichever team's going to be able to establish their dominance at the start in the piston round, that's going to be meaning a ton for both these teams, because again, we do know SK Rossi is going to be kicking things off on a great note. And this time we haven't really seen SK Rossi on the Sheriff CA. Usually in the piston round, SK Rossi likes to play on the Sheriff, but now he's just playing on a normal Ghost. Maybe he just doesn't want to take any chances.
It also tells you a lot about the setup they're playing, right? You can see the aggressive control taken towards A-Long. He probably, he has a cloud burst for himself just in case he needs to set that up to leave a certain area or use it as a crossing smoke. So that weapon can tell you a lot about their setup, but the setup don't matter much when VLT slapped you in the face. Deathmaker and Vibor getting Velocity Gaming off to a ferocious start as they pick up 2 key frags.
Exactly. 2 key frags picked up, and now Deathmaker just gets a casual stroll on site. Another one through the smoke. Skills is going to be wondering. He's going to be scratching his head after that. They've got the site control. Plant goes down too. Every single player set for succession. The post plants are looking perfect. And now in the
enemy remaining.
There's going to be another pick coming through, and Amaterasu is looking so crisp. Another dink coming through on a lightning fast, and he's looking quite low. 50 HP to work off with. Doesn't really have the likely win for the weapon too, if I'm not wrong. He only, oh my god, what is going on? Taps from VLT. They're looking really crispy.
All 5 headshots, by the way. I believe the Velocity Gaming players had some masala bread.
I want to know
today
their
for
aim
breakfast.
routine.
I'm talking about their breakfast, Necro. They had some masala bread. I want to get that masala bread myself. There seems to be some sort of bop, like every single shot, headshot. But I think what's especially important for us to notice is, again, Velocity Gaming expecting that early aggression from Global Esports. They're playing on those defensive defaults, give away that control, and then re-aggress, take it back on that simple note that they're using that KO to, again, deny that utility when they re-aggress. It's that push and pull style that we saw yesterday, but albeit in a different manner. But this time on the anti-eco, though, W Gaming is the name of the game, and Deathmaker, he'll make it count.
Yeah, he'll make it count. He's just stacking these bodies on top of each other on the C site. They've already got the site control too. He's the coolest kid on the block. And now he's also trying to get the clock in his favor. But SK Rossi is going to deny that. Deathmaker was penalized with a little bit of low HP, so he's not going to let it slip by like that. 1 bullet connected, and now SK Rossi is looking to beat the headhunter. This time he's not going to be finding the second head though, which is okay. Now it's a 1-on-3 situation. Definitely it's doable, but still it's an eco round, so not really a lot expected.
I think the Astra said it best. Global Esports being punished right now by Velocity Gaming, but just 2 rounds done in this map so far. It was the anti-eco for Velocity Gaming, and Global Esports on their eco able to take away 2 key weapons, Necro. So a decent eco, I would say, but not the greatest overall, because it will still mean the Velocity get to continue on onto their bonus. And Hold on though to that thought, because Vibor's invested in a Spectre. I'd assume he'd only carried over with a pistol, and that tells me that they don't really care as much about investing in a singular weapon, since they're going to play aggressively, potentially for this mid control into the B execute. And I think this is where they just go for the plant and then try to take a link, but the aftershock is going to deny them so much space. And GE, they fight back, but trades are not worth it, man.
Yeah, the trades indeed are not worth it, but still GE, they get the man advantage, but Amaterasu somehow with the fragment finds one. Rossi with the flank too. A brilliant play coming through from the side of Global Esports. Now it's all down to HellFF to try and stop this entire sand that is being poured upon him. It's going to be a lot of pressure, a lot of sandbags on top of him to try and carry it to success, but is he going to be able to make it happen? Must be the coolest kid. He does find one, and now instant rotation on the A site. Still doesn't know where Rossi's available.
He's got 1 star, so all he really needs to do is play this slow right now, because he's got plenty of time on the clock. As you can see, 40 seconds available, so he needs to really make Rossi panic right here. Now you can see Rossi, he's still on the Spectre, hasn't upgraded his weapon just yet, doesn't want to give away the audio cues, and this might play in his favor, because he's going to get the peak first. And even though Hellfighter finds the dink, it's Rossi with the win. But hey, again, just a bonus for Velocity Gaming. So while Global Esports can be happy they pick up the win, 4 weapons lost, that's not the greatest of wins.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, but still it was just a bonus round, so we can let it slip by. This is where it all comes down to CA. This is going to be riding down the team's fate.
You can see though, Vibor, who invested in that Spectre in the last round, he's relegated to just that Spectre once again. But on the side of GE, since they lost those 4 weapons in their buy round, they have a much worse buy. 2 to 3 players left on just Spectres. So this idea here from GE, very simple. They want to play that Killjoy heavy util on one anchor site while they stack up another with Rossi on that hero Vandal. He wants to make that Champions Vandal glow.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going to make it glow if he plays like this. He's just so fearless. And there we go, finds another man. He's looking to find some connections. No connections being found. Just trying to play off a contact play. Great flash and dash combo. We talked about this. And it seems like the comfort is paid off for Global Esports. They're playing it to perfection. KO on the other hand, they'll need to try and amp the pace up a little bit more. VLT, they cannot play complacent. Amaterasu separated out from the rest of the pack and now is the only man left with the right 2 ace to work off with. 2 players versus a whole team of Global Esports. Seems impossible, but these 2 players are the clutch masters. Suppression done. That means there's not going to be a lot of stars being put just yet. Fragments out to try and delay the push from the defender spawn.
Oh, and this is huge. He leaves. He's able to get himself into a shot. He has both of his flash points left. So can just play on the pop flashes to try and deny the defuse when it comes about, because you can see right to ace, he's going for the long rotate into that long area. Now the first flash point just to delay it a little bit while he causes a distraction for right to ace, who's picked up 2 key frags. The short dart will deny the blind much longer, and right to ace is turning up as the right to clutch. You said it, Necro. These 2 players, they can pull off these plays, and they do it in an astounding fashion. Amaterasu and right to ace, hats off, man. What a play.
Yeah.
I had to stand
Kind
up.
of knew it too, man. These 2 players, you want these 2 players to be staying alive in the clutch situation, and they'll make it happen. The flash right there was just perfection. Right to ace working off of that, and a little bit of whiff coming through from Kappa kind of costed them that round too.
Yeah.
But it is okay, still not a lot of rounds given away. Table's been flipped, and the entire momentum now being changed too. Global Esports shifted on an eco. They're going to be feeling the pressure, but they're going to be feeling the velocity.
Oh yeah, Necro. And with that velocity, you can see velocity moving forward right now. But this crossfire in garage with the breach setting up the flash as well. They go for the double peek. But through the flash, Deathmaker just pops it.
1 enemy remaining.
What?
Yep. Rossi. Oh, also gets the Vandal in the hand now. 1 on 3. Rossi can make it happen too. He has the capability, but this time he will be caught off guard with 2 men peeking right in his crosshair. And Velocity, they're looking just unstoppable for now. They have went just complete sicko mode. And they're looking to put down a team like Global Esports.
Oh man. My heart right now, I cannot take it. And you can see an early tactical timeout called for Global Esports because I think they are starting to realize that it's becoming a bit of a chaotic environment. Yes, Rossi is popping off, but those are more solo plays than the enabled breach plays that we see a lot coming through from SK Rossi. And I think what they really need to discuss here is the defaults that Velocity Gaming are approaching this map with. Defensive in the early parts of the map, waiting for that aggression with the breach flash to come out and punishing Global Esports every single time. And I think the response has to be, let's not do that early aggression maybe in the first 10 to 15 seconds, but rather mid-round where we can catch them off guard in their rotations and punish them because of it.
Punish. And Global Esports are getting punished from their mistakes. They'll need to try and at least fill up those voids that have been created by Velocity Gaming up till now in the map of Haven. In Global Esports, I'm pretty sure they're giving it all they've got, but in the first 2 rounds, that's quite a big screw up. At least in the 2 buy rounds, that was a huge screw up from Global Esports. But now, this is their chance to retaliate back.
We'll have to see if they're actually able to make it happen, Necro, because right now, Velocity Gaming, they are feeling that velocity, like you mentioned. They're feeling the momentum, they're feeling the hunger and the motivation from their loss in VCC 1. They won that first international spot, and they're going to try to do everything they can to make it happen.
Oh, they're going to try to do for sure, but they're going against the defending champions themselves. And they've been looking pretty phenomenal, at least in the grand finals for now. That's a great pull through, but that's not going to matter. It's guns blazing from VLT, and they're just dropping these bodies like it's nothing. And it seems like Global Esports, they're just crumbling down. They're crumbling apart against VLT. They're just proven unmatched. SK Rossi trying his best all by himself, trying to hold the string in his hands, but Deathmaker's going to cut the string off.
Cut the string off and potentially the lifeline of GE too, because remember what we were talking about. Whatever GE might have prepared for the different maps we're going to see in this best of 3 today, you have to wonder if they have the confidence to even pull those off if they end up losing this map in a devastating fashion. And the way it's going right now, it certainly looks like that is about to happen. 5-1 on the board already. Global Esports economy broken, and Velocity dominating every single round, playing fundamental Valorant. One player pushes in, one player holds the anti-flash, and they slap them in the face. The top fragger taken away as well. It looks like VLT can do no wrong on this map.
Yeah, they just have the pedal to the metal. And with the KO and the composition, we knew this was going to happen. This was going to be a glimpse of VLT just pressing that W key on the sights as soon as the dagger goes through. He also has the null command available. That's going to be another factor. That's going to be changing so many things. Catches a man slipping by. That's Kappa, was not able to fade away across the corner. Gabor is going to line him up too. Second one to follow it up. Amaterasu to make it 3. And now it's all down to the final man, lining fast with the lockdown available. Going for solo lockdown plays. I'm not really with it. I do not vibe with it. Lining fast. Yeah, nothing to take out from this round. Lining fast will need to back off for the Marshall, or either just try and do some exit damage.
He needs to just try and, as you said, find a couple of frags right here, but it's easier said than done, Necro. We've got Hellfighter coming in on the flank already. A dink is landed, but a dink is traded. Unfortunately, though, the Marshall Dink not as good as the Vandal
Operator.
Dink, because the Vandal Dink will shut you down. But talking about the Operator, like you mentioned, we should see that coming online for GE right now, and it instantly means that Velocity almost have already got a win for themselves, because the defensive approach they've got, a lot of walk-ins to take control, is because of the fact that we see GE continuously wanting to be aggressive, wanting to take aggressive control. But with the Operator, they're going to have to slow down, no doubt. So now, Velocity Gaming get the opportunity to get aggressive in those early defaults and find spaces for themselves. And you can see they've done that already. Got Deathmaker into that A-long position, where he's now going to hold on, give them information, audio cues about the rotations, while the rest of the team tries to take mid-control.
Taking entry. And on the B site, VLT is able to find those pretty easily. They're trying to repeat the same thing. They're trying to repeat the history. And it seems like it's going to happen once again. Rossi's trapped in the site. He's trapped in the cell. with some criminals all by himself, and he's left with the only innocent man alive on the site right there. Finally, Kappa's able to shut down the null command, but no, that's not completely shut down. Just
Spike down
goes for
A.
the res out in the open before. That's a questionable play, and now it's all down to right to ace, or as you like to call it, the right to
standing.
clutch. But this time, the clutch looks next to impossible. Last man alive is right to ace, as I said. Has a lot of utility in the hand. Actually, no, just a recon dart. That is equals quite a lot. Finds the opening, gets stunned instantly. Nothing to follow it up, so recon's going to be helping him to get a little bit of more clear vision.
30 seconds left.
Harder.
The Jet with a little bit of BM to finish it off. Asking Velocity to try harder, but I completely agree, Necro. A bit of a questionable play over there from Vibor, as well as his teammate right behind him. I believe it was right here. You're gonna see a couple of players, but a couple of players like while Vibor was doing for the res, him and another player just lined up right there and dropped the spike. I think that's where you've got to just keep moving forward. Make sure you've cleared off the defender side spawn before your teammate can go for the res. For example, if Vibor had cleared out defender side spawn, right to ace could go for the resurrection on that null command. Instead, a key round picked up for Global Esports because that was their buy, and they will continue with their aggression. Look at this now. We've got SK Rossi pushing up long, and on the basis of that anchor operator, they get to stack up this A site where Velocity is headed.
Stacking up the A site. But look at the amount of ultimates they have available too. That's the first one being shut down. It's okay. They still have 3 more retake available, or 3 more retake ultimates available. The Rolling Thunder, the Lockdown, and the Cosmic Divide. All of those can be used in different rounds and different scenarios. That means Global Esports have ample of lifelines available. Dagger's going to be coming out, and I'm pretty sure this is when VLT will start pressing the W key too. Deathmaker will need to make this happen. He's waiting to flash in the site. He does, but this time there's no cloud burst, so he's not going to be able to open the burst up. And there we go. They're getting shut down a little bit. The trades are not worth it for VLT because they still haven't found the entry on the site.
Spike
Final
down
man alive,
A.
HellFF with
30
the Cosmic
seconds
Divide
left.
in the hand. 1-on-2 certainly is possible, but doesn't know the players. Now he knows one's available in Hell, and the other one is going to be Rossi on Heaven. If he finds this pick, it's going to be a GG.
Taking that back.
Yeah, it's gonna be GG if this pick is able to come out.
enemy
We don't want to
remaining.
give those isolated ults to Hellfighter, but they do it anyways. But he's running out of time, and Rossi on the operator
that's it.
knows exactly where the spike is. Shuts him down, and that's unfortunate. He did not have the time to even set up a smoke. Could have done it, but it would have ended up revealing his position, and it's just in that situation, in the heat of the moment, that's not a decision we usually see players making. But
One enemy
at the
remaining.
same time, what I really like from Global Esports, Necro, is the key difference between the first few rounds and now is you can see they're not going for that early aggression within the first 10 to 20 seconds. They're allowing Velocity to walk in and take control, sure, but they're re-aggressing when Velocity is ready to go for the execute. Instead of waiting in sight and letting it happen, that mid-round aggression, what I talked about during the timeout, is where you can see Global Esports seems to be thriving. Now it's down to Velocity to try and adapt to that and force some aggressive plays of their own, burn that defensive utility and not allow them, but this time, Deathmaker caught swinging around, Kappa will take him down.
Oh, he's holding F. Oh, he was holding it off angle. HellFF. We'll get a little advantage in that. It's hard to kind of expect a player being there. Oh, hands are busy, and right to ace will punish him for that. But it's okay, the trade's on the board. It's a 3-on-3 situation. HellFF is still trying to be here. Skills is pushed in quite deep in mid. And he might just be the playmaker or the difference maker. Trigger Discipline comes in through. It's going to let him pass by, but no! He's not going to be able to get away with nothing else. He just gets away with one. Still, it's
and
quite
the
good.
positioning, Necro, the positioning of Lightning Fast, absolutely clutch. If he played in Garage, then he would have been suppressed. They would have got free entry and probably end up isolating him. But he plays it defensively, steps back, makes sure that he doesn't get suppressed by that KO, because of which they're getting the information now. The Velocity
30
Gaming, they
seconds
want to go
left.
for this C-push.
Lightning Fast has let them slip by.
One
Doesn't
enemy
exactly
remaining.
know. Finds one, and there we go. It's going to be cutting off his lifeline instantly. Matarasi going for the plant. It's quite a bold plant too. Fragment out to try and buy a little bit more time on the post plant. Lockdown's available. It's going to be utilized. And now Matarasi is going to be left with no other choice than to be flushed out from this site. That means he's not going to be having any other option. He's not going to be having any other line of sight. But this delayed push coming through. This might just be a little bit of saving grace for him. Flash comes out, but it's too late. Matarasu is not going to be able to flip the tables this time.
Beautiful utility usage from the side of Global Esports. They combine the lockdown and the rolling thunder to perfection. The lockdown forces Amaterasu to try and leave into long, but since he's done a plant that is meant for defender side spawn entry, he does not get the opportunity to actually shut it down from long, and that is made sure of by that rolling thunder coming out, which forces him to just delay himself a little bit more, and then Hellranger, watching the crossing from Garage, allows Lightning Fast to go for the diffuse. Global Esports living up to their motto as they fight back strong from 6-1 down, almost 6-2 down, I believe, now on to 6-4, forcing a tactical timeout from Velocity Gaming, where the discussion has to be, yo, look, guys, we punished their aggressive nature, but they're not being aggressive anymore. So what do we do? And I think the answer is farm up ult-obs and just go for heavy executes.
Yeah, execution is the right choice. And Amaterasu is trying to figure that out. How are they going to be executing the site? How many ultimates they have available in this round, because it was quite a hefty investment from Global Esports just to take out that one single man alive. A rolling thunder and a lockdown. I understand it was a pretty good idea, but still, I feel like just to take out one man, they used 2 key ultimates that could help them out in the future rounds.
The thing is, though, Necro, it's all about recycling of that ultimate usage. Because they used it, now they can rely on the Cosmic Divide and Hunter's Fury instead. The Cosmic Divide to get the retake, the Hunter's Fury to deny the plant, and it will mean they don't necessarily have too many at one moment. Now Velocity Gaming, 5 stacking, going for that execute like I was talking about, but this time the Hunter's Fury comes out, doesn't do much damage, though, just a single tag. Actually, no, not even a single tag.
Yeah. But at least got a little bit of info that maybe not a lot of presence there on that side. Always going to be positive in these kind of moments.
Oh, and look, I think the call here right now for VLT is to just hold on to that A-long A-short control while they look for aggression down over Garden and mid. And if they don't find that aggression, then they go for the rotate. So since there's no one pushed into C-long, no one pushed into mid, Velocity Gaming, they're going to fake the A approach with that drone and go for the full rotate. But unfortunately, this knife reveals their presence, so they're going to have to just go back into this A side. They can't go for the C push any longer.
Yeah, they're exactly doing so. They're just going to be flooding in the A site. All eyes on Deathmaker to open the floodgates too. The Cloudburst should be ready this time, hopefully. Because the Cloudburst is what's going to be able to open the burst up on the site.
You are divided!
And every single player will be able to flood in. Cosmic Divide's inbound. Also the Hunter's Fury to follow it up, but it's a little too late though. Deathmaker has a lot of things to deal with, a lot of utilities to try and dodge, but it's okay. Vapor will still reply back in style. Lightning Fast though. Another Killjoy, another cool kid on the block. He's gonna make this happen. He finds one. Look at he get the second one too. But it's right to Ace, even with low HP. That's not gonna hold him back.
I still remember the first ever time I coined the term right to clutch. It was on Haven. It was with Velocity playing the double duelist Phoenix composition, and it was right to Ace on low HP, pulling off an insane clutch. He's done it an umpteen number of times since then, and he's gonna do it again on this particular map twice now. Right to clutch coming up huge for Velocity Gaming to pull off a round that they by any right should not be winning. They had no info, no right to win that round, but they make it work because they've got the right to clutch.
They make it work because they've got the cool kids. Or the alpha males, as you'd like to call it. The Global Esports this time. Oh, equal traits though, still, it's kind of worth it. SK Rossi misses out a couple of daggers at the start, it's okay. But also gets chipped down to 28 HP. Something that's really a lot worth it, but it's okay. The wave's being clipped, and that's the bird shut down too. Null come out instantly utilized as well. 7 bullets in the magazine, we'll need a fresh one, we'll get that. And now it's a 2-on-1 CA. 47 HP in the hands, 2 bullets to seal the deal onto Amaterasu.
Unfortunately though, Necro, the bad part about this Null command is because of the way the rays emanate, the suppression rays coming through from the low command. It tells GE exactly where Amaterasu is, so he can't really play mind games. They know where he is, they wait out that null command, and then they push him, able to spam him on out. The discipline that GE is showing right now will get them this team ace as well as this round.
That's just too many utilities to deal with. And that's Soa and Breach combination for you, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of key utilities for both these agents, and it can just honestly make a player annoyed. SK Rossi tried to be a bird and try to fly away, but the wings just got clipped. And a great team ace coming through for Global Esports. Another round in the board for them. 75 is going to be the first half concluded, moving on forward in the second half. And this pistol round is going to be a crucial one for Global Esports.
It's also going to give both of the teams a moment to really breathe and think about how they want to end up approaching the rest of this map, because I want to talk for a second about the strategic narrative that we've seen. It was early aggression from GE, matched by the punishment that Velocity faced them off with, then matched with the heavy executes that came through from VLT. This time VLT, they want to start off in the aggressive manner. They've got some huge trades, but they got out in this long position. Flash after flash on Ace's face.
Yeah, it's just the utility abuse coming through. This is a complete humiliation against VLT. There's too many utilities and one single burst from Vabor to clutch it out. What? The best gun in the game strikes again.
That's why I was laughing, man. It's always the classic. It's always the freaking classic. Lined up perfectly for Vibor. They've got to expect that mid push coming out. You know that that Killjoy is going to play on the opposite side of the aggressive push. With Velocity taking proactive control of A, you have to expect the Killjoy to be playing either on B or C. And if she's playing on either side, she's going to try to go for the flank. And that's where before he catches them out. Now GE, they're stuck. They're actually, hold on. I think they might be going for the force buy right here. Yeah, GE, they're going for force buy.
Makes a lot of sense too. A lot of damage was dealt from
They
GE.
didn't get a plant though, Necro.
They didn't, but still, I mean, they have no other choice. If they let any more rounds go away, it's going to be 9 rounds on the board. Another round on the board, that means they're double digits, so makes a lot of sense. Desperate times, desperate measures. The Global Esports do not want to take any other chances. This is their time to catch VLT off guard, and maybe this kind of a curveball being thrown can actually catch them off guard too. But LFF has aggressed in quite deep.
Exactly. Look at the amount of map control Velocity Gaming have got right now. A 3-stack with that Killjoy on A, while Hellfire is telling them, bro, they're nowhere near C or B. The double flank coming through G. They're trying to force and commit onto this side, but the flashes will make sure it doesn't happen. If they lose this force buy, it's over before it even starts. But huge trades.
Oh, right to Ace is just unstoppable on the site. He's going to single-handedly stop the flood.
I don't know, Necro. I don't know. I'm not a fan of that force buy at all. I get what you're saying. They don't want to lose the momentum. Yeah, 100%. But at that 8-5 scoreline, it's the best scoreline to be able to not force buy at. You can afford to then go on to the 9-5 scoreline with the buy for yourself. Instead, because they force bought, because they lost, now 9-5, they're in a position where they're going to give away free double digits, while Velocity get to play bonus after bonus. And the silver lining of this all, the icing on the cake really of this all, is that Deadmaker gets his operator definitely in that next round. That operator is going to be devastating for GE to face off against.
That force buy not working out now. Global Esports kind of left in shambles. Kind of shattered too. Looking next to impossible to bounce back, at least in this round. That means double digits should be up for VLT.
Interesting read though from Velocity Gaming, because they went for the stack in that last round. I think they're expecting GE to not go back onto that A site, and they've left it completely empty, just marking the push into defender side spawn, playing for the retake, but they have no major ultimates to do so. So right now they're relying on these picks and skills. He delivers them to Velocity on a plate. You don't want that Astra to be dead that early. Skills, you can't be that aggressive, man.
You indeed can't. Kind of an eco round, so I guess you can just let it slip by. They've also got the plant down. and that's a huge attack coming through. Now they exactly know the man's trapped behind default box. It's a great stun to follow it up, but Outranger will be traded out, and now it's all down to Rossi. He's not going to have enough time to close the distance, but at least he will have ample amount of bullets to try and deal damage. And that's the main key here for SK Rossi. But again, a little too busy or a little too problematic for SK Rossi there. Pulls out the Sheriff at the wrong time.
I mean, he didn't really have much option there. But talking about options, Global Esports, they're going to have a couple with the bye coming through in this next round now. You can see a timeout being called out. The last timeout of this half, by the way, for GE, in the sense that it's only one timeout per half. So they've got to make this count right now. They've got to make this bye count right now. And I think the understanding has to be, look, you've got to play around those knives, right? Again, when Velocity Gaming were aggressing towards A long, they knifed that A lobby. They pushed forward. When they were going for the stack, there was no knife. When there is no knife, you've got to understand the Velocity. They're holding on to their side. They're waiting for you to jump in. That's where you can play mind games with them. You can burn their defensive utility. You can force that knife out early and then go for the rotation. Play a fake almost. You've got to really start deciphering the setups of Velocity on the basis of that 0 point.
(10-5) is the scoreline. 5 rounds lead for VLT. And a decent amount of cushion for them. Global Esports now starting to sweat. And also nerves are going to be rattling for them. VLT looking to close it out on a phenomenal lead. But is Global Esports going to let that happen?
That's the question, Necro. That is the question indeed. Now, I really like this approach from Global Esports. Early aggression, get Rossi into an advanced position, then calm down for the next 20-25 seconds. Let the lurk get going. Let Lightning Fast get unlocked. Let him find some space before you commit to a particular site.
Lightning Fast already quite deep in A long. Is not going to let anyone aggress by from that side, but this dagger gives his position away. Amaterasu somewhere down the line has a little bit of expectations coming through from long, but is not going to look there. Rotation comes in too, as you see. LFF is right there, but now right to ace spots out a couple players in the front. Actually, only one man. Rossi's position still unknown. The anonymous factor still maintained here, and just trying to work off of it, that exact fact. Now Global Esports, they're going to set up a burst in the A site. Every single player's ready here, but right to ace can be the man who's going to cause a lot of problems. He can be the man to try and stop the flood. Flashes in. Rossi on the side. He's just trying to stroll in, but no cloud burst to set it up. No dashes as well on the side. Those are 2 quick things being found, and now right to ace over here is just going to mow him down with the help of a war.
They cannot afford to keep trying to walk into sight against the KO. The entire point of this KO is he puts a spanner in the works when you go for the executes. He knows exactly when they want to go for it. Amaterasu with a brilliant read. Not only the 0 point to get the early information, but the null command as well. They shut down GE. And you can see that leader, the KO, he made sure no one walked away from there. Marched them straight into their graves.
I don't know why they keep trying the A site.
I don't know why they keep going so late. They're not burning any defensive utility. They're not showing any presence. They're just trying to walk on and play aim.
They're letting VLT guide them.
Exactly.
And this should not be the case. Global Esports should try and stick to their fundamentals, and they should try and play their own game. They should not be ruled by the alpha males over here. They should try and be the alpha times instead. Oh my God. This is what they're trying to do too. That's a fair trade for them. It works out in the favor. That's one less defender on the C site. Amaterasu still though, the KO is alive over here. Lockdown comes through, and Amaterasu single-handedly is going to be able to shut it down. Now is looking to take out the lockdown as well, but no. Last second, denied by Outranger. It's not going to let that happen, but the lockdown still gets destroyed at last second right there. Right to Ace. On the sides with a fair bit amount of utility. Outranger gets scanned with the recon dart. Ample amount of utility available, but not anymore because he used it every single one of it. And right to ace is now going to peek out.
They've been through a lot, Nick. Velocity Gaming. They've been through ups and downs. They felt the 91st. They felt Stickness taking them apart in Qualifier 1, but when it counts, they show up. Map choice of Global Esports, but Velocity Gaming reminding them where the Titans were born in the first place. When Velocity were unbeaten at the start of the Valorant SA scene, it was because of this map. Haven was always a fortress, and with the KO returning, the pseudo Phoenix on Amaterasu, they made it a fortress once again.
Man, KO is being used to perfection. Wherever the KO and right to ace is available, it's hard to breach that site because that's just so much info to work off with. And with the help of the KO and also right to ace, they're able to read each and every single push like a book. So what can Global Esports do now?
Now look at this, they've shown presence towards long. They set up the Hunter's Fury to try and clear out Garage, but Hellfighter dances around it beautifully. Does take a decent chunk of damage, but he's able to hold on to Garage control, which is clutch. Because now, GE, they're going to try to go back onto this A site. Now the 0 point towards B should reveal that this time, VLT don't have a stack, which means the Killjoy or the anchor in the operator is there, and since you already saw the Killjoy, you've got to be careful of the op.
Down A.
Oh, Deathmaker! Ooh, 3K on the site right for this man. He's looking unstoppable force of nature. And now he's trying to be the man possessed as well.
One
Lockdown
enemy remaining.
initiated from the side of Killjoy. Or from the side of VLT, as you'd like to say, but lightning fast. All by himself, trying to turn the tides here. Not a lot of times to move away from the lockdown. He's going to be detained, and he knows it's a GG.
Oh, have to keep it fun, you know?
Defend.
Yeah. Demolished. Devoured. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know honestly what to say because Global Esports lost in their own home grounds. They lost in their own map. And now Global Esports, they're going to start to sweat. Moving forward, it's going to be the map of Breeze, and we talked about how good Velocity is. They thrive on map control. That's what they showed on the map of Haven too. Moving forward on the map of Breeze, their map control is absolutely phenomenal. How is Global Esports going to counter VLT? We've heard that there might just be a little bit of switch-ups coming in the lineup, or a little bit of switch-ups coming in the actual agent select from the side of Global Esports. So that's going to be a lot of different factor. That's going to be a lot of different key plays. That's going to be adding a little bit of more astonishing kind of like a factor in the game.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, you can say all you want about how players like Deathmaker are turning up, about right to clutch especially, but for me, the biggest difference in this map was really the calling from the respective IGLs. Amaterasu on point. Even though they got pushed back in the mid parts of that first half, he was able to adapt, get the executes on. Like we saw in the tactical timeout, it was an obvious read. You know, when GE are stepping back and not using the breach to its fullest potential, wanting to play on mid-round denial, the simplest thing you can do is take slow control and then go for the executes, which VLT did. Then again, on the defensive half, understanding that GE are the kind of team that likes to take part of areas and then commit in mid-round, they're just like, cool, we'll just wait for you. We'll use the 0 point mid-round to get information and deny you that execute, and therefore put you in a panicky situation. So Amaterasu 3 steps ahead of Global Esports throughout this map.
Not just 3, I feel like a lot of steps ahead. This is pretty much what happened with Enigma Gaming last time. Or in the grand final as itself yesterday. This is what literally happened with Enigma Gaming. Global Esports did it to Enigma Gaming, and now they're getting a taste of their own medicine on the map of Haven. Global Esports are not going to be happy. They're going to be hurt. They're going to be down bad. And moving forward on the map of Breeze, which is going to be the map selection of VLT themselves. It's going to be next to impossible, I would say, because with how they looked in Haven, if this thing keeps them going, it's going to be next to impossible to beat VLT, and we might just see a clean sweep 2-0.
Now the biggest question mark is, do Global Esports end up playing their old Breeze composition which, again, I'm sorry, GE, but VLT are astounding at Breeze so far. It's their strongest map. I don't think the old is gold right in that moment. And if you play the new Breeze composition, then suddenly maybe you're not as confident. You don't have as much practice. So right now, it feels like a lose-lose situation for GE because of the way they lost this map. If this went close, then I can imagine they just go, you know what, let's try out our new composition. Let's try to surprise them and pull back the momentum. But they got demolished.
They got demolished, all the odds stacked against them, but we did see the storyline on the scoreboard. We're pretty much going to be seeing the MVP comparison too, where SK Rossi and Deathmaker. Now, SK Rossi had his pop-off moment too, but still not as poppy as we saw last time, or at least yesterday as we saw. SK Rossi wasn't really able to play that well. On the other hand, Kappa too, another Sova player, wasn't able to activate himself. On the other hand, his counterpart, Right to Ace, was just able to make some insane plays happen.
Yeah, and yesterday after our sets, I was talking to a couple of pro players, and they were mentioning, like, for example, in the Enigma versus Exploit game, that single 4K from RVK changed the entire map, because the way for 4 players, those kind of clutches lift up the spirits, it just completely demoralizes the other team. Same in this map, that 2v4 for Amaterasu and Right to Ace, the way they combine their flashes for the Ace's late lurk coming in from long to just shut down that retake, it was absolutely beautifully done. And it had to have demoralized GE to a large extent, because if you think back to the start of the round, Rossi was popping heads. He'd got a 3K for himself. He single-handedly was making Velocity shut down, but 3K not enough. You've got to shut down the Giants as well. Amaterasu and Ace, they make it work.
I don't know if there's a Giants. Currently, they're looking the Alpha Titans, CA. They're looking the pack of cool kids right there. You know, in the school, there's just out here the pack of cool kids, 4 to 5 lads just moving around in the college. Everyone's just respecting them. This is literally VLT right now. And in the campus, Global Esports, they were the cool kids, but not anymore. They have been demoted down to the little bit of iffy kids now, a little bit of weirdo kids. But moving forward, CA, another chance to bounce back in the home of cool kids themselves. It's going to be the map of Breeze. Odds are stacked against them. But still, it doesn't mean it's next to impossible. You talked about a little bit of changes coming through, but I don't know when you actually do want to talk about those changes.
So we'll get to it in a second. I do think we have some clips from Haven to try and further analyze what went wrong. But I just want to talk about Haven again for a second and really lean into what we've seen from other teams, right? You've seen teams like Kumbu stay committed to a particular playstyle. You've seen like teams like Enigma try to change it up and it does not work, which is where your identity matters a lot on Haven. So let's head on over to those clips and see what we've got in store for us. And again, in this mark, right, we saw from the side of Global Esports, kept trying to progress on and fight when it mattered a lot. Even in this round, I think GE would have lost it. Like, pause right there. You see, the way they line up, Hellfighter and Vibor, if that lineup doesn't happen, I feel like VLT wins this round. And most of those rounds that GE were able to pull off were either because of mistakes from VLT or because of pop-off plays from the side of GE.
Spike down
Macro-wise, strategically, IGL calling-wise, VLT were just ahead every single time.
Last player
VLT
standing.
seems like it was just an on day for them today. Global Esports, on the other hand, though, I don't exactly know what kind of micro adjustments can be made, because a lot of things seemed like they were lacking, or more kind of like they were just not playing their own game. It felt like they were letting VLT guide them, and this should not be the case for a team like Global Esports, because
30
they're one of
seconds
the
left.
best teams out there. They're one of the best teams.
thought you tried harder.
Illusion, and if you're going to let the ropes get to you, then that's going to be a little bit of questionable factor. You amateurs yourself, but you cannot let the other teams just sit on the ground just like that.
10 seconds left.
Good.
Exactly. So again, this round is so crucial because
Vincent.
pause right here. Right here. So you see, as soon as Ace gets this kill, look at the health bars of Ace and Vibor. There's 2 seconds left on the clock. They're about to just get the plant down. If Skills actually manages to shut down Lightning Fast is if he's able to take down Amaterasu a little earlier. If Ace gets shut down, this round goes completely different.
Player
My mind is boggled
Spike
the way
planted.
the pace
One
of this
enemy.
round went, because you could see Skills, he finds one, but the instant trade comes out, and that's where
30
it's a
seconds
little
left.
weird that Velocity Gaming again and again were able to find these moments. Pause right here. Again, you see, they saved that 0 point for. Look at the clock on the scorecard right here, 25 seconds left. They know GE wants to walk in early. They know that GE is not going to heavy aggress because of what happened in the pistol, where VLT were very aggressive. They took A-long control. So they saved the 0 point and now play because of the information they get on the 0 point. Just drop them all command and suddenly GE have no abilities to execute on and no time.
Spike down A. One
Great fight
enemy
there. In the
remaining.
end, it was just a little bit too much damage dealt already on the global esports, so it was really hard for them to try and make anything happen in that round. And we talked about the utility usage from the side of VLT. It was just perfection on the A side, but still global esports kept trying to breach in the A side. They still tried to, just breach through the defense of VLT, and that just never came through because the A side was completely packed with all the players, and they're not going to let it happen no matter what. You also saw the headshot percentage. Headshot percentage kind of leaning heavily towards global esports, but it doesn't matter. Hey, as long as you get the win, that's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly, Necro. And that's what I mean. I feel like, yeah, GE players, it's not like they had a bad day in terms of aim or anything, It really did just feel like GE, they turned off in terms of the macro aspect. They gave away map control for free in their attacking side, because defensive side, they adapted really well, actually. Defensive side, we ended up at a 7-5, and it looked like the map was ready to go to a very close scoreline towards the end. But on the attacking side of global esports, with the breach where you're supposed to excel, they didn't win a single round.
Indeed, again, just a lot of loopholes being left open, and VLT was just able to abuse those loopholes over and over again. But Lightning Fast and Deathmaker MVP comparison in front of you guys. At the start, Lightning Fast looked pretty good. Or at the start, yeah, Lightning Fast somewhat looked pretty good, but Deathmaker Charger is just way higher. It's really hard to compare these two because Deathmaker was also being the impact fagger and also being the pseudo-duelist that the team had. So Deathmaker was able to carry a lot of burden in that previous game.
Most definitely, Necro. And at this point, that burden is going to be heavy on the shoulders of Eldranger, because I think he's going to acknowledge that they just got outplayed straight up by Velocity Gaming. He's going to have to go back to the drawing board and make a tough decision, because going on to Breeze, I was expecting GE to pull off the double controller composition with the Viper and the Astra, a composition that I personally feel is the best on Breeze because of the ability to deny parts of the map to your opponent while denying information. Now, what we usually see teams playing is Sova Sky, right? It's all about information gathering, taking control of parts of the map, and the double controller shuts that down. If you play it with the Sova Sky, then it gives you both options. You can deny vision and you can take control for yourself with your initiators. But do you go to a new composition after you just got smacked left, right, and center by Velocity into their strongest map? I don't know. I really can't say. It's a tough decision.
Yeah, I feel like over here, if I am a team's IGL or if I'm a team's coach, I'm just going to say stick to your comfort, because right now the odds are stacked against you. You do not really want to take any of their chances. But again, there's pros and cons for both these teams. If you're able to catch the enemy team off guard, then again, things are going to be on your side for sure. But these limited edition bomber jackets for all of you, only available only on the site called gullyactive.com. So go ahead on the site, make sure to order those. They're pretty cool. But getting back to the conversation that we're having, it's a double-edged sword, CA. Anything can happen.
Yeah, Necro, exactly. It's a double-edged sword, because to your point, yes, I 100% understand that GE sticking to comfort would naturally give them a better shot at trying to break down VLT. But VLT, they have a ton of momentum going into their favorite map. We've seen them, even in interviews, clearly established, bro, no one's going to beat us in Breeze. Like, if you're going to go try to beat VLT on Breeze, you might as well take a vacation instead of fighting in that map, because you might as well enjoy the map while you're at it, because VLT, they feel absolutely amazing on that map. Individual plays, proactive map control, check in every box for Velocity Gaming. And that's where you wonder if GE go back to their standard comp, if they play that Jet Sova Sky composition with that single Viper controller. VLT are so accustomed to playing that style. They played it against Exploit, they played it against GOP, they played it against pretty much every single team that likes to play the Breeze, and they've beaten them every single time. So if you're going to play something, again, that VLT know how to play against, then are you really going to be able to beat them?
Yeah, I mean, VLT has been one of the most confident teams on Breeze, and now moving forward, as we were mentioning over and over again, all the odds are stacked against Global Esports, and I want to see now what Rex Streams can make it happen, because him being the coach, he will have to try and bring the mentality of the team to pretty much an equal level Because right now, everyone's going to be in shambles. Everyone's going to be scattered all across the way. Everyone's going to be shattered, I would say. So right now, to pretty much get the pieces together and to try and get a good strategy of flow moving forward in the map of Breeze is going to be really tough against VLT themselves. We talked about VLT having an absolute great momentum on the map of Breeze. They've been looking unstoppable. How is Global Esports going to make them stop with the new composition, as you said?
I mean, somebody might as well call 911 right now, because Velocity Gaming have set the Global Esports bootcamp on fire. It's like that meme. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's like in a house where the entire house is on fire and everyone's just panicking and running around. That's what I feel like is the GE bootcamp right now, where they're like, bro, this was not supposed to happen on Haven. We just got smacked. And they go into Breeze and they're wondering. No, but seriously though, these are pro players. They should definitely be able to reset themselves, go into the map of Breeze with a fresh mentality, especially Global Esports, because they're a team that has time and time again proven that when their backs are against the wall, they're not the kind of team that just covers down. They're not cowards, you know. They're the kind of team that fights back and lives up to their name in that GE fighting style. And every single time, they're able to surprise the heck out of us. I genuinely hope they pull off the new composition. I genuinely hope we get to see that Astra coming through for GE, so they can at least try to surprise VLT and get some practice while they're at it.
Double controller. Okay, interesting. So double controller is what you want over here, and maybe we'll be seeing that pulled out too, because we never know.
Double controller, double initiator. You'd assume that Rossi plays Jet, but that leaves you with no flank watch. Now, GE, they have a terrible history with flank watch throughout this tournament. They've been surprised time and time again on a tiny map like Bind. Like, it's a small map, you know, you can easily watch your flank. It's not that hard. They've been caught out there.
So you're saying Chamber?
On a map like Breeze, that flank watch more important. So a no duelist composition for GE is what I was expecting coming into the series. But again, I don't know. I can tell you that though. It's either going to be no duelist or the old composition with a single controller. So with no further ado, oh, never mind. It's KO coming out. They're going to just switch it up. No duelist indeed, but it's not going to be Sova Sky. Instead, Sova, KO, Viper, Astra. Holy moly, let's go.
What is that? Okay, that's like a fusion of all the different things right here, CA. Double controller, KO coming too.
I'll tell you.
Then you have Kappa with a lot of info. And then a Chamber being pulled out from SK Rossi. Ah, interesting. Mix of all the worlds.
Exactly, and I'll tell you why I actually like this composition more than what I was saying, the Sova Sky Astra Viper Chamber, because here the KO can be that extra entry. You know, you have half an entry in the chamber, the KO can fill up the other half, and together the KO and chamber function as one duelist, the way a Jet would. It gives that team that extra bit of reliability, and also we've seen how KO can be on this map. He can really counter opponents, he can shut down strategies, he can be really prolific in his usage, because we saw it all the way back in VCT Champions when we saw X10 pulling out that KO composition and try to counter their opponents, which many teams then picked up after that.
This KO, again, can be a key KO player, but is Head Ranger going to be able to play to perfection? We'll be able to find out in the actual map, because if the KO is able to shut down the Sova and the Sky, then it's pretty much a donezo game for VLT. If these two players are getting shut down, then Global Esports are going to have a lot of problems. Now, it does come down to the reads that Global Esports is going to be able to situate through. Have they done their homework? We're going to be able to find out as soon as we jump in the map. But I'm pretty sure these are the pro teams. They know how exactly each other play, and they're going to be expecting a lot of aggression through mid from Deathmaker.
Man, I'm just excited to see the OG Headhunter with the actual Headhunter, Rossi on the chamber, popping heads with that Headhunter Sheriff coming through on that agent. It's going to be a sight to watch, and we're going to get to witness his first time around. A privilege to cast it.
I mean, okay, now this is where I would want to say it's again a double-edged sword, CA, because Jet has her own advantages on the map of Breeze, and moving forward on the role of Chamber, also you're going to be having a little bit of more responsibility on your shoulders. Not just that, you're also going to be trying to fill in the shoes of a duelist. So SK Rossi will have a little bit of more added pressure on his shoulder this time, but it's okay. Is he going to be able to carry it forward with just his aim and a little bit of brain? We'll be able to find out as soon as we jump in the map of Velocity Gaming. All the players are pumped up, their blood's boiling. As you can see, they have smiles on their faces, but Amaterasu is not smiling just yet. He's waiting for the win. He's waiting for the victory to flow through.
Yeah. It's easier said than done. They're going to be surprised by this composition coming through. We'll have to see if it ends up working out for GE. But Velocity Gaming starting off in the attack. Now, setups-wise, defensively, this composition for GE is going to give them a lot of value. You can see the controllers playing on opposite sides of the map, being that effective anchor. Well, Rossi is just, count him as a jet. He's going to be very aggressive. He's going to look to take control of parts of the map while giving his team that extra trademark trap to get a little bit more utility. So this first half is crucial for GE. If they can get a significant lead on their defense, it'll give them some room to maneuver and set up conditioning on their attack.
SK Rossi with the Headhunter trying to send a stark message that no matter what VLT try, it's not going to work out against the Chamber this time. Now, Global Esports, again, they have a lot of utility. And so they had in the previous game too, but they were just not able to convert the utility into an actual perfection because the KO was able to shut it down. This time, there's no KO to worry about. So Global Esports should have a little edge right there. Headranger on the metal doors too, expects the aggression coming through, but that's a great shot. Headranger will be suppressed back, and that's what exactly happens. A little bit of sleepy moment for Headranger. Takes a couple of shots onto himself, the dagger instantly comes out.
30
and that's a
seconds
big
left.
investment, CA. And it should not be gone to waste like that. Deathmaker instantly takes the advantage of that fact. No dagger available on the Global Esports side. Floods into a lot of players to take care of. A little bit too many men. And SK Rossi all by himself on the side to try and stop a flood with only 3 bullets in his Headhunter.
10 seconds left.
Chaotic from GE,
Spike
and
planted.
yeah, the Headhunter picks up one, but the instant trade out by the classic VLT, making it known that they don't gotta play fancy on this map. They know exactly what they need to do. It's take slow control, translate it into then a commit onto site
enemy
after they
remaining.
burn the defensive utility from the side of GE. It's just a pistol, so I won't make a judgment too soon, but if GE keep overreacting to what VLT is doing, if GE don't commit to one particular playstyle, they're just going to end up dropping down. They can't afford to go for aggressive peaks like that. Like the Viper getting caught out, it's not worth it. The whole point of this composition is information denial. You can't be in a position where you're like, wait, of course when you're going to deny information, you're not going to have as much yourself. You need to be patient. You need to wait.
Yep.
Teleport's ready.
Every single man in this composition needs to stay alive. Because they have a lot of utilities to try and support the team. Lightning Fast again being aggressive, gets caught. But he's okay. Just takes a little bit of damage and it's going to be able to back off instantly. LFF a little bit on the late to rotate. It's going to be the man to watch out from the back. The run and gun is going to be next to impossible to hit. And Rossi gets a little triggered by that, I'm pretty sure. LFF though, oh, this is a great, brilliant play coming through from the man. The push is not going to be expected through the cage.
One enemy remaining.
And they're just able to open the floodgates on the site. A great round from VLT to follow it.
And honestly, Necro, I feel like this next round decides the map. If GE, not only do they need to win this buy round, but they need to do it in a convincing fashion, because giving a 3-0 lead to the attackers against your composition, which is 100% going to excel on the defense, it is a recipe for disaster. It will mean that VLT get at least 5 rounds on the board, even if things go to hell after this early win streak they've got going. Even if things go to hell, as long as VLT are able to do the damage right here, they're able to pick up that third round in their own buy and then shut down GE again and again and again. But let's take a look at the setups. Because right now you've got Hellfighter taking slow Hall's control, lurking in and trying to punish the lack of presence from GE. They've got no trap, they've got no man, nobody's watching Halls. GE, what are you doing?
Oh, there we go. There's the outline recon it out.
Thank God.
There is going to be something that's going to be watching the metal doors. But is it going to be a keen watch? LFF positions known. Another recon dart to follow it up. And we'll need a back out from that this time. Deathmaker in the mid with just a Marshall in the hand. He's going to be facing against the ARs of Global Esports. Certainly next to impossible. That's a great spray transfer. We talked about Kappa not activating himself, but this time he's able to do so. Able to be played to perfection as well from Rossi. And the frags are now just flowing through.
There we go. A lot more patient from GE this time around. Combined with Kappa's beautiful spray. That Sentinels of Light Vandal, not greatest for the taps. But the spray control, you're able to get off of it. Yeah, just absolutely. Kappa, he does it brilliantly, picks up that 2K, but it's really the patience that gets them to win. Imagine in that situation, if Kappa had tried to overpeak instead of waiting in that nest angle, suddenly that round would fall apart. Which is why with this composition, patience is the name of the game. You've got to make sure that while you're denying information to your opponents, you're able to stay calm in your positions and wait for them to overpeak, wait for them to try and get in somewhere without using utility, then you can punish them the way Kappa did.
And I honestly feel like on the defensive half, Global Esports will look pretty phenomenal, but on the attacking half, that's where they're going to start to struggle.
Which is why they
The
gotta
lack
make
of
it count.
duelists. Yeah, the lack of duelists is going to hurt them. And they will have to try and go or play through at least a lot of aim duels. Deathmaker being scanned, but still it's not going to face him. The confidence is the key, and Deathmaker has a ton of it. Amaterasu over here in the nest as well. Just trying to find some men slipping by, but that's not going to be the case. The patience is the key for the game, and Global Esports realizing the fact. Both these teams being so disciplined.
Cage triggered.
It's really interesting that they don't go for the A commit right there, despite Deathmaker being revealed. But it's going to work out for them. It has to be a read of some sort for Armin to the soup, but they go for the mid to B.
There we go.
They shut down Rossi. They've isolated Hellranger and Skills, who are left alone in this small area. Flashpoint set up perfectly. Hellranger, he finds one, but the trades are worth it for
B.
Velocity, man. 2 for 2, and they get the
Last
site.
player standing.
They got the sight. Now we're left with a 1-on-2. Lightning fast, a lot of burden on his shoulder. Also gets tagged with the... Oh, trip, and now it's going to be concussed. And LFF is going to take the advantage of that fact. Another round in the calculations, another round in the account. And VLT, they're making it count.
Flashbang. That guy down.
If they had lined up right there for Hellranger, this round could be completely different. But again, given the nature of the comp, the immense amount of utility available to Global Esports, trades are always going to be worth it, way more to Velocity Gaming, because every single time they get a trade,
Here.
they not only shut down the utility, but they also get a portion of the map to themselves. It's a very hard composition to execute, Necro. And GE, they're trying to do it to secure their spot in the Grand Finals playoff. It's easier said than done, because Velocity, they are on a tear on this map. They have a breeze every single time, and the ball cypher buff now coming online. VLD, they're slapping GE in the face.
Oh, he got stuck in the
Spike
trip
planted.
too.
Last player
Spike's being
standing.
planted, 1v5 CA. And it's all down to Lightning fast. I don't know what can they stop, because the kills are not flowing through for them. VLT, they're easily able to get rid of every single thorn that's being put in their way. Global Esports, their struggles being seen. And I don't know what can they do to try and avoid that. Does have to be snake bites available. Misses those shots, and right to ace is going to punish him. 5 HP, but it doesn't matter. Kill is what comes through.
Yeah, exactly. The kill is what does end up really mattering in that moment. And you can see, Lightning Fast, we're almost never seeing him whiff, right? He's been one of the most consistent players from GE throughout this day, but he whiffs. And it tells you the tale that GE is living right now. They're not confident at all. They're like a fish out of the water, struggling and gasping for air, and just not finding any. In Velocity, they're like a shark. They see that fish fumbling and stumbling, and they smell the blood in the water, and they look to shut them down. For Lightning Fast, he redeems himself for that last whiff, finds out.
Yeah. I don't know if confidence is missing, because he finds that tap. That's going to be giving him a lot of confidence, or at least regaining a lot of confidence again. A lot of utility in the hand, CA. Also has a recon dart, 2 shock darts available. Same thing goes with Global Esports. Ample amount of utilities. But are they going to be able to convert those utilities into a round win? Snake bites out, taking a lot of damage. Lightning Fast will be flushed out of his comfort spot. And we'll need to give it away too, CA. Capo in the mid, 100 HP in the hand, no armor to back him up. SK Rossi playing off of his rendezvous. And LFF trying to approach the angle slowly and steadily. He has his crosshairs lined up, and there we go. The shot connects.
This is huge, though. Look at the amount of control GE have got over the
30
map.
seconds
Rossi's
left.
pushed in under B window. The Viper's pit set up. The mid doors being guarded by Kappa himself. But what Velocity do have is the Seekers to execute. They can set up the recon to try and wrap on this Viper. It's all down to Kappa. He's got to hold him down, but he goes down instead. And now Amitarasu with the least of life for VLT
10
in this
seconds
round.
left.
Can still pull off a miracle.
Oh,
One enemy remaining.
man was quite low skills. All he needed was just one bullet, and he connects that. 2 flashes available on the board. A lot of utility indeed. You cannot peek out like that, and if you do, you need to make sure you're connecting those shots, but it's okay. It's going to be Lightning Fast who's going to redeem himself from the last time.
That's a huge round, Necro. A thrifty coming out for Global Esports. It's going to give them a breath of fresh air. And give them a moment to step back. And these are the moments where we've got to start looking at how they use this
One
breath of fresh
enemy
air to push back even stronger. Now, I want to take a second to talk about the rendezvous setups that SK Rossi has for himself. In that round, we saw him go for the elbow push. All by his lonesome, right? Without much utility to back him up. Just a couple of Astra Stars, I believe. And he can do that again this time, except with the KO knife coming through to make sure that there is no utility to match him out. So you can see Hellranger getting himself into mid doors, can go for that KO knife towards the elbow if Rossi wants to go for the push. But instead, it's Velocity who'll take control. That knife does come out. The 0 point reveals the position of Velocity towards that site, but Rossi's not going to make the aggressive push since he knows that there's more than 3 members over there.
Shock darts out. Oh, LFF. Oh, the map control we talked about, and LFF on Cypher is making it hurt. Or as you like to say, is making it count. And now VLT on an instant rotation as they know they've found the pick on the A site. And this late in the game, pretty much expected the rotation to be heavy on the B side too, but the Snakebite's going to deny it. A little bit of damage to flow through, but it's okay. Deathmaker's going to be good for it. Every single man just stepping up. Lightning Fast is able to line him up too on this site. He's looking to make the site look like a graveyard. But the Viper's Pit, it's interesting once here. I've never seen one of these.
Planted.
But maybe this might just be a good one.
Common approach in EMA. You see a small angle left with the plant, and it gives him an opportunity to play off the post. But instead, Lightning Fast with some key frags, and again, it was on the basis of that Seekers and Dash combo. They missed that. They were not able to wrap onto Lightning fast enough, and they were able to make sure that towards the end, because of that late execute, imagine if with the Seekers, because the Seekers gave them a ton of information, 2 of the Seekers went towards B, telling them that there's 2 players playing there. They knew that 2 players had pushed out from the A side with the 1-for-1 trade the Hellfighter had got. With the last Seeker going towards Lightning Fast, if maybe, just maybe, if Deathmaker had not failed that dash, he could have tried to wrap onto Lightning Fast and shut him down. But instead, that extra bit of time, the few seconds, was all GE needed to rally back and have Lightning Fast's back and able to shut Velocity down because of it. Now, Rossi, he used the Tour de Force in the last round. Now he's got his hands on the actual operator. But VLT, they're just going for a rush. That's not what you want to do into this comp.
But this doesn't matter, CA. The rush doesn't matter. The rush is being stopped.
Yeah, you can't do that against this comp.
Yeah. We talked about this. They have a lot of utility to spare, so VLT baiting the utility out won't really work out like that. The rushes too won't work out.
B.
They've got a lot of utilities to try and stop you, and Rossi with the operator just making some Rossi moment happen. Yeah, the gravity pull right there, it was perfection.
Yeah, you just can't go for the executes in this comp. Like, maybe late round execute, sure, but I mean, like, direct early round burst, you cannot afford to let that happen because there's a ton of utility available for VLT. So now they call attack timeout. They're discussing how they want to approach this. And I genuinely think that in the round before this one, they had the right approach. It's okay to show their presence heavily on one side of the map, leave Hellfighter to lurk, let him see if he can find some space or some picks, and then play on the basis of what Hellfighter calls for you, because that is GE's weakness with this composition so far. There have been rounds where they've got impatient and given those peaks, given that space, and that's where VLT need to exploit it.
And what do you think? What side of map is this? Is this a defender side of map or attacker side of map?
Breeze is an attacker side of map, but with this composition for GE, it's most definitely a defender sided comp.
Yeah, this is a defender sided comp, but moving forward in the attacking side, they will still have the map favoring them. but they won't really have the players or the Asians favoring them. And how are they going to make it happen? No, it's okay. The first half, they're looking pretty decent. They're able to stop the momentum that VLT's making. But moving forward in the second half, I feel like the problems are not going to slow down. They're going to increase even more. So both these teams, they will need to be ready for what's coming their way.
They found my trap.
Again, going for the aggressive execute. This time, though, it's just down to the aim duels, I guess. Lightning Fast misses his, and now with the suppression down, Velocity, they're just finding the aim duels one by one by one. They're happy about the suppression. They're like, no utility means we are actually in a better position because you're not going to be able to suffocate us.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Again, executes are not the name of the game that Velocity need to be playing right now. It works against what their strength on this map is as well. Proactive map control translated into mid-round calls is how they beat this composition. Need to burn the utility, especially that KO utility. If you're able to take down early, if you're able to force out the trademark traps of SK Rossi, then suddenly GE don't have as much information gathering. They rely purely on the Sova, who's very easy to deny on this map because of the corners you can hide in. Again, Velocity, they try taking cave control with the Trailblazer, but a simple 0 point will make sure that they get zero information.
Not a lot of info for sure, CA. To add on a little bit more anonymous factor.
Trap destroyed.
Spike
There we
down
go, opening
A.
pick found again. They cannot let SK Rossi just get those picks like that. They'll need to try and find a counter to that, man. SK Rossi 2 again is going to be finding another one. He's just lining them up, and they're peeking out in his crosshairs. He's looking unstoppable. He's finding these connections, and he's looking unstoppable. There we go. Finally a full stop, but it's not going to matter. It's too late.
There's nothing else for me to say except that you cannot 5-stack into this composition. Velocity, they're running it back again and again and again. But without the Phoenix, they don't get a second lease of life, Necro. They can't just run it back and just pop back into their original ultimate spot. It's just not going to work out. They need to take map control. They need to work as even a 1-2-2 unit where, say, 2 players take control of mid, 2 players lurk towards halls. You leave Hellfighter to take slow B main or B elbow control. That's going to give them huge parts of the map. And that's going to give them the information they need to then execute their composition. But they're just pressing the W key, relying on their ultimates, and hoping Rossi will get caught out, which he does. I'm not sure why he doesn't TP right there.
Unfortunately, gets caught out. That's the full stop being found, but it's Hellranger now. It's like Rossi gets deactivated. Hellranger steps himself up. Neural theft active. Ample amount of info flowing through. LFF doing such a good job with the neural theft. 2-on-2 situation. Anything can happen at this point in time. Does not expect lightning fast, but it's okay. The flick from LFF is going to be lightning fast. And Robor, it seems like he's going to go back to A site. Try to play a couple of mind games.
Full shields, full utility, and plenty of time to pull out this clutch. Vibor is in a prime spot to make it happen, but the audio cues gives Kappa a lot of information. Now Vibor, he's going to go for the standard plant, and Kappa is not going to be able to make it back in time. Vibor has no idea where Kappa is. Use your util, Vibor! He turns around in time, but he will not get caught out. He should have just flashed out cave before he went there.
There we go. Kappa being the clutch bar, the papa of the game.
Papa Kappa.
Papa
Slappa Kappa. Kappa slappa.
Kappa being the papa and slaps him out.
Last round in the half.
Kappa the papa. Got the slapper. with the
Spike
slippers.
down A.
With the chopper.
One enemy remaining.
Oh boy.
But yeah, great round.
7-4. Yeah, a great round, and also a great scoreline right now, because we talked about this. On the defensive side, they needed to make it count. They needed a significant lead. If they're able to make it 8-4, that's mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished, and for VLT now it looks like mission impossible. Someone bring in Tom Cruise.
That works. Take flight.
Hunter Series available, and also 2 shock darts.
I don't know about Tom Cruise, but Rossi, right now, he's looking like the next James Bond. Dapper and popping heads like they mean nothing, like pulling off shots that he simply shouldn't.
Obscuring vision.
But the entire team vibe in skills. I've been expecting him to smoke, but they... How? What is that? How does he just spray one, and like 2 angles back to back and still get the kill? That maker, that's nasty.
How does he run and gun like that?
With a Vandal!
Yeah, that never happens with me, but I guess
like
okay.
That's like when I can get
Oh no,
some
Rossi.
really good food, but it just doesn't work. But then someone else gets the same thing, and they've got brilliant food.
Yeah, but Rossi trying to be a little aggressive at that angle, CA. And this time it's not going to work out. Oh, Deathmaker penalizes them for being a little too exposed in the retake. Global Esports, now things are certainly crumbling down. Hunter's Fury out, 2 from right to waist to try and stop the entire momentum. And there we go, it's going to be 7-5 the half. And now this 5th third round, if Global Esports wins this, this is going to be adding a little bit of icing on top of the cake.
For me, the icing, the cherry on top of the cake will be, please, oh God, take us to overtime. I need to see as many rounds of this map as I can. Also, I'll make a brilliant stream for myself. Analyze this though. I want every second of the Val Classico, Necro. We haven't seen it enough in VCC.
Yeah,
I want
it's
to
the
take a
second
second
time.
to actually mention that. Exactly, it's just the second time. The last time we saw them was in the Grand Final playoffs. 2 India qualifiers, not a single Val Classico. Wildcard GE made it through, but VLT had already made it to the Grand Final playoffs. These Alpha Titans, they met up only on the biggest of them stages.
Scanning ahead.
So please, make sure we get all that we want. I want prime time value on this map. Give me them overtime.
CA likes to squeeze it out,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean.
Get the juicers in the chat, guys.
Yeah, Juicer's out. And for here, it's going to be the picks out for Global Esports. There we go. Aggression not paying off this time. VLT getting caught off guard a little bit. Perfect read from Global Esports. The research being done. And lining fast. There we go. Just trying to move inside the A side still. Don't really have any confirmation. But Rossi, though, he's just strolling in the site. There we go. Utilities finally being used. The wall's up, and they're just going to flood through. It's a 2-on-4. And for now, it looks really easy for Global Esports. They have all the utilities available. 4 players available for this post-plant. Lightning Fast is going to post himself up quite close next to the boxes. And 2 players from VLT now. They're looking to flow through. And I'm pretty sure this flow is going to be stopped. Okay, there we go. 45 HP. You cannot challenge a headhunter like that in that range. Especially if you do take the first shot right onto yourself. There we go. Rossi finds the opening. And now they're looking to just rip it apart.
Now that we flip sides, everything that I've been saying with respect to GE, you know, playing it slow, playing it on the idea that they want to deny map control is once again going to come into play. With this Astra especially, you're able to set up masking and conditioning on this map beautifully, because you can have the Astra just function as a prime lurker while she sets up your smokes, while she sets up her utility all across the map. Now what is key here is that that Viper wall almost will never change for GE. It means that they can again and again just keep either pushing that A site or taking slow control of that A site with the Viper lurking. And conditioning is going to be the name of the game, which is where Amitarasu on the side of VLT will have to step it up. He's going to have to pull off some insane calls if they're to win this map.
I personally like the Amaterasu's other versions of his name. That Shivansh usually calls him.
Pikachu?
You know what I'm talking about.
It's the ultimate evolution of Pikachu.
Yep. Look at this. Oh, he's so close. Oh, there we go. Spots out the little barrel. And the hands with it, too. It's like free. The hands are going to come with the body for sure. The lightning fast, all he needs is the heads. And he's going to connect those. Finds two. Was trying to make it the third one, too. Is he going to be able to? Best belief, Deathmaker will. Deathmaker finds two bodies. And now the wraparound from skills, just like what he did in the map of Bind against Enigma Gaming. All the time he was able to catch the players off guard with the flank. But this time he's going to be denied by Deathmaker. He finds the OP, and he single-handedly clutches it out with a 4K. Deathmaker proves why he is called the DM King.
Huh? Okay, a moment of silence for the GE players, please.
This is what you call emotional damage.
Exactly. DM King for the win. Deathmaker living up to his name.
One enemy remaining.
And shutting down his former squad from God Squad to Velocity Gaming. Deathmaker. The only thing that hasn't changed is well that he makes death every single time. Marches them to their graves and pulls off what was basically a thrifty for Velocity Gaming here. But again, not the kind of rounds that you want to win Velocity. You don't want to rely on Deathmaker's insane aim. But to be fair, it is quite consistent. Now, they're just going to go in for an aggressive rush and bring their economy back.
Yeah, it's like you guys pulled off a thrifty, now it's our chance. You showed your skill, now it's our chance to try and bounce back. Found the initial picks. Kappa, though, we've known this man's quite detrimental with the Sheriff.
Bro.
And there we go. It's just Global Esports replying back in style, too. They're like, you guys are going to be the cool kids? No. We used to be there back in the day. And we're trying to regain our spot.
Last player stand. Spike down A.
I am not feeling.
My heart is going boom, boom, boom. When I can't stop
I want you in my room.
Oh boy. I don't think we can let these two teams be in a room together right now. We might see some actual bloodshed. For now, I'm happy with the bloodshed in this map so far. Back-to-back rounds with broken buys for either teams, and now Velocity Gaming, they're back to that same situation. Broken buys in their hands while GE go in for a walk into this B site. Velocity playing this exclusively on the retake, tried to stack on A with Deathmaker pushing in mid, but it did not work out. DM King, he's gonna have to turn up once again, daggers in his hand. We'll see if he can make it count. Oh, look at the elbow push.
Daggers in the hand, looking to slice him up. There we go, dashes on the site, the confidence is there! They line up! Kappa! There we go. He finds the lineup and he's gonna send him straight to the graveyard. That's a lot of investment too from Global Esports. They're gonna let it slip by like that. Oh, a little distraction being caused with that push. And LFF is gonna take the full advantage of that fact. 30 HP, not really a lot. That's the Prime Guardian. But that's not gonna give him the prime time.
The strength of this composition. The way that Keepers work, if you remember the last few rounds, we saw VLT again and again. That same wall that is set up in this round as well, towards that A site, they turn it on early, but this time, they walk in towards B. They don't reveal their presence, and this is the strength of this composition. It's something I've been begging for ever since Breeze came out, and I got to play it in early access, because the way this map functions, the amount of information denial you can set up across it, it gives you plenty of opportunity. And right now, they're going for the same push, but with the help of this major util, Hellfighter with a bit of a whip, but it doesn't matter. He'll still find two.
Indeed, it doesn't matter for both the sides. He still finds the kill, but the trades are there from Global Esports too, so they're replying back fire to fire. Nice flash to try and deny Rossi. That's the tour de force available now. It's also going to be slowing the players down a little bit from the defensive side. Cosmic Divide's utilized. Before trying to move in from the back. Flank is not expected, so unaware of that. I don't exactly know what's going through Global Esports' mind. Now they pretty much know the Tour de Force. Where is it? Available skills with the 2 key frags, and now it's going to be Tour de Force to rip them
Let's
apart.
go. Well, the way it's looking like right now, Necro, we might not get overtime, but it looks like we will certainly get map 3. And you know what? I'll take it.
I'll take it, yeah. Map 3, here we come.
One less.
Double digits, and the funny part is that none of us expected VLT to get ripped apart like this in their own pick. And just like how Global Esports got taken with a huge lead too. Global Esports, yeah, certainly proving that they, even though they are the amateurs, they're still going to be the futuristic players.
I don't know about futuristic, man. This is a comp that we're seeing a lot really pop up recently in EMEA especially and Korea. With the changes made on Breeze, right? Back in the day when Breeze first came out, you couldn't play Astra. So if you wanted to play the double controller comp, you had to play like Viper Brimstone or Viper Omen. And Omen and Brimstone aren't the greatest of controllers, which is why teams just went away from it. But as soon as the new Breeze changes came out and the A main and B main angles got narrow, suddenly Astra smokes were just as good as anyone else's. Before, when they were wide, there used to be a huge gap because Astra smokes are kind of small. But now with the Breeze main changes, you can use Astra on this map, and finally we see a South Asian team doing it. Hats off GE for being the innovators. In our region, I mean.
Damn it, I forgot to mute my mic while I was drinking water. It's okay though.
Okay. Yeah,
okay, it's
we
just
need
water,
to
ladies
keep
and gentlemen.
hydrated.
Yeah. You guys need to hear the water.
Right here.
Because that's how Global Esports are playing right now. They're just being the water in the game. Easily able to flood through on the site. 11-6, and a huge lead, a huge cushion for Global Esports, looking pretty promising on the map of Breeze. And they're going to be the team to destroy VLT on their own map pick of Breeze.
At this point, Necro, look at that sneaky push coming straight through from Vibor. Vibor needs to buy time, but he goes for the fight instead. The run and gun coming through for him, but Amitarasu gets shut down. Vibor is isolated, but they still have spike control.
Deploying drone.
Look at Kappa making so many calls. He's like, I'm going to recon. You guys try to push in at the same time. Double peek comes through. Rossi finds the opening, and there we go. Oh, VLT, you guys are getting the early picks, but just back off. There's no need to keep aggressing forward. Recon dart's available, but Skill's just going to cut off his head.
Suppressed.
That slow approach from Esports, catching VLT off guard every single time. They're walking into the hands of GE the way they did in their own attacking half, but finally an operator comes through for Deathmaker. That's sure to slow things down. Maybe this will be the cure VLT needs to get us to overtime, but I think that's nigh impossible right now because GE have a ton of momentum, Necro. Especially in this round.
Yeah, what's up? Go ahead.
They've got the Viper split, so they can just play slow again, then go for the late round execute with that ultimate. It should just be GG.
Viper's Pit, yeah. They also have the Hunter Sphere available, so to set up the Viper's Pit, if they do want to clear out some angles, they can just use the Hunter Sphere to make sure they're forcing out the man from the comfort spot. But what I was about to say, if any other team needs a chamber main, hit me up.
Yeah.
I could be the chamber main on the map of Breeze, so you guys can run this same composition with a 6th man in their squad.
I'll tell you what, Necro is a great chamber. He'll go die for you, you know, he'll put his body on the line. Only because he does not know how to do anything except press double.
Says who?
Says you!
No. You're trying to listen, you're trying to
Wait, so Necro, are you saying you can press the S key?
Yes, of course, man. With the chamber I do.
Inside the game. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A different side of Necro with the chamber. I'm gonna have to play with that myself once to test it out, Necro.
But I do take aggressive peeks though.
That's
30
okay.
seconds left.
Talking about aggressive peaks though, right now, Deathmaker, he's got himself set up on this site. He's gonna dodge out that recon, but he's got too many angles to watch, too many angles to look around. From mid doors, from halls, from B main, just too much to watch.
Yeah, there's a lot of angles, and the teammates aren't really there to be the supportive players. And what Deathmaker's just had, that was a certain kind of word that is called in Hindi. It's called couply. It's gonna be hard to recover from that.
It's over.
Yeah, it's pretty much a donezo game. 2v4. Lightning Fast moves in from the
One
back.
enemy remaining.
Does he sense that there's someone right next to him? He does, but it's a little too late. Hunter's Fury out. This is where Right to Ace gets tagged and he's done.
Attackers
Trapped
win.
underneath the breach. And that's going to be the bridge. That's going to lead to his own demise. Global Esports make it 1-1. They're trying to tie the score lines up, and they've done it. Now we're going to be moving it forward in the Deciders map, ladies and gentlemen. Before that, we'll have to take a look at what just happened in the previous game because there's a lot of things to talk about.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what clips we get this time around to try and break down, because I think the prime thing to take away from this map was that when Velocity were comfortable on the map of Haven, they were willing to be patient. They were willing to wait. But that was when they had information of what GE is likely to do when they're patient. The moment, the factor of VLT having no idea how to play against this comp, having no practice, and I wouldn't say no idea, I would say having no practice of having played against this comp, having no idea of trying to make sure that they're not getting flanked, that they're not giving away free control, you could see they got impatient. And that impatience was the reason they ended up losing this map. And it worries me because, small teaser, it's going to be a new comp again on Icebox. So if VLT lose right here on their strongest map against a new comp, then going into Icebox where they're not so strong and a new comp, it's looking dicey for VLT right now, Necro.
It is dicey for VLT for sure. I mean, coming in here, we doubted Global Esports a lot of time. At the start, VLT had a huge lead, but then it's just back-to-back rounds for Global Esports. The momentum, that was something that we're able to work off of it. It was just absolutely flawless executions on the attacking side. On the defensive half, too, they were just not able to let VLT get a grip on them. They were just not really making sure that VLT is going to be able to breach through their defense. Moving forward on the map of Icebox, as you said, it's going to be another curveball being thrown with the compositions, and I'm pretty sure CA is not going to reveal it just yet. Because CA knows, listen, ladies and gentlemen, CA has his own friend coaching Global Esports right now. He's called Rex Dreams.
Hey, I've got multiple sources though, okay?
Nah, that's literally BS. That's literally BS.
No, I can prove it.
CA and his friends literally sit, together, and Rex Dream just tells them everything.
That's not, partially true. I do get some info from Rex Dreams because I, of course, give my own insight to what I think. We have discussions, we have debates, and we vibe off of each other, but it's not just him. I think there's multiple sources through the pro players. Like I said yesterday as well, I was talking to a couple of pro players, and Sai on the Hindi desk, he has his own insights. So there are multiple sources all around the community. It's not from a single source.
Oh, that is true. A lot of insights, without a doubt, and for now, let's take a look at the scorecard over here. Global Esports, of course, SK Rossi is going to be leading the charts here with 20 kills, 8 deaths, and 1 assist. And it's going to be Deathmaker with 15 kills, 15 assists, and 15 deaths and 1 assist, my bad, with the ACS of 222. Not really that great of a performance, but still, it is something that VLT can work off with. On the other hand, the rest of the players, they were just not really able to step up to the mark. And I'm pretty sure moving forward on the map of Icebox, it's going to be even a closer one. I'm expecting at least 11-13 scoreline.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for an overtime, Necro. Please, oh please. I'm just going to get a quick prayer in. Give me overtime. Give me overtime.
OT. That's what we need too. I'm pretty sure OT is one of those things that does play with our hearts quite a lot. And at the same time, it's like, even though we know it's affecting our voices quite a lot, but we're still enjoying it. It's like, it doesn't matter, man. It's just the OT, that's what really matters a lot. This is the Val Classico itself, ladies and gentlemen. We're able to lose our voices for this. No, that's a joke. But moving forward.
I'm down. Take my throat, take my larynx, take my voice box. Just give me OT.
Okay. I'll take it. Moving forward, though. Moving forward on the map of Icebox. Now, you said there's going to be a secret composition revealed. So far, VLT have been sticking to their comfort zone. You think on Icebox is going to be something pulled out from VLT? If it is, what is it going to be?
I don't think it's going to be anything new. The biggest change I can imagine for VLT is instead of the Jet Reyna they played yesterday, they played the Jet KO. But the key change that we're going to see is something like the KO will come through as well on GE, but it's a bigger change than even the KO, you know. It's a change that we're seeing, again, a lot in the international meta. It's something that really counters what the current playstyle in Icebox is, which is plant denial. But let's not get to that conversation yet, because we have Breeze to talk about still. We have the clips coming in soon enough, I believe, to be able to analyze. And so let's go over to those clips real quick. Just production and me on another sync right now.
Exactly. If there's any screw-ups, make sure to blame a guy called Sama the King. He actually has the king in his name. Yeah. Right here, see this round.
Spike down, B.
Interesting one.
Yeah, exactly, because we talked about it while casting itself. Right? There's too much utility. The pull slows them down. There's smoke set up on the side.
44s too. Like, he gets a kill and it slows down, so a lot.
One enemy remaining.
Spike
down, B.
It's really weird to think of that, because when you think about the early rounds that Velocity was able to pull off, it was playing slow, it was playing on the lurch. Now, for example, take this round right here, when Velocity is on the defensive side. You see GE going for full execution. Pause it right here. Now, notice that as soon as they get this kill, they have two parts of the map for themselves. They're not just 5-stacking into his site. They're using the fact that they don't have a duelist, instead working for them in their favor. Because look at where the rendezvous is set up for SK Rossi, right behind him in that mid door area. So any moment he gets caught out like a jet, he can just dash back while the KO knife and the fragments come through to clear off container. So at this point, GE, you can see when they go for the executes, it's very well planned out. And when you play, you'll see the rest of the round panning out exactly the way they want it to. So it's a little weird. I mean, did pull off some huge shots, but
one down.
It didn't matter because GE was just able to pull off the momentum back in this round.
He did pull it off, but
last player
I feel
standing.
like right to ace right there.
Spike down A.
I'm pretty sure he heard the WP coming too. But he pulls out the shock dart at the last moment. I do understand it's quite crucial, but I still feel like in that moment right there, if you think that it's a little bit too late, just don't pull it out. Just keep your Vandal in your hands. That could have helped you at least get 1 or 2 frags on the board. We could have helped your team out quite a lot. Because Lightning Fast in that round right there itself, he was just being such a huge difference maker. As you talked about the rendezvous setup too, coming through from SK Rossi, which is called Teleport, if a lot of people don't know. Because I got some people in my DMs on Instagram saying, what is a rendezvous? I'm like, okay, it's actually, it's a thing called Teleport, which you're able to just, snap back and you're able to get the back to the teleport. But yeah, it's pretty much a teleport for chamber. So rendezvous is a teleport. But yeah, so he also had the rendezvous set up there and he could have just teleported back overall. But right to ace, a little too late on his Q button right there. And if he would have realized it's too late, I feel like he should have just stick with the Vandal.
Yeah, or maybe even pulled out the shock darts early. Either ways, it doesn't work out. VLT, just as you said, a little hesitant on the decision making.
That's
really
true.
Surprised by the new comp that Global Esports were able to pull out. And props to be given to GE. Despite getting demolished on map 1, they pull out this new comp and they win this map in an emphatic fashion, able to now secure the momentum on their side, secure the simple fact that when GE is in a comfortable spot, when they're ahead in terms of the calling, in terms of the reads, VLT stand no chance. And I feel like that might happen on Icebox once again, because GE are going to come very well prepared for that map, with VLT having no idea as to what strats, what defaults, what ideas GE is going to bring to the table, which means they're going to have to adapt on the fly. They're going to have to prepare on the fly. And if they couldn't do it on their strongest map, can they do it on Icebox? Because it's like you said, Necro, GE were like a fluid, they were like water flooding in every single time. And on Breeze, where you expect VLT to stop that water, to freeze it up and turn it into ice, they couldn't. On Icebox, it's just going to get harder.
It is going to keep on getting harder. Now, Decider map being Icebox, both these teams are equally good on that map. But VLT, still I would say they look quite iffy yesterday on the map of Icebox with the Reyna being pulled out. So I don't know what's going to be the expectations with the Reyna, because I personally feel like Amaterasu wasn't really being that key of a difference maker with the Reyna itself, but maybe this time, maybe he just had a little bit of off day on the map of Icebox with the Reyna. But moving forward, taking a look at the stats here, 15.21k damage. It's just Global Esports proving VLT unparalleled in all the aspects. Look at the headshot percentage too, 29.28%.
Yeah, Global Esports were absolutely popping off, and they had the similar headshot percentage in map 1 as well, so not as much of a surprise over there. What was a surprise clearly to VLT was the way they played it. And again, information denial was the name of the game here. So as we get prepared for the final map of the series to decide who the #1 team is going to be going into the APAC Challengers playoffs, it's just going to be a matter of, once again, playing with that information, having the right reads, which VLT did not have in this map. And I just wonder, Necro, like, what would have happened if VLT had actually stuck to their defaults? What would have happened, for example, the one clutch round that Rossi was able to pop off, if that hadn't come through and VLT continued playing the slow playstyle they were showing in the early rounds? Could have made all the difference.
Exactly. There's could have been a lot of difference made, but again, we're just talking about ifs and buts.
Yeah.
So I feel like at this point, if we just keep on talking about ifs and buts, there can be a lot of possibilities that could have went differently for VLT. There could have been a lot of tables being flipped in that moment. But for now, it's time for us to take a break. So we'll be right back. But don't go anywhere, because after this break, it's going to be the third map of Icebox.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Meet the Conquerors. For the best, we've got to catch up with the best, so we've got a great IGL, Hellranger coming in, the captain of Global Esports as well, and I'm excited to hear what he's got to say. Hey Hellranger, how are you?
Hey Shay, I'm good. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure, but with no further ado, let's get the questions started, and I think the first question is potentially even the biggest, so let's get the elephant out of the room. Is there an increased dependence on SK Rossi?
No. I mean, so the funny thing is, what people don't understand is our team does not work in that way. Obviously, we want to enable Rossi to, be at his best and, use our utility to help him to get into positions where he can kill 3 or 4 people maybe. But that obviously does not happen every time. For us, it's a mentality which is the bigger factor, and in the wildcard qualifiers, we had a really great mentality after a long time. So I think that is what matters more for us, and everything else is just outside noise, so we just don't care about it.
I can understand that, definitely, especially given that you guys, the entire style you play is supposed to be around that. But I do want to ask, after the recent loss in VCC Q1, what was the atmosphere like in the team in the boot camp? Did you have to give them a pep talk?
Oh, we were pretty happy. I just told the boys that I'm proud of the way, our atmosphere is, and we handled things. No one got negative. Everyone was supporting each other and really focused on what we have to do in the next round. Obviously now we have made it to the grand finals. I don't think it matters in the bigger scheme of things. I think what we do right now will matter the most.
Now, one thing that I was personally missing too in the JE versus VLT game recently was your breach on Haven. So I just want to ask about that. What happened? Why not a breach on Haven?
It's not about why not, it's about we can pick it up anytime and play it, because we know as a team how to play breach, but everyone knows how we play. You don't learn new things just by trying them in practice. You need to obviously put it into match practice, and that is what we do.
But talking about evolution, Enigma and VLT have been performing quite well in this VCC overall. How do you see yourself faring up against them?
What happened till now, obviously, they've played well, both the teams, but it does not matter. We can beat any one of them, and we can also lose to any one of them. It just happens so that who plays better on the day.
What are your personal expectations and Global Esports expectations from the finals?
Oh, both the expectations are the same. We are the defending champions, and we are here to defend our title, and nothing less will. I won't be happy coming in second place and qualifying for the APAC playoffs. I want to win the entire thing.
Any note to the other 3 teams that have joined you in that finals weekend?
We have done it once, and we are here to do it twice, so you guys need to watch out.
For now, thank you so much, Hell. It was an absolute pleasure having you on for the interview.
Thank you, CA. Thank you for inviting me and making the time.
2 curveball games from Global Esports already, and both these teams have been astonishing us. Now we're going to be moving forward on the 3rd map of Icebox to find out who's going to be the 4th champion over here and who's going to be securing that 1 slot for themselves in the APAC. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. Now, CA, we talked about the 3rd map. You said there's going to be a lot of curveballs being thrown from Global Esports when it comes to the Asian Select. It's time to spill the beans.
No Sage is what we're going to expect from Global Esports. It's a composition that we've seen coming out regularly in NA, especially. For example, teams like Envy from way back in the day, who are now Optic, by the way, they play a lot, and I think even in EMEA, a couple of teams picking it up. So it's what I'm expecting, but they might just go back to comfort for the side of GE now. Let's see, these last 2 picks will decide it for us. Will it be the KO or the Sage? It is going to be the KO. So there we go. The no Sage composition is what I'm talking about. For VLT, I think that overtime I wanted Necro. I'm not feeling very confident about it.
Yeah,
Amaterasu on the Reyna. Don't get me wrong, okay? He's cracked. He plays Reyna very, very well on this map. But this KO composition just makes this double duelist look like absolute crap. Every single time I've seen it in NA, the KO shuts down those double duelists. He never lets them go for those aggressive pushes while still maintaining the utility for his team to pull off plant denial, which VLT don't have, to pull off post plant, which VLT don't have. In every single wave, GE's composition is a step ahead of VLT's composition, with the exception of the Hellfighter Sage. But even that, like, again, Hellfighter makes an amazing battle Sage, but without the lurking power of Hellfighter, GE is not going to be as pressured on their flanks, which is a weakness.
Yeah, for the KO, it's going to be an easy cake. But again, duelist means they're relying on their aim too quite a lot here. So I do want to see what kind of clean executions we're going to be seeing when it comes to the kill part. But as you said, the execution when it comes to the actual tactical narrative of the game, it's going to be looking a little tough on the side of VLT, because the KO, of course, is one of those players that's going to shut down every single utility that you have in your team, especially if the 0 points are used to perfection. Moving forward without wasting any more time, let's just head up straight inside the icebox and let's take a look at the players' faces to find out how the mentality is looking like. Because VLT, they're looking pretty happy. Deathmaker's trying to cheer the team up. On the other hand, Global Esports, they just have the game faces as always.
Yeah, it's very, very important right here. Of course, the APAC Challengers playoff spot, getting that position for yourself in the grand finals, getting that boost, because, well, yeah, we have 2 slots this time. 2 teams qualify. The team that gets the momentum going into finals, that gets the win into that grand finals, is extremely huge for them in terms of seeding. One team will go directly into the group stage. One team will have to battle their way through play-ins, which for you viewers, you can effectively imagine it like lower brackets. You either go into upper brackets or lower brackets. And of course, it's not exactly that, but that's an easy way of understanding it. But enough of that for now. We'll talk about that when we get to the grand finals tomorrow. Right now though, Necro, into the map of Icebox. S22 is what Kingdom Corporations call it. And we're going to have to see if GEE have this in the bag once again, just like they had Breeze.
Did you say GEE?
I said GE.
You said GEE. What's gonna be the other GE standing for? CA? Maybe it's eruptive, because that's what it looks like. They're already able to open the fray up with such a quick frag on the board. And now it's Amaterasu trying to flood through from B main. They found the entry on the yellow containers, but not just yet. They don't have the site control. Right to Ace, on the other hand, though, is trying to play a couple of mind games. Maybe try and catch some players on the back flank. That's not going to be the case on the other hand, because look at this. Every single player from Global Esports is just staying to their boundaries.
Yeah, again, the lack of information is really going to hurt Velocity Gaming as long as GE maintains their discipline. That's exactly what they seem to be doing. But a slight overpeak there from Hellranger. I almost cursed that discipline, and he ends up going down. Makes it a 4v4 on the map, and now VLT ready for the execution, but they're walking into a bunch of nano swamps.
They are. A lot of traps set up from Global Esports, and they're not going to let this plant come through like that. And this is where the hopes for VLT erect in the first round. It's a 2-on-4. And right to Ace with 70 HP is going to try to clutch it up. That's a great flick. And that's going to be Cop Up put down to sleep. And that's going to be Global Esports put down a grave in the first round.
A simple enough round picked up for Velocity Gaming. Could have been extremely different if
Headshot.
Hellranger did not go down there, but I can understand he just wants information. And this is where, once again, like we were talking about in Breeze, patience will play a large part in both of these teams' wins/losses depending on what happens in this map and inherently in this series. Because as you can see, it's 1-1 right now overall in terms of map. But on the decided map of Icebox, both of the teams ready to give it their all.
Oh. Tucked in the close corner. 0 points out to all these 3 players being suppressed. A lot of info. Players got a lot to report. Skills, oh, the timing kind of working in his factor, or in his favor. So Skills not being spotted just yet. He's able to sneak through right on the close right. The info still hasn't given away, so I'm pretty sure they're not going to be checking the close right angle. SK Rossi's looking to peek out. But again, it's just timing. That's being a little problem for both these players, or both these teams. Rotation on the A side, CA. This looks some big mind games being played. Recon Dart's not going to spot him, so still left unchecked.
Yeah, remember this was the eco from the side of GE. They tried to stack the B side, but VLT getting a clear read on it. Instead, go for the full rotate. But look at this wrap coming in from mid. Skills is going to get caught up. But Kappa, oh, he missed the shot. He's not going to get the trade now.
Yeah, I mean, this was an anti-eco for VLT. So the win is expected, but damage is something that should be there. There's just not a lot of damage output from Global Esports in this round. So this has to be a flawless one, too. 3 bullets in the magazine. We'll need a fresh one. And now it's all down to the final man. It's going to be Hellranger himself. Ooh, the classic in the hand. Again, not a lot of bullets.
A simple enough round picked up for Velocity Gaming. They get to go on to the next round. Their anti-eco right here now. I feel like Icebox is the kind of map right now, despite it being relatively one-dimensional, it's quite a balanced map with respect to the attacking and defensive half. I don't think there is one clear favored half, but it just depends on compositions. And talking about compositions, GE, their comp is as good as it is on the attack as it is on the defense. There's no clear defensive utility that's going to give them a big hype, but for Velocity, it's not the same. The Reyna much better on the attack than it is on the defense, so Velocity, they've really got to make this first half count, and so far so good. Pistol and anti-eco picked up. They get to continue on with the bonus in this round, and I love the way they're setting themselves up, trying to maintain those close range battles by going for some early mid aggression, but as soon as they get spotted, they're going to try to use Ace's presence on Belt to make the rotate.
Oh, man. For now, it's the silence, because just to make sure you guys are feeling the silence right here.
Take flight.
Because this silence is going to break into a lot of chaos. It's the calm before the storm. Buy round for Global Esports. A lot of hopes online. And now the glimmer of hope with SK Rossi's HP fading away too. That's the opening being found. SK Rossi's quite low. Hellranger all by himself to try and stop the flood of Spectres. But this time it's Spectres over Vandals. Better gun comes through, and oh, it's just, what? It's just run and gun accuracy favoring VLT.
Flawless bonus round for Velocity Gaming. That's going to give some next level of momentum, and it is that Empress. Amaterasu really popping off to make it happen. A 3K picked up, a crucial 3K right there, Necro. And they're actually going to go get the full upgrade as well, because it was G's buy, so they just pick up the weapons from their dead bodies. Not a single drop of investment from the side of VLT, but they still get full buys, while GE are left stumbling, they're left floundering, and they're left caught out in the wind. Kappa gets taken down, and GE, it looks like it's just like Breeze, they don't start off on a strong note, but on Breeze they were able to adapt. We'll have to see if they can do it again.
Oh, Deathmaker though. It's a 3-on-4 CA, and the glimmer of hopes, it looks like VLT, they're able to deliver it. When we thought that maybe they won't be able to deliver it on this composition, they're still playing so well. But again, we saw the same kind of outing on the previous map of Breeze 2. VLT started off really good. They were able to kick things off really well. But when Global Esports, they start getting their grip on the game. That's when VLT, they start breaking down.
That's exactly it, Neko, but it's easier said than done to get that grip on the game, because right now, Velocity, I said this so many times, but they're the kind of team that when they smell blood in the water, they hunt the other team down. They push forward, they're not at all hesitant in their ability to find those calls, find those executes, find those rotations, and that's why it's so damn hard to usually adapt against them. Right now, GE, they've got the full buy for themselves. They need to win this round. There's no two ways about it. They lose this round, it might as well be the map, because Velocity, if they get a big lead on their attack, they get a lot of room to get Deathmaker on the op in the defense, and that's what they're going to be relying on in that second half.
Oh, that's a great layer. That's the operator forced at the spot, and wow! SK Rossi trying to be the Apex Predator. He's gonna find his second one too. He's had the aggression amped up. And no matter what, he's not gonna stop today. These peaks are not even gonna phase him, even by a bit. Vibor will retreat. The Spike and Outranger, though, has pushed up quite deep. He's also holding a little off angle. SK Rossi's presence is heard. And now he's looking like the scariest man out there. But still, Vibor somehow finds those two crucial connections. And now this is where Hellranger will start to aggress.
As far as Caster Curse, hold on to that thought for a second, though, because Hellranger going to the map should be able to find the spike. But I was saying, as soon as you said it was a great Lear, which it was, like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but as soon as you said it was a great Lear, they peaked Rossi one by one. And then as soon as you said Rossi was the Apex Predator, it was Vibor finding a shot through the wall to take him down. It's like the script for today is whatever the casters say, the game will go the opposite way.
Man, but these picks though.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah. How can VLT, after that Lear right there, they can just let it slip by? At least try and push 2 men deep in. None of them pushed in. It was just a single man trying to get the ult orb, if I'm not wrong. Or even he just tried to push in a little too late. The head was exposed.
It has to be just lack of information with respect to head being exposed in that angle. There's no way they just stand there if they know that the head is exposed, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about no way right now. When Rossi gets into this kind of form, there's no way to stop him from taking those aggressive peaks. And he's gone and done it once again, pushed in from kitchen tube, got himself into this mid angle looking for those peaks, but this time VLT, they have to, again, the slow A lurk set up, but they're trying to show heavy presence towards this B site, but the 0 point again denies them so much information, shutting down that drone.
Drone shut down, and this time it's Deathmaker who has the biggest one in the hand. Rossi also has the Blade Storm available and a Cloud Burst, and Dash to work in his favor. It's going to be the battle of duelists to try and make the difference happen. And the peak should flow through. A great peak. And the second man's trying to gain the angle control, and he does. LFF knows exactly Rossi's trapped in that corner, and he's not going to let him slip by like that. But LFF should be
30 seconds left.
Understandable. Nice flash from Hellranger to try and deny the control from Deathmaker. Deathmaker shut down. A big man. That's a huge threat neutralized. Nano Swarm's activated, trying to delay the plant, but that's not going to be the case. Fragment's out too to deal a little damage. But the Fragment too fails him. And Global Esports, certainly now the stars are not looking aligned for them, but it's okay. They still have the man advantage. And now they're going to start to work off of it. A lot of time too, but Right to Ace is now proven up to his name. Right to Clutch. Is he going to be able to clutch it out? It's a one-on-one situation. Rossi with the operator pops the Blade Storm, and it's Rossi's quick reflexes.
Holy, that flick, man.
Oh, Rossi just doing SK Lassi movements.
SK Ruski movements.
That true.
Actually, no, let's talk about that name just yet. Given what's happening right now, if you know what I mean. But, sheesh, Right to Ace almost pulling out a round that VLT had no right in winning. 2v3 in this situation. He does very well to clear off that Viper's Pit. But with back-to-back rounds won for Global Esports, the economy is now looking in shambles surely for Velocity. Now, they should still be able to afford one more buy, because their first buy, it was not bought by themselves. So in actuality, they've only bought once so far. So this will be their actual second investment. But I don't think they have enough money to get more buys if they lose this round right here. So this is where GE now have an option to start changing up their setups. Notice they have the null command available. So all they can do, all they really need to do is make sure that they play one side on the retake, play committed on one side, get Rossi in those aggressive positions, because Rossi right now, he's a cold-hearted beast, Necro. He's feeling himself and he's popping off.
I don't know if he's cold-hearted, CA, but he's lighting the stage up on fire. Even though this is the map of Icebox, it's ice all over the place. He's just lighting this map on fire.
Veins.
Yeah. He's like Phoenix and Icebox.
Wait, why would Phoenix have ice in his veins on Icebox?
No, he's like Phoenix and Icebox. He's still able to keep up the fire.
Ah,
You know?
I like that.
Yeah, he's able to light the map with the walls, with the Molotovs.
Hold on, though. It's going to be the aggressive Viper split set up to deny A main from the side of VLT. They're playing Hellranger solo on that B side, happy to retake on that B. So I love this setup from GE. This is what I'm talking about. Commit to one side entirely, knowing you can retake with the help of that null command. And it puts VLT in a weird position. Where do they go? Where do they try? Because they have no information. They have no way of actually trying to get something online. The best way for them to do it in this round will be to try to push the Viper's pit, which, well, we know can be a poisonous move.
Can be a poisonous move indeed, CA. Detrimental effect for both these teams. And we talked about a great start for VLT. 4 rounds back-to-back and now 2 rounds back-to-back for Global Esports. And I told you, once Global Esports start getting the grip on these players, he finds the first stack. He wants to find the second one too. Is he going to, though? A lot of damage dealt still from Kappa. That's the armor taken off. No command activated too. Even though Hellranger's being taken out, it's okay. Still being...
30 seconds left.
Yep, he's still knocked out. That means the no command still activated. All these players! Oh, the flick of the wrist from LFF to shut down the aggressive player are actually lightning fast. And now we're left with 3-on-3. Amaterasu confirms the frag on the Hellranger. There's another pick to flow through. Kappa now trying to be the clutch buy in this moment.
Oh, in this 2v3 situation, though, GE, they don't have the KO anymore to give some easy information, so Clutchba is going to have to come up clutch and give them that extra bit of util, but he goes down early, and now in the 2v2, the shot that's available before with the flank coming through.
No, too desperate.
Oh, but I agree, a little too early. Still a 1v1, the time is running out, and it will mean VLT able to hold on for dear life. It's right to ace. Very familiar with these situations, able to shut them down and find a key round for VLT. And again, I feel like a little too non-committed, because look, right here, when that KO goes down, all they really needed to do was retake that part of the area and get KO back online, or at least make sure the Hellranger is not in such an aggressive position where he goes down, because they could have easily retake, but too aggressive on the peaks, getting complacent with the confidence in their veins, and they end up losing the round and their economy, Necro. The op is gone now for Rossi.
Exactly, and keep this thing in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Both these teams are fighting for that slot in the APAC Challengers playoff. All they're trying to do here is to try and represent their country on the international stage, so give it up for both these teams in the chat. As always, they're just trying to open the floodgates, and they're going to be able to do so easily. VLT, the two duelists are making it work. The Leers, as always, are not being shut down, and VLT taking full advantage of that fact. And the frags now are just flowing through. No damage dealt. It should be a flawless round.
A flawless round for Velocity Gaming. 6-2 on the board right now. And they are starting to once again pick up the momentum that they had in the early parts of this half. Going for the aggressive execute in this round, though. It was an eco for GE. So we'll see with Rossi's operator back in that next round if he can show glimpses of that confidence once again. But around him, his team's got to step up, man. You can't keep relying on Rossi to find some insane peaks, to find some insane rounds, because that's not enough, and that will never be a consistent factor in getting you the map win overall. It'll just get you a few round wins at max.
Feel the velocity. Feel the momentum that Velocity has. Before the storm's gonna break soon, and there we go. Glimmers of that already seen. The Sage Wall is always being as problematic as possible. In the closest, Lightning Fast to shut it down. A great flick.
Down A.
Another one to follow it up. Global Esports, they're able to win these aim duels, and VLT, no reply being found just yet from this round, but it's okay. Right to Ace also is there in the close. Shuts down the operator. That's a key man taken out with the biggest gun in the hand. Recon drone also taken out, CA. The Dark's going to be giving Lightning Fast's position away. Key position revealed. A lot of info to report. And now Lightning Fast stuck in a really awkward spot. Skills always able to flow through from the back. He's always able to get these flanks. And Global Esports now, as soon as the flanks being found, the rest of the VLT just starts to panic.
It's all about this buy right here, Necro. You can see on these players' faces as well how important that buy was. They might be professionals, but they're feeling the pressure, Necro. They're not, and they know every single round for them counts. And they know that in every single way, they need to be able to find that crucial bit of momentum, find that fire that you were talking about in Rossi himself, but instead throughout the team to pull off the first Challengers playoff spot. Remember, that's what is on the line here. A spot in the grand finals means you're guaranteed at least a spot in the APAC Challengers playoffs. May that be 1 or 2 depending on how you finish the grand finals. But right now VLT, they're gonna go back to what seems to be really comfortable for them, which is W Gaming, double duelist, create space, and hope we can get the plan.
Infantry operator training in the mid ranges. Really likely range. Rossi with the operator, it's okay. Lightning Fast is going to be there in the back. Lockdown's invested too. Everything given away from Global Esports to try and stop this flood. Oh, look at how close Right to Ace has walked up. Oh, that's a quick flick from Rossi. And that's the aggression shut down. And Global Esports, now it looks like the stars are aligned. What a stellar performance.
A stellar performance indeed. And again, you have to go back to the round that Velocity was able to pick up in the first place. That wasn't a round where they went for an aggressive B execute, right? That was a round where they played slow, they burned the utility of GE, they made GE impatient and forced them to play those aggressive angles where then they were able to punish them. While I understand that for Velocity Gaming with this double duelist, it's very easy to say, screw it, let's just play W. It's not going to work out against this comp of GE because it's going to make it very easy for GE to react and never give them and put them in a position where they get impatient in the first place. So right now Velocity have to make sure they slow things down, but that 0 point is clutch. Deathmaker was relying on that Blaze Storm, but he's got just a classic because of it.
And VLT. Oh no. There we go though. VLT now 3 quick kills on the board. It's like one team starts to break the other team's momentum, and then doing so, they just start making a lot of mistakes, and the other team just capitalizes onto it. Hellranger, look at this, man. He's trying to play things really sneaky because these are the only 2 players alive, and 2 key players alive.
I can feel my prayers being answered right now, Necro. These maps are so close right now. It feels like we're set up for overtime.
Last player standing.
Especially with Hellranger finding a 3 kill. But again, this is what I'm talking about. The slow playstyle benefits Velocity to a large extent because they can always go for the burst in the later parts of the round. With Reverse Lurk coming in as well, he finds a crucial 3k. Closes it off, and Velocity, they've got to keep doing this. Now, on that same note, I think for GE, the best way to answer this is to just start getting aggressive from the defensive side, get Rossi back on a rifle, set up some aggressive flashes, and take control from Velocity. Like, for example, if they take B long from Velocity, suddenly they have a lot more info on where Velocity can go.
And it's the timeout taken now from Global Esports because they realized they made some crucial mistakes. And they want to end things with 7-5 half, which is pretty good. Which is not a bad way to end the half in, and then they can try and rely on the second half's pistol round. But still, so far, Global Esports haven't been able to win a single pistol round in this entire series.
A great point, Necro. It's something that has definitely flown under the radar given the fast-paced nature of these maps. You can see on that bug next to you, the teams traded the maps of their choices. Haven picked up by GE, 13-5 demolition by the side of VLT. Breeze picked by VLT, 13-6 demolition by it of GE. But as you said, VLT have won every single pistol. So that makes that 8-4 that much more valuable for them, Necro. If they're able to set themselves up for an 8-4, able to rely on that simple statistic of getting the pistol, double digits is almost guaranteed.
Oh man, double digits. Look at him. This cross smoke comes through. There's a man really close to yellow containers, and what a pop flash. He peeks out with a flash and skills with 2 quick kills to deliver. Lives up to his name and indeed proves that he has some inhuman skills. SK Rossi with the operator. Oh no. Unpeaks the corner at the last moment, and this is where VLT, they find a cross for themselves. They have the Hunter's Fury available, CA. They can try and be the Hunter. But again, this is the kind of situation where VLT, they cannot be the choosers.
Exactly, VLT, they don't really have a plethora of options to try and navigate in this round. You can see right to Ace, he has his recon available. He's probably going to go for the Snowman recon with Amaterasu coming back, but right now they're relying on Amaterasu finding a pick. It's not going to happen. Instead, they use the recon very early. They spot out the operator, which will mean that they want to go for a late rotate. They're going for
30
the
seconds
mid
left.
rotate instead, having seen the 0 point. Now, 2 key positions known to VLT. They know the operator is in Snowman, SK Rossi in Snowman. They know Hellranger is in Kitchen because of that 0 point. What they don't know is where Kappa is. So I think they're going to walk in straight into B side and try to isolate Rossi.
10 seconds
Talk
left.
about isolating them. It's like you either isolate Rossi or Rossi isolates you into him. Hunter's Fury out from Kappa, nothing found.
Revealing
Someone called the helpline because Global Esports need one. This retake's going to be really tough.
Exactly, with the right
Ranger.
race. Hunter's Fury available as well. You can see he's just leaving. Amaterasu be like, I will play you, win the round.
Yeah, and Kappa is just trying to waste some time here. While Hellranger works off from the back. Hands a little busy with the flashes there. A little too late to try and make out the utility. But a nice frac from Kappa. Opens the fray up. 60 HP in the hands of right to Ace. Not really a lot of HP to work off of with, but this... Oh, it's done. It's a donezo. A lot of time wasted. Right to Ace playing this one to perfection. Kappa should be taken out by the explosion. 8-4 is the half.
I don't know if you remember from the last VLT versus G matchup in Bind. Ace was in a similar situation with the Hunter's Fury, but he was not able to get the Hunter's Fury in the right spot, and they got their diffuse through.
Oh yeah, they forgot to mark.
No, we went back and looked. They did mark. He just messed up. He didn't get it in the right spot. It was like only one player was marking and not the rest of the team. So he didn't, maybe he missed out. Either ways though, he just didn't get the Hunter's Fury on point. This time I was laughing because you could see more than one player, like 4 or 5 pings coming back to back. The trauma clearly there from VLT, but hey, it's not exactly trauma if you've learned from your mistakes, and clearly them doing that, able to pull off that round.
I don't know about trauma, but that's a lot of emotional damage. But he recovered from it, so it's okay.
Now it's emotional damage for GE because into that A4, I'm sure the stat you mentioned is ringing in their head. They've never won a pistol, but if they ever do it, it's right here, right now, do or die. Pull back that scoreline.
Rossi, you being Necro here, just pressing the W key. Not stopping right there. And I personally love this. Look at how deep they've gone through. And they're so deep that at this point, VLT are starting to scream. It's really hard for them to try and stop this. They're going to get the plant through, but the smoke comes in through from the Viper. Now it's a 3-on-4 CA. And LFF has a lot of utility, also has the wall available, and we know how this wall, how crucial this wall can be in the pistol round.
On this retake now, Velocity Gaming, they're gonna try to push in aggressively and hope that they can find the trades, but the pop flash already ready, the fragment, so much util from GE already. Hellfighter goes down, and the pistol for Global Esports, it was now or never, do or die, and that's when GE are at their very best. Backs against the wall, they make it count, find that pistol, and The reason it's so important is because if they lose this pistol, they give the anti-eco over to Velocity Gaming. It effectively guarantees an operator for that maker in his buy round. But instead, having won the pistol, that operator will not be so easy. You can see he's going for a full save to try and make it happen. But unless he gets a frag, he will probably be on a glass cannon operator, which is not an ideal situation at all against players like Global Esports.
Now the ball's in the court of Global Esports, and that's the Vandal being pulled out, CA.
Poison's off.
5-8 is the scoreline. And VLT, they're going to start to sweat. They're going to feel the nerves rattling. Even though they have the cushion, with this win, the cushion's going to be going away. What can they do?
What can they do? That is the question for right now. VLT, they're going for the gamble. 3-stack on this A site. And we'll have to see if this gamble turns into a chicken dinner. That turned out not the way I wanted to.
Yeah, we're not playing.
No, that's the thing though. That term is not from the game you're thinking about. It's actually from gambling and blackjack, where as soon as someone hits the blackjack, they say chicken dinner. Never mind. Let's not go into the origins of that place.
Oh, CA seems like he's pretty expert. But over here, these players are expert at getting the side entry. VLT, even though not really the suitable weapon, they're still able to make it hurt. Rossi on the Vandal.
Planted.
Making it count still, as Champions Vandal isn't really glowing, so I want it to glow. I want him to make the Vandal glow. Who is the top fragger of GE? Let Rossi take it over. Kappa seals the deal on the final man in Global Esports. Now they're going to be at least getting really close to try and close the lead here. Rossi probably will have the hero Vandal in the upcoming round.
Spike down A.
Yeah, exactly. Only 2 weapons taken away too, with Kappa going for the save. It does mean just 1 investment drop. So at the end of the day, a very good round for the side of GE. They get to play on the full bonus in this round. But again, Lightning Fast, he's feeling himself, so he's going to go for the full investment instead. Full buys from VLT. But yeah, by the way, for any of the fans interested in the origins, you can go watch some gambling movies, like 21 for example is a great movie where you see the origins of the word chicken dinner all around the setup of the Valorant. Oh, look at this. He faked that presence towards Nest. Instead he's going to drop back down. And these micro adjustments so important. We've talked about in the past, Necro. It's going to throw the crosshair of VLT off guard. So instead, they're just going to back up, play on site. VLT acknowledging the importance of this round.
Oh man, 6-8. And still a little cushion available for VLT, but they should not rely off of that. Hero Vandal we talked about. It's going to be a bonus from Global Esports. There should be a flood coming through soon, and a great flash. Blinds right to Ace, but uses the recon dart perfectly too. And there's the scan coming through. 3 players known now. The shock dart's going to be buying a little time for Matarasu. And all the players now, they're just going to start to flirt back in. Deathmaker better be ready. He is. And VLT, they're just going to line him up. They're going to stack him up on top of each other on mid. And Rossi now all by his lonesome with the Hero Vandal to try and make some hero plays happen. Eske Hiroski.
Ooh. Hiroski. Hiroski? No,
10 seconds left.
Indian.
Yep.
He is the Indian Jet. Hero of our region from the last year, but with the new year, Velocity, they're looking to upstage him and set a new hero. That maker wants to be that hero. But I want to talk about this round for a second, Necro. As soon as they suppress that Reyna, as soon as they get information that that Reyna is suppressed, they've got to just press the W key, man. You have 8 seconds to kill that Reyna before she can just stop being exposed in that off angle. Because the strength of the Reyna lies in playing those close angles where normally it would be a 1-for-1 trade. But because it's the Reyna, then she just to hold on there, find one frag, dismiss on back out of there, which is what Amit Rasu did. Like, we didn't get to see the entire interaction, but we saw the ends of his dismiss and the start of his kill, and it tells us the tale that if GE had actually pressed the W key and killed the Reyna, then it would be a completely different story for them. But that's also where I want to give props to Right to Ace, because while Amit Rasu was suppressed, Right to Ace was spamming that funnel area from that mid to A entry with shock darts, trying to deny that entry to Global Esports. Now, one could say that if it was an SEA team, they would not give a damn about shock darts and just press W. Or one could say if it was Necro, he would not give a damn about shock darts and he would just press W. So come on, G, learn from Necro.
Exactly. Make me your coach. Rex Dream, sit down.
It works for me. Either ways, I'll have a friend.
I hope Rex Dream's watching this.
Oh boy.
But
Maybe
yeah.
VLT will make you their coach, Necro.
Ooh. Hey, I'm honestly down. Give me a shot. And I'll shine like a bright star.
Give Necro a shot to make your shots real good.
Exactly.
But enough about them shots, because we're getting real close to the end of this map and potentially a win for Velocity Gaming, because now that Maker's got his hands on an operator. He's anchoring down B main by himself, and they're relying on this Viper to hold down A main. A read from the side of VLT. It seems like that GE would go for a mid push, but they're wrong about this read, because GE, they've walked into this site, they've taken 410 control, and now on the back of the 0 point, they're going to request it.
Oh, the snake bites out. Still damage dealt, but it's not going to matter a lot. It's worth it. Damage for the site, any day worth it. And they get the site control. VLT now, they're going to start to fumble. Recon darts out, also buying a little time for them. And Rossi's just going to back off. 6 to 9, the golden number, kind of working in the favor of Global Esports. And there we go. LFF finds the opening. Another one to follow it through. Oh, maybe I was just a little too early to guess it off of the scoreline. But LFF with a 3K is looking to turn it up. He indeed is a hellfighter, because right now VLT, they're looking like they were in hell, but is able to bring him back. That skills all by himself. 16 HP in the hand. Are his skills going to be enough to clutch this round out? They've got it down to 50%!
Oh, no, they line up.
Skills!
They line up.
They line up! A little bit of luck factor, but still, he barely saves them.
The first shot was not luck. Just popped the head of Hellfighter real clean. But then right after they line up for him, he barely has to do any crosshair connection. Look at this, he just pulls it like what, a millimeter down, less than a millimeter. He's able to find the huge clutch kills with them kills, presenting Velocity Gaming with some high builds that they can't hit.
Poison orb emitting.
Get to the chopper. Oh, what? That's not the sort of chopper I was talking about, Rossi. He just straight up went to heaven with that peak.
Potentially sent Velocity Gaming. Sorry, potentially send GE to hell as well, but a key pick for Lightning Fast now. They're going to set up the lockdown, and look at this lockdown. It's all about denying mid control, set up the Viper's wall, and then rush into this A site. But Vivor's got himself onto Nest. I think he has his ability still left. He should be able to just hold it down. But oh my god, a key spray and shock dart combo right to Ace slows them down and shuts down GE. We're seeing some huge play out from all of these players, and it's exactly what we expect.
Exactly what we expected. Some of the plays that I wrote down in my books, it seems like they're being stolen. I'm just kidding. But LFF on the mid, Hellranger shut down, Vol's out too. Seems like the Resurrection's the play that they're trying to go for.
30 seconds left.
And I'm pretty sure they're going to get the Resurrection up too. Are they? They've got a lot of men alive though. It's just 3-on-1. Lightning Fast not really having a lot of HP. The spike also being denied with the wall. Oh, now I understand the main motive of the wall right there. Lightning Fast is going to try to jump on top of the wall. As soon as he does, his toes are going to be cut off.
No time.
Yep, has to go for the save, and he also has a Nano Swarm available, so yeah, I guess it's an okay-ish save. But there we go.
The alarm bot, you mean? And a Nano Swarm, actually, but yeah. Again, though, for Velocity Gaming, it's these key plays. Look at that spray and shock dart combo. Shocks the hell out of Global Esports. Gets double digits online. Gets double digits online for Velocity Gaming. And look at this, Necro. This is... I am not so sure about this, GE. They're going for a force buy. Judges, Spectres. They want to just press the W key with the help of the null command, but... I don't know. I'm not sure about a force buy in this situation because they're only 10-7. They could easily go for the eco and play from that 11 mark.
See it, clap.
Maybe it works out.
Weaves out. But yeah, all the players, the W key intentions are pretty clear. Look at the amount of players that are available on the site. Right to ace with the Phantom, gets suppressed, but it's okay. Deathmaker's holding the cross. Viper's Pit activated too, 1 HP in his hands. He's also getting DK to his death. Shock darts out, dealing a lot of damage. And only 2 players alive. The Judge is still on the board, so Judge is one of those guns that can make the impossible possible. The spike stuck in the hand of VLT, and how are they going to retrieve the spike now? Random spam being found. Oh, lightning fast, what is that? One more bullet, lightning fast HP will be cut off.
But look, for VLT, they have the Hunter's Fury. They're just going to try to deny the plant with the basis of that. Actually, no scratch that. They just want to light it down, and they're able to make it happen. A 1-for-1 trade will mean the Viper's Pit is taken down, and you have to wonder if this is GG for GE. They went for the force buy. They've effectively given match point away.
The match point in the hands of Global Velocity Game. Oh my god. It's a pro moment for me.
Spike down A.
But yeah, the Champion Vandal, man, the sound is just so cool. But overall, it's a match point for VLT, ladies and gentlemen. Or actually, no, scratch that. Still sounds more on the... Hey, come on, man. It's a bro moment
I'm a little
for both
sad,
of us.
Necro, because this means that we are most likely not going to get an overtime.
Hey, look, man, maybe we're just really early to call it off because we've seen a lot of thrifties pulled out.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I do think Global Esports can pull it off, and to do that, they need to get that man access to the Altar of ASAP, but not like that. Like that. Like that. Yeah, like that.
There we go.
I like it.
Down.
That's a little astonishing factor. Global Esports also getting the Altar, but now the Blade Storm is activated. SK Rossi is going to be the man unleashed, and he's looking to be possessed as well. With the help of the Holy Water. Ooh, misses 2 daggers, but it's okay. Hunter's Fury is out.
That's some toxic holy water, man. It's like unholy water.
Yeah, but it's
talking
holy
about
for the unholy people.
Talking about what's unholy, Deathmaker is a demon right now, but come on, make it count, Jill. Lightning fast with another, and yeah, Necro, you called it, but it's not over just yet. They're gonna go for the full B rotate on the basis of that Killjoy's position. She's got B site all to herself. But look at this, slowly but surely, right to Ace, able to sneak into kitchen. I don't think he has both his shock darts left. No, he has nothing left, actually. Right to Ace needs to catch out Rossi, but no, not able.
Takes a dagger, 83 HP in his hands. That means only 2 bullets will seal the deal, but right to Ace, he should not be given peaks like that. He will work off a lot of HP chipped off again. He's also a little vulnerable, 53 HP, another bullet caught. His HP is just decaying slowly and steadily, and Global Esports make a thrifty round happen. Called it. Global Esports is like, been there, done that. Nothing really worried about, ladies and gentlemen. You guys thought we're going to lose? No. Just put some faith in this.
It's just like...
That's done.
I've been talking to a team recently, and for me, in general, when you know your opponents are on an eco, the simplest setup you can play is play duos. Like, even if they pull off some nutty shots like that, get the trade. You know, don't give them the weaponry advantage. Don't give them the man advantage because, like you said, with these teams, we know once they get themselves going, there's very little that can really stop them.
And another thing, I feel like if you know the enemy team's on an eco and if you know they've pulled out Sheriffs, just be aggressive. Because Sheriffs, they get really, it's really hard to connect that one bullet, especially if you see 2 men pushing right on your face. You're going to be panicking a little bit. No matter how good of a player you are, you're indeed going to be panicking. I do understand you're a good player, but you need to understand the stakes are high too. That's going to be adding a lot of pressure But look at Deathmaker. Even though he gets spotted, he's not scared away.
Oh, able to dodge the first beam with the dash, the second with the updraft, and able to get away, but had to give up his position to do so now. All top control taken. They know that they've invested too much into this site, so they're going to go for the mid rotate, take mid control, and then go for a mid to B split. But I 100% agree with your point, Necro. You know that GE just went for a force buy. They have to go for the Sheriffs. And GE is not the kind of team that pulls out Stingers or pulls out a Bucky or something like that. They're going to go for the Sheriffs. So just get into their face, get aggressive, and punish them. I don't think these kind of micro things the teams are thinking about, because for them the pressure is nigh and they're focused on the game. They could help if they did.
Oh, the fragment's dealing a lot of damage. But still, he denies it perfectly. Those Juliers out too, but the flashes from the side of KO are a little bit stronger. Operator's out from Deathmaker. And now he's going to try to play it like a shotgun. But Hellranger is just one single bullet in the skull. It's going to crack it open, and Rossi is going to dig a hole right in his chest.
Overtime.
Let's go global.
No, let's go both of the teams, because VLT need one more round to make it to overtime as well.
Yeah, they need one more round, but global needs a little bit more prayers, so you need to understand.
True that.
Yep.
Talking about prayers though, hopefully mine will get answered, because now, I'm sorry Velocity Gaming, I really wanted overtime. After overtime, either if you can win it, I don't care. Just give me an overtime. Right now, Velocity's economy broken. They're onto that eco situation. And they're trying to get the Alt-Top online for Ace, which is a little weird. I assume the Jet would be prioritized, but no, I see why, my bad. The Jet already has the Bladestorm online, so that Bladestorm could be the difference maker in Necro, because especially Lightning Fast seems to be edging towards the peak. If he's not lightning fast with that jiggle, that maker will slice and dice his head into pieces.
Oh, look at Kaba. Patiently holding this angle. He's waiting for him to make a single mistake. Oh, we talked about stop playing slow, especially when you know the enemy team's on an eco, because it's easier to hit the headshots when you have the crosshair placements than rather than wanting to flick onto enemies. There we go. Vapor now left in a really tricky spot. Will need to back off, or has been flushed off from that spot.
Now hold on. Look at the position of right to Ace. He's going to be able to retrieve himself a weapon. Kappa was marking it, but right to Ace slaps him in the face. 2 key frags picked up, and now right to Ace has a Vandal for himself. Dagger's gone away. Deathmaker in a very bad position. He's trying to do as much damage as he can, and the classic is what he needs. Shuts down Hellranger. The spike is dropped, and just like that, Deathmaker will get access to a Vandal. Surely not another thrifty VLT. Oh my god.
No! You've got to be kidding me. 7 HP in the hands of Skills. This is looking next to impossible.
10 seconds left.
But 20 in the hands of right to Ace too. Both these players are equally vulnerable. Skills has managed to pass by right to Ace's eyes. But Deathmaker's still expecting this. A little bit of off timing. And a thrifty round. And also a safe coming through for Skills.
Alright, now we definitely need prayers for GE if you're to get the overtime. Because VLT just pulled back, and I agree, Necro. At the point you mentioned, like, you know they're going to be... I get that for GE, it's harder to guess that they're going to be on Sheriffs, because on their defense, I can imagine VLT pull off a Judge or two, maybe a Spectre or two for that, but it's easier to battle against that Spectre than play slow and battle against the Sheriff. So I want to see teams start getting proactive in these rounds where you know your opponent is in the eco, and just play for the trades, because at this point it's the round that matters, not the economical damage.
It's the emotional damage that matters too. Wipers paid out from VLT. This is going to be denying the entire take on the site. And look at how much map control VLT has now. The confidence is amped up. And there we go. Has a little busy in the man in front of Skills. And he's able to sneak away with 2 quick frags. LFF is being detained by the lockdown. Oh, finds a lifeline. And he's able to run away in the kitchen. Skills gonna be the toxic man trying to cook up something in the kitchen right there.
He wants
LFF
to be the
is gonna
snake.
be holding the... Oh yeah, there we go.
Spike down, defender
Global
spawn.
Esports. Oh, they're able to stay alive. Oh, this is getting too close.
Yeah,
Global Esports staying alive against all odds. Close is how we want it, Necro, and it certainly is getting close. But Skills, he's the King Snake, he's the King Cobra in this Icebox map now. Left cornered into a tiny area, still finds 2 before he goes down. He's the reason they win that round. And he's the reason they won a couple rounds before as well, so... Skills, Pog. We're talking about Pog right now. Kappa, okay. Is he just going for a Sheriff? Actually, like, I think he had enough money to, like, buy 1 less shock dart maybe and get a commando, but just believes in his Sheriff, eh? Or believes in his team to create the space for him. Either way, it's working out.
What a shot. Yeah, he's not going to be able to get away. 2 nice kills on the site. Get an easy stroll on site too. Plant should go down without any effort. Instant shut down on the recon. And there we go. Final man alive, Amaterasu, the IGL himself. The brilliant man in a brilliant clutch. But with a frenzy. Oh, this is looking nigh impossible. There we go. It's going to peek out. Flawless. 11.
On the brink of my prayers being answered. Overtime so close. But honestly, this is where teams end up saying, nah, psych CA, and pull it back. And that's what VLT will try to do with this timeout.
You know why
Rossi? Right here.
You know why Rossi's playing really good and out of nowhere? It's because he changed the crosshair. Did you see? On the second map of Icebox, he made it a dot. A white dot.
You can see though, discussions taking place and opinions being exchanged across the board. Depmaker clearly establishing the fact that he's not happy with something.
He's establishing dominance. Damn, look at him. He's mad.
No, I think if I understood his lip reading correctly, he's just saying, guys, we need to slow down. We don't need to overpeak. We don't need to give them extra information. We have the right reads. We just need to hold on for dear life and not be impatient. But that's easier said than done, man, because in this particular round, GE have some key ultimates to try and play around. They have some key abilities to try and work and execute from.
And I honestly feel like it's not even VLT peaking out. It's just Global Esports forcing them to peak.
I don't know about that, though, because I do get what you're saying. Like, 100%. It's like GE are putting VLT in a position where it's peak or die, you know? But at the same time, does VLT need to be in those early aggressive angles to let themselves get into the positions is the question. They can play on the back foot. They can play on the retakes. They have the Reyna to make it happen. But this is what I was talking about. The null command available for the side of Global Esports, they can just go for a heavy burst and try to push on forward. And there's not going to be much utility that VLT has to find a retake itself. But a tech break seems to be coming out from GE. I think Hellranger seems to have DC'd, but he's moving now, so hopefully we should be back soon.
Maybe just having some quick snacks. Talking about quick snacks, though, this matchup. Oh, one more round for the OT, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to go for the OT? Let me know what team you guys are supporting for in the chat.
Get out of my way!
Because I want to see some hopium. I want to see some supporters. I want to see a lot of love for both these teams. Oh, how was he able to find that flank? Are you kidding me? Even in such a pressurous round, VLT, aggressive plays are paying off, and Global Esports caught off guard. This time the composure, this time the complacency is not going to work out for them.
It's the Psych CA move. And it's actually exactly opposite of what we talked about and expected. Instead of slowing it down, they pick up the pace, they pick up the tempo, and they've already shut down 3 frags from the side of GE. But Rossi's got his Blade Storm, Rossi's got the daggers in his hands. Can he make them count? And he does with 1. He's got to do 4 more.
All eyes on him, though. A big man advantage in the favor of VLT. And Global Esports, they're fighting for a slot here. Same thing goes for VLT. Fighting for a slot in the APAC Challenger playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, VLT looks so close. One more round in their pockets to make it happen. But no, isolating these duels. Global Esports, they're trying to make a huge clutch happen. They're slowly and steadily building a mountain that is looking next to impossible. Let's get Rossi.
Let's go.
Oh, man advantage equalized. And now Global Esports, the hopes are back up.
The hopes are back up and overtime most certainly secured because Rossi's got himself an operator. Kappa has a ton of utility, but Rossi doesn't need none of that because Kappa will find them heads. A 1v1 now, but with
8
Kappa
HP.
on the Hunter's Fury, he just needs to buy
Oh my
time.
god.
And time he will. Oh. They started off fast, they pushed forward, they got 3 key frags, but they slowed down. They allowed GE a moment to breathe, they allowed Rossi a moment to peek, and he slapped them in the face and reminded them, don't you dare. Don't you dare come.
Who said Kappa wasn't impactful? Who was that?
No charge remaining.
This man is as impactful as it gets. These 2 key players in this clutch just able to stay so calm and composed. And let me tell you what the difference is right here. These 2 players. Both of these players, SK Rossi and Kappa, they don't have a gaming chair, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the non-gaming chair diff.
Exactly.
Well, I'm happy, Necro. I
Me
got my
too.
prayers answered. I got the overtime, boy. Let's go. But let's talk about the tactical aspect of this round for a second right now. 12-12. Overtime means that you need to try and prioritize your tactics on the basis of your weapons. And that's where the operator is going to come in clutch for both of these teams. Now, we haven't seen Depmaker prioritizing the operator as much as Rossi in this map. So I'm curious to see now on the defense if Rossi actually does the same and goes for an aggressive peak the way VLT did. And it's actually a nope. He's going to pick up an operator and most likely a cloudburst.
12 CA. It's not just the players, it's even our nerves rattling.
And I'm sure the nerves of all of that 61,000 plus people watching, man.
61,000 plus. Where did you get that confirmation?
It was right there on your screen.
Oh, missed out. I'm just too busy looking at the scoreline, dude. A technical
Got
break.
his eyes on the prize.
I have my eyes on that $30,000. I wish a team wins it and they're like, all right, Necro, we don't want the money, take it.
No, then they'll be like, Necro, here, take all the money and be our coach. We want Necro. Even though we just won it, we want Necro to get us to win APAC Challengers playoffs.
Hashtag Coach
And this is where
Necro,
Necro's
please.
dream ended today.
Hashtag
And he
Coach
woke up.
Necro. Please.
No, Necro, it's over. You need to wake up now. It's time to get into casting mode.
Brr.
Oh, a technical break as they seem to all be using the washroom one by one. I just saw Hellranger going at the start. Skills
Ooh.
has got himself one too.
I guess
this
that
rate-
is a technical break. Yeah, those are some technical difficulties right there, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get it sorted. Skills is gonna be back as quick as possible.
I'm just trying to lip read. I understood what Hellranger said. I didn't understand what Rossi said. It's like they can almost hear us, man. The minute I said Rossi, he turned towards the cam. Sus. But look at that. Behind Vipor, you can see all those mega trophies of VLT. You know what's missing? It's like Pep Guardiola with all of them league trophies, but no Champions League trophies. Just like that VLT with all of them small trophies, but no VCC trophy. Because the VCC trophy, that's in the GE bootcamp. Started an aftermath, by the way, which is why you guys should make sure you come. There is going to be one after this finals as well. But back to the overtime right now, Necro. 12-12 on the board. Both of these teams, they're feeling that pressure. They're going to have to channel their inner greatness. They're going to have to channel their inner strength to try and pull out a wonder and set themselves apart from the rest.
You said 60K plus watching, right?
One sec, Necro. Look at Ace. Now, I'm not sure if he's increasing the temperature or decreasing the temperature, but I'm going to assume, because he was fiddling with the AC remote, I'm going to assume he's decreasing the temperature because you can see a lot of sweating faces, you know, and the heat must be pumped up with the tension.
Man, I don't know. It's like this technical break right here. This is going to give a huge sigh of relief for both these teams. And they really needed this too. A big one. Seems like Skills is back now. The technical difficulties have been resolved, ladies and gentlemen. And lining fast in Kappa. Kappa is like, I don't really care. Look at Lightning Fast's face, though. He looks like a cruel man, but I'm pretty sure he's a sweetheart. When he's like in the monitor, his eyebrows, they look like the villain eyebrows, if you know what I'm saying.
But anyways, Necro, the bladders have been emptied. And now they've got to empty their minds. They've got to really, you know, free themselves from this vice that they've got for this overtime. Now, GE, for them, this is a familiar foe. This is a familiar look. They've gone through a 36-round overtime just to lose it, by the way, which I doubt they will want to replicate over here. So, quickly get it done is going to be GE's motto, but quickly get it done is what VLT is doing. Pushing aggressively into kitchen, shut down that turret, and now without that turret, one man from GE has to be dedicated to watching halls. With that attention taken away from that A side, VLT now going to go for the
Right here.
They're always going to be paranoid about the kitchen presence.
Ooh, the drop.
Spike drop.
I think that drop is hurt by right to Ace.
Not really sure. Are we seeing any rotations coming
Deploying
through?
drone.
No, that's not the case. Okay, now there we go. Now they know what exactly is going on. SNS and drones being spotted. Oh, a little too exposed there, Kappa. That's going to be the arms out. Sometimes the old ways aren't really the best ways. But still, that's this Rossi going to be catching a couple of bullets. VLT Vapor, who's going to catch the flank this time. It's going to be Skills is taken care of.
Spike
And
planted.
from mid. Now it's going to be Lightning Fast. Next challenger approaching with Rossi. We'll try and minimize the threat, but that's not going to be the case. It's the infantry operator looking to strike, looking to sting out the pain. But VLT, they're just inflicting a lot of pain, and it's looking like it's unstoppable. A flawless round from VLT.
How? Wait, I'm so confused. How does Global Esports end up dropping that round after getting so much information with that drone coming out? VLT playing it beautifully.
Remaining.
Playing with the minds of GE. GE emptied their bladders, but VLT, they emptied GE's heads, man. Right there. The turret taken out early, that's what the important part was. As soon as they take out the turret, as you noticed, no rotations came out, but because Lightning Fast had to back up, one player was dedicated to Boiler, so they just made the call, you know what, let's not dedicate ourselves onto A. But Kappa getting caught with his pants down. Forgot to pull it up after the technical break, I guess.
That's the outrun again. And now Global Esports on the attacking side, pretty much replicating what VLT did to them. A taste of their own medicine, still the opening's not being found. Skills though, now it's going to be feeling a little bit more lightweight. Another lineup. Oh, so much damage on the Held Ranger. That's a great info being conveyed. Held Ranger pretty much planning on that spot. Rossi flows through like a fluid. And this time it's going to be Vapor, who's going to be filled up with a lot of fluid for sure. But now they're looking to push in with the Leers. One Leer out, Rossi is going to cut off his head. Another attack comes through. Global Esports looking so unstoppable in this round. Right to Ace, Tabak's turned. Deathmaker looking to make some difference happen. But the OT, it looks like we're going to be going for another OT in this game. Deathmaker, you cannot save. This is overtime.
Let's go. This is the way, I like it, More OTs. Oh yeah. Sorry, VLT, but I like it. Now VLT win one, then GE win one, so we can set up the copy pasta like it was in the GE versus Valor game, you know. We go on for years and years and years till our voice boxes completely die out and we become mumcusters. And even then, we'll make some grunting noises just to keep casting this amazing game. Ooh. No, I'm kidding, guys. On a serious note, though, for both of these teams right now, it is really the attacking side that they're finding themselves much more favorable on. It's where they're able to control the tempo of the match, you know, where they're able to control the pace of the round. And that's where I think for GE especially, they need to be patient. They can't afford to give early picks to Velocity Gaming. They can even play 5v5 retake, but they cannot afford to give that early man advantage to the side of Global Esports.
Oh man. Someone give these players a CPR because their nerves need it. It's just a lot of high-octane games, man. Someone give them a stim. to amp the pace up.
Oh, the drone on the other side, those spots of Hellfighter alone. This fake is not going to work out because they know Hellfighter is stuck alone there, especially with this early pick for Global Esports. We talked about how important patience was. This time, GE displaying that patience. They've got the man advantage. Can they translate it into the round?
They definitely can. A lot of aggressive peeks given out. Skills this time is not going to be able to get away with anything. 4-on-4 situation. VLT, they're all across the map. They're all across the board. Vapor is going to find a sneak kill. He does. That's going to be the turret destroyed or pretty much disabled. SK Rossi, is he going to be able to sneak away with a frag? He's right behind the wall. This is a really sneaky move. And he instantly fades away behind the Viper's wall, but it's not going to matter. Viper's wall is not going to block the bullets. And no, it's all down to Kappa. It's his time to make some Papa moments.
Oh boy, it started off as a 1v1 on the A side. Kappa spotted out Hellfighter first, but now they've both gone for the rotate, and it's Hellfighter who will spot him out first. Left to 11 HP, Kappa with a dream, but that's all it will be. Velocity Gaming once again pick up match point, Necro, once again.
Oh my god, it seems like the hopes are just being erected and put down to sleep instantly.
Spike planted.
It's really hard to say which team's going to come victorious, but what I can say is the champions are truly being forced.
Oh boy. Again though, impatience playing a big factor in that round loss. I feel like Rossi, I understand, he's the king of aggressive peaks in South Asia, you know. He's the guy who made it count, got the entire international community to sneak a peek. But in that round, he did not need to. They had the man advantage, just needed to step back and tee around back into that round, and they grabbed it, they pulled it back, they took that inch, and they made it a mile. Now once again, VLT on the match point on the defense. Amitarasu on the off angle, but it's Rossi who shuts him down.
Yeah, the crosser placement a little too close on the wall. Rossi with the wide peak, catching him off guard. Oh, skills. If you peek out again, your head's going to be cut off. But no, instead it's skills. But it's okay, the traits are there. Yeah, that's a worth it trade. Because now that's the controller out the gate for Global Esports. How are they going to get the site control? VLT with only 3 players alive. Still man advantage flowing through on the hands of Global Esports. They're trying to make a rotation happen.
And what you said, Necro, so important. Without that controller, Velocity have to get the read that since the wall is on B side, they're automatically going to try to default A. And Velocity with that read, setting themselves up in this sandwich angle right to AC. Finds one, but that's all it will be. A 1-for-1, not worth it.
It's
and
aim.
it's OT once again.
It's the aim speaking out loud and pretty much making them scream. And Vabor, the final man alive. We've seen this man with some nutty aim for sure. But is it going to be enough against a team like Global Esports, which is filled with star players? Oh, Vabor proving SK Rossi unparalleled in that situation. Oh, Hunter's Fury out to try and deny the plant. Vabor position still kind of known. Head Ranger peeks out, but that's going to be it. A little pixel peek to shut down the man.
14-14. This is like this moment. For all the Valve Classicos we did not get in Qualifier 1, in Qualifier 2, in Wildcard. I mean, I doubt both of the teams would have gone into Wildcard, to be honest. But for everything we did not get, it's redemption right now. They pay it back. And there's a line in Hindi I wish I could say, but I can't. The best way to describe it.
Okay.
Oh my lord, though, Jesus! Again, on the attack is where these teams thrive. They like controlling the tempo, they like controlling the pace, and Depmaker doing exactly that. He shut down the Killjoy. I really want to see Velocity try and go for the mid-rotate and exploit the fact that without the turret, Kitchen is free, but instead, they're walking into Rossi, but he whiffs.
That's not just a shutdown, that's a tumbling. But yeah,
Spike down
trades
A.
happening back and forth. 3-on-4 now, Global Esports. Blink of an eye, the man advantage is gone now. SK Rossi not really having that great of an HP to work with. 57, but it's okay. All he needs to do is find one bullet, one single connection to cut off the other man's lifeline. Double beat from Rossi and Air Ranger combined, but it's not going to work out. VLT, their crosshairs are trained for no matter what kind of circumstances are being put in front of them by Global Esports. It's hard to bounce back. It's hard to try and rally back from this, but it's all down to skills now. Does he have enough skills? Looks impossible. Indeed. Opening found, a lot of damage taken, but still skills! Oh, okay, hold on. Maybe this certainly seems possible. You best believe he can, but no. Hopes and dreams shattered.
My anxiety is going through the roof. You can see the players' faces, the game faces, they're starting to disappear. Aggressive peaks that are not necessary starting to be made. By the way, that was not an aggressive peak from Lightning Fast I'm talking about. I'm just saying in general. Like Lightning Fast in that position is trying to get an alarm bot set up in the mid angle, but that maker just shuts him down. But again, this time, this is what I'm talking about. That maker not as much priority he places on the operator the way Rossi does. He sticks to a rifle and they're gonna make the aggressive play happen, taking control even on the defense in their hand, but noise cue should have been given away, but Rossi just walks past them into the zoo. This is all down to timing. Oh my god!
Oh no, Matarasu gets away. This should not have been possible. Big man taken care of. That's the alpha male at the count.
Enemy tagged.
The intoxicated Viper, or the intoxicated Sage Wall too. Global Esports.
Hold on though, Necro. So we've seen Global Esports pull themselves out of more difficult situations, out of hotter water, you know, but right now, they've got to really step it up. I'm looking at Lightning Fast to make it work. He's been one of the key players for GE throughout this tournament. And if he wants GE to be alive, he's got to be the one to make it count now. This is a little weird that the Spike is the one doing the conditioning. Because with the Spike, they're going on to A while having their presence felt. Amit Rasu, meanwhile, shuts down Lightning Fast. Caster Curse coming online. And with this one-way, skills, he's able to find one, but all VLT needs to do is back up. But look at Hellranger! Look at Hellranger!
Oh, he misses. He misses. It's okay though.
Oh no, it's not.
One frag sneaking by.
Only
See,
one.
Yeah, only one though, and that's quite unfortunate. 2-on-2, make it a 2-on-1. Now it's over. Yep, it's a GG. It's a Dunzo game. They should be it. Velocity Gaming should be able to take it. No time available. Hellranger will need to peek out. And well, there we go. That's going to be VLT securing that first slot in the APAC Challenger playoffs and also a slot in the VCC Grand Finals. That's a big statement and also a nice stark message sent to the elimination brackets.
God, you can see how ecstatic they are from being so close in VCC 1 to getting themselves into the international slot. Velocity Gaming, make it count this time. You can see how much it means to them. I've got goosebumps. This is the tale of a squad who fought back. This is the tale of a squad who never gave up. This is the tale of Velocity Gaming, and you better be feeling that velocity, man, because they're here to fight.
Oh, man. This is huge. This is huge. Marcel right there. Imagine if they pulled that man out in the VCT APAC playoffs. That'll be huge.
Again, though, I don't want to, I want to put up a disclaimer before I make my point. That in no way I think Hellranger is to blame for this loss. But when you think about it, in terms of final rounds of VLT versus GE, think back to Grand Finals playoffs. Hellranger caught in a off angle where VLT walked past his smoke, got into Wentz, surprised the heck out of GE, won that round right then and there, won the series. Once again, Hellranger on the lurk. If he gets more than one right there, the round is won for GE, but a slight whiff, and it's these micro things that really end up counting. But again, I'm not saying the Hellranger is to blame because he's not. He played phenomenally throughout this series. It's more of a team effort. But it's those final moments that catches everyone's eyes. So it's really unfortunate for him.
Unfortunate indeed though. But hey, wow. It seems like the mystery has been revealed, ladies and gentlemen. VLT is going to be your first ever team to secure their slot in the APAC Challengers playoff from India region. And give it up for VLT because this is a huge moment. But GE fans, there's nothing to be disappointed about because we're going to be going through another upcoming matchup, which is going to be against Global Esports and Enigma Gaming. These two Alpha Titans. And keep this in mind, there can only be one of them alive and moving forward in the Grand Finals of the VCC. So there's only going to be one more chance, CA.
And I do want to remind everyone that even in VCC 1, GE came rising through the lower brackets to pick up the championship. This is not a team you can count out just yet. But Velocity Gaming, they look nigh unstoppable, man. And I don't know. At this point, I would be fearful for both GE and Enigma. But at the same time, I know how good GE and Enigma is. And it just gets me excited. Because we have 3 amazing teams. And every single one of them is going to give it their all and represent our region in the APAC playoffs. So let's freaking go.
I mean, yesterday was a complete one-sided affair, though. So I don't know what to say. My predictions are going to be with Global Esports in the upcoming matchup. But for now, let's take a look at the scoreboard. SK Rossi gave it all he had, 27, 23. And 3, and with the ACS of 255 and the econ of 74. On the other hand, Deathmaker with 29 kills, 18 deaths, and 4 assists. All these players gave it all they had, but in the end, there could only be one champion that could move forward, and VLT was the one who had the stars aligned today, who had performed a little bit better than Global Esports, but still, as I said, the hopes and dreams are still alive. There's still a glimmer of hope for Global Esports to make it forward in the grand finals.
And it's what you said, man. In the end, it didn't matter. After VCC 1, Global Esports made a documentary about their journey and about their victory. I hope after VCC 2, they don't end up making a cover of In the End by Linkin Park.
But yeah, man, this is insane because Enigma Gaming, they yesterday had a off day. I don't know how off that was, and I don't know how much how much that is true, because today it's going to be put to a real test. VLT, okay, they won it. I'm pretty sure we're also going to be having a couple of clips to try and analyze, but I honestly feel like now it's done. There's nothing really much to talk about it. VLT, they secured their slot, understandable, but now upcoming matchup is something that's going to be just putting everything on the test. But for now, let's take a look at the clips and let's find out where these two teams kind of screwed up.
Oh, I'm really glad we get this round anyway. A slight overcalculation from the side of VLT, but I believe they still ended up finding the victory.
Stealing sight.
More damage.
You're nothing. Spike down A.
Initiated.
Okay, yeah, this lockdown right here. I remember, I think so.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a different round. Now
Yeah.
it's like
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
VLT kept going for those aggressive rushes.
Get out of my way!
For them. Oh no.
This one right here, where, if I'm not wrong, this one is where Deathmaker ends up whiffing. That was a really good dagger too to shut down the Blade Storm. Nothing could be done. And then VLT was just able to flow through with a lot of kills because Global Esports tried to be a little too aggressive for no reason. Yep, skills right here, it gets caught off guard. So this is an aggression that really wasn't needed, and Global Esports had to pay the price for that. Especially, Global Esports should have realized as soon as the first man gets taken out, if you're not able to get the trade, just back out. There's no point.
Yeah, exactly. It was really came down to that patient aspect of the game, right? And it really did come down to which team was able to stay strong, stay calm, and stay composed. I think in terms of that, Velocity Gaming were one step ahead. Even though in certain rounds,
Last player standing.
I admire the ability for a team to stay composed and adapt, and that's what they did in this round. Like, cause pause right here. Look at the amount of free space that Vibor is able to create for himself being over there. Because of him, his team can get into post plans. Now, it doesn't matter that it's a 1v4. The point being that you can play again. The point being that because VLT, just last round we saw they went for the full W rush. As soon as it doesn't work out, they're like, okay, you know what? We need to slow down. We need a local presence. We need to spread GE apart. As soon as they do that, they fight back.
They do, and then Rossi over here, we did see him kind of like holding an aggressive angle. I think this is a round where the timings was something that was really against him, if I'm not wrong. Global Esports over here, yeah, Deathmaker's just holding the long side.
No, I thought this was a Thrifty. Thrifty was at 9-11 actually, so this was not the Thrifty. This is where Deathmaker just wanted to hold this fight.
He just keeps on holding.
Nowhere to run!
Yeah, he dodges Yeah, because, I mean, Deathmaker was being forced out of his comfort spot. He wasn't even able to hide behind the yellow containers. He pretty much got flushed out all the way here, so that's a worth it investment into Hunter's Fury, because you're forcing out a duelist from his comfort spot, and that means a ton for your team. Yeah, end up rotating at the last second. And the read was there perfectly from the side of VLT, if I'm not wrong. Yep. They realized Deathmaker started clearing out the B site, realized there's no one here. A-take was coming through. And yeah, Matarasu and Vapor were ready for this push. Yeah, the fragment, as I said, even while I was casting, did a really good job trying to dodge it. Figures were out.
Spike down A.
Okay, it ends up being that time factor that works out very well for the side.
Last player standing.
Especially
Spike planted.
dropping down with the operator. Would have liked to see Conquerors itself if you could isolate Rossi, then Hellfighter could try to isolate Hellranger, but maybe in that hectic moment calms a little too hard. Man, there were honestly too many rounds. I'm definitely going to be having a look at this entire series later after this cast, but probably after this entire weekend, because our voice boxes are most definitely going to take a hit. But I will maintain what I said. I will stand by my thought. I do not care about my voice boxes as long as we keep getting OT after OT, because last weekend of VCC, man, I want to see it all.
Me too. I literally just want to see it all too myself, but CA, now the Val Classic are pretty much out the way. The mystery has revealed too, which was that team who pretty much won the first game. Moving forward, Enigma versus Global Esports. I mean, yesterday we saw a complete one-sided stomp, a one-sided affair from inside of Global Esports. Moving forward in this matchup, though, are you going to be expecting a stomp too, or something completely else? What do you expect?
No, for two reasons. One, because Enigma will be way better prepared. Two, because GE are... I know they're professional players, but they're bound to be at least a little tired, a little exhausted, and that's sure to show up in certain rounds in their gameplay. But at the same time, it could also mean that they're just angry, you know, and they're going to put all of it into their game, and they're going to slap Enigma around for no fault of their own, be like, take out all the frustration of this loss onto Enigma, and maybe make it work. But right now, the defending champions are at risk, Necro. They might not even make it to the grand finals in the international event if Enigma take them down.
Exactly, and here we have the damage stats in front of us. As Global Esports just were doing a great job proving VLT unparalleled in all of them, but still surprisingly, VLT make a win happen, even though damage-wise, Global Esports leading the charts, headshot-wise, they're leading the charts, frag wins tied up, objective wins, Global Esports leading, but still, it's VLT who wins it.
Exactly. Global Esports. Most definitely you can't. This is why I was saying that you can't blame Hellranger for a single shot missed or something like that, even though, of course, the round could, again, we don't know if it would have gone differently. It could have gone differently if that does not happen. But it's a simple fact that together the team, I feel like, did not adapt fast enough. Because for Velocity, they did not really do anything special in this map in terms of strategy, right? They played it committed to their playstyle. They were playing the double duelist. They knew that aggressive, proactive plays, forcing GE into gunfights more than utility usage is where Velocity were going to be able to find the advantage. And again they did it. There's so many rounds. For example, that one round where they pushed in aggressively and Rossi had to find the clutch. One round where Amaterasu was suppressed, but they did not actually go in GE till Amaterasu was able to get back his abilities. So many different rounds where Velocity were able to force GE to not play around their utility, but rather play around the gunfights. And in terms of that, even though GE had the better headshot percentage, Velocity were the ones finding the impact frags and finding the rounds.
The impact frags, what we talk about. But the MVP of the best of 3 series is in front of you guys, and it's going to be Deathmaker, of course. With the consistency he was able to deliver, SK Rossi had his off maps over here. I think so the first map of Haven was a little bit iffy from his side. But yeah, Deathmaker pretty much just being consistent throughout this best of 3 series, and just proving to be the MVP of the best of 3 series out here. 65 kills, 43 deaths, and 8 assists, with the econ rating of 66 and the average combat score of 271 in the first blood of 17. Deathmaker is just an absolute insane mad lad.
Couldn't say it better, Necro. Deathmaker was on a lovely vein of form, but props to be given to the entire team. Amaterasu played phenomenally. Hellfighter, again, the consistent backbone of this team. And then Vibor able to continuously pull out the extremely important supportive plays, stay alive when necessary, and make sure his team has someone to rely on. And last but most definitely, most definitely not the least, right to clutch himself. The rounds he was able to pull off, man. Without those, the series goes a completely different way.
Indeed, it does go a completely different way. But right to ace, yeah, the clutch is right there. On and off moments for all the players for sure, but I would still say right to ace is one of those players that is just so consistent even being the backbone, and also we know him for his crispy aims too sometime. Yesterday at his off moments, not gonna lie, he was missing quite a lot of shots, but today seems like he's able to recover, and this is the same kind of recovery I'm expecting from Enigma Gaming because Excali had a huge off day.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where the veto is going to be extremely important. I'm really curious to see what Enigma end up banning out, because they've seen the new composition of GE on Breeze, and for Enigma, the comfort ban usually is Breeze. Now, for GE, usually they do end up banning out Fracture, but I think this is the best moment to really throw a question mark to Enigma, because Enigma have never shown us the Fracture. Challenge them, be like, you know what, we're not going to ban out the Fracture. Instead, we're going to ban out a map that you feel really comfortable on, something like the Bind, for example, and force them into a situation where they don't want to really play the Fracture. But at the same time, GE did beat Enigma on Bind yesterday. So I feel like in terms of veto, at least GE have a lot more options than Enigma going into the series.
GE definitely looks a little bit more flexible, especially considering the fact that the IGL that Enigma Gaming has is not really as experienced as Hell Ranger, so this is where there will be a little bit more mental edge for Global Esports. And winning yesterday, slapping Enigma Gaming that hard 2-0, Global Esports are going to be looking confident. You said the players will be a little tired, understandable, but I feel like this also means the players are going to be warmed up, and their aims were looking really crispy.
Yeah, and on that note, like, remember, GE is a sort of team that has played many a long best-of-5 series. This is effectively just a long best-of-5 series for them, but against different opponents. They even get a small break between the series. I believe there's going to be a 5-10 minute break going on, so they get a moment to reset their mental, but they have the capability to do that. They've proven it in the past.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure we should also be aligned with the interview soon, because the winners, they've been able to secure themselves a spot, so from VLT, there should be a quick interview lined up, and I'm just waiting for the call from the production so we can actually throw it over the interview. But overall, what a great day. And this is the sort of action we really expected, right? At the start, Global Esports getting completely dominated. CA was a little disappointed. He was like, oh no, it seems like the Val Classico is just going one-sided. And then later on, it was just VLT who kind of screwed up. Then Global Esports started bouncing back. But for now, I'm going to hold on to my words because it's time for us to throw to interview.
The 12 जहाँ पे आप almost win करने वाले थे, what exactly happened वहाँ पे जहाँ पे 5-2 का scenario रह गया था against
जैसे सिमर ने बोला, मैं इतनी देर से सुन रहा था दोनों एनालिस्ट का बातें, आप लोग का, सिमर और सुपर जॉनी का। वो सेम हुआ जब 12-11 था, मैंने पुश किया, योलो पुश करके गया, कुछ तो डिफरेंट करना था, बिकॉज वो लोग कहाँ पे भी हम लोग को आगे आने ही नहीं दे रहे थे। इवन मैं रेना खेल रहा हूँ, लेकिन मैं ए पे आगे नहीं जा सकता हूँ, बिकॉज नाइफ है, रिकॉन है, मोलोटोव है, और सेम बी पे भी वैसे ही हो रहा था, मिड पे टेरेट है, तो कहाँ पे भी नहीं था। तो यहाँ पे एक ही जगह था जहाँ से बेल्ट से मार सकते, और मेरे को किल मिल गया, डबल किल मिल गया, सनी को हो गया, एंड वी थॉट वी वन इट। बट ऑब्वियसली ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स एज अ टीम, दे आर नॉट गोना लेट इट गो। प्लस एसके रॉसी, उसका नाइफ आ गया, जैसी नाइफ ऊपर आवाज आई, हम लोग ने लगा जी ये पीछे आओ नाइफ ऑन हो चुके, पीछे आओ। लेकिन उसने तो भी, रॉसी और कप्पा ने बहुत अच्छा वो राउंड खेला और जीत के दिखाया, तो उसमें कुछ नहीं कर सकते। इट वाज अ गेम, वी ट्राइड आवर लेवल बेस्ट, बट they overpowered us in that round.
Nothing taken away from that moment, because उसके आगे जो defining moments थे वहाँ पे of course your team stood their ground and were the first ones to move on into the grand finals. उसके लिए of course congratulations इसके साथ में। Sai, what is your question?
मैं आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहता हूँ मतरासु कि VCC 2021 के अंदर आपका जब मैच चल रहा था ग्रैंड फाइनल्स, आप लोग अप थे 9-3 एंड वहाँ पे बहुत ही एक कमबैक की वजह से यू गाइस लॉस्ट। इस बार आप लोग अप थे 12-11 एंड वहाँ पे जैसे हमने बात करी, आप लोगों का 5v2 सिचुएशन अप थी, आप वहाँ पे हारे। ऑफ कोर्स हारने के बाद वो जब ओटी गया होगा, ऑफ कोर्स थोड़ा मेंटल स्टेट इफेक्ट होता है, बट आपने कैसे उसके साथ कोप अप किया? आप कैसे स्ट्रांग रहे मेंटली कि नहीं अभी हम नहीं हारे?
मैं सच बता रहा हूँ, जैसे ही वो राउंड आ रहे, मेरे को ऐसा मन हो रहा था मुक्के मार मैं कुछ इरिटेट हो चुका था, बट है ना, फिर कैसे भी करके बोला चलेगा गाइस। लास्ट 5 मंथ्स पहले की बात है कि हम लोग वापस से ऐसी कर्ज से आ रहे थे, लेकिन इस बार नहीं आ रहेंगे। वी आर नॉट गोना लेट इट गो। वापस से पूरा आना आर्ट करेंगे, बिकॉज स्क्वायर 1 पर आ गया था, वापस से 12 हो गया, वापस से जो राउंड जीतेगा वो जीतने वाला है। तो मैं बहुत प्राउड हूँ अपनी टीम के लिए कि सब लोग अपना माइंड रीसेट कर पाए वो राउंड जाने के बाद, नहीं तो बहुत बहुत टीम्स क्रम्बल हो जाती है ऐसे जब राउंड
True,
चले जाते हैं, यू कैन
definitely.
नॉट कम बैक फ्रॉम दैट। बट जैसे टीम ने किया, आई एम सुपर प्राउड ऑफ माय बॉयज। और उसके बाद जैसे सेम जो लास्ट राउंड जीते वापस से ऐसा ही हुआ, मुझे रॉसी का किल मिला, मुझे वापस से दूसरा किल मिला, और मैं ये रहा था इस बार नहीं इस बार खत्म करना है, इस बार रॉसी मर चुका है।
वेल मैं यही
क्या
बोलना चाहूंगा कि स्ट्रॉन्ग मेंटालिटी रखना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है गेम में, एंड
Right.
यहाँ पे शोकेस करके दिखाया वीएलटी ने। कंग्रेचुलेशंस अनुज एंड योर
Thank you
टीम
so much.
फॉर क्वालिफाइंग।
Thank
आप
you.
पहली टीम हो जो एपैक के लिए क्वालिफाई हो चुके हो,
Thank
एंड
you,
बस
thank
इतना ही
you.
बोलना चाहूंगा।
Again, मतलब
सिमर आप बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हो।
गेम के
Thank you.
एंड तक अगर
Thank
बात
you,
करें, सो वेलोसिटी गेमिंग ऑलमोस्ट एट दैट लेवल थी, बिकॉज़ जब वो 12-12 भी हो, उसके बाद में भी इट वाज देन 13 एक तरफ ग्लोबल की तरफ जाता हुआ, फिर देन द अदर राउंड, नेक्स्ट राउंड एकदम से फिर वेलोसिटी की तरफ जाता हुआ, सो द प्रेशर लेवल डेफिनेटली वाज ऑन टॉप। उसके साथ में आइस लुक जॉनी, व्हाट इज योर क्वेश्चन?
मेरा बस एक बहुत लाइट हार्ट सा क्वेश्चन रहेगा, कितना मजा आ रहा है अब आइस बॉक्स पे रेना खेल रहे हो तो?
मेरे को तो बहुत ही मजा आता है, लेकिन कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है या तो मैं अच्छा रेना खेल सकता हूँ या तो मैं अच्छी आईजीएल कर सकता हूँ। तो कभी कभी कुछ कुछ राउंड्स में ऐसा चूज करना पड़ता है, बिकॉज बीइंग अ ड्यूलिस्ट यू हैव टू फोकस ऑन योर क्रॉस एयर, योर एम कंप्लीटली। बट यहाँ पे ऐसा होता है या तो आधे टाइम मैं रडार देखता रहता हूँ, किसी को कॉल आउट्स देता रहता हूँ, इधर बुलाता रहता हूँ उधर, तो इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू प्ले ड्यूलिस्ट एज एन आईजीएल। तो वो कभी कभी ऐसा हो जाता है कि मैं रेना के साथ उसके साथ नाइंसाफी कर रहा हूँ, कभी ऐसा लगता है आईजीएल के साथ कर रहा हूँ, तो वो आई स्टिल हैव टू कोप अप विद दैट। बट विद टाइम आई थिंक मैं कर लूंगा। अभी तो बहुत खुश हूँ रेना के लिए।
एंड हम भी काफी खुश हैं आपको रेना में देख के।
पहले सरप्राइज थे,
मैं पहले थोड़ा सरप्राइज था।
जो पोजीशन जहां पे ऑफ कोर्स वेलोसिटी गेमिंग इज फाइंडिंग देमसेल्व्स, उसके लिए ऑफ कोर्स द फैंस एंड एवरीबॉडी राइट हियर इज आल्सो फीलिंग वेरी वेरी हैप्पी, एंड अगेन कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू यू एज यू हैव मूव्ड ऑन इनटू द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स, एंड कल के गेम के लिए भी बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
Thank you so much guys. Thank you.
Some great choice of words also from the Hindi desk and also from Amaterasu himself, CA. So through the interview, man, definitely did get to see the pressure. The pressure was high. The stake is high too. Understandable, the pressure is going to be high. But now moving forward, they definitely are really happy. So there's going to be a lot of celebrations, huh?
Yeah, exactly. There's going to be a ton of celebrations from the side of Velocity Gaming, but not too many just yet. I mean, they probably just have a nice dinner, go to bed early, you know, not think too much about what happened. Maybe do the WOD review in the morning tomorrow, because still they have to win the grand finals to secure a better seeding. And of course, more importantly, even the bigger prize pool, because now, yes, they've guaranteed themselves $7,500, but the double up for grabs if they actually manage to get themselves the trophy. Plus, if you remember what Sentinel said back in the launch party we had all the way at the start of the VCC, he said for VLT, all they see is the win right here. They don't care about 2 slots. They want that number 1.
They want that number 1, and I'm pretty sure if they have the winner's mentality, they will go ahead and get it. Now, after this kind of a first to the best of 3 series, after the WoW Classico, we're going to be moving down into the underground. So this is where it is the elimination brackets. This is where the knockout punches are going to flow through between Enigma Gaming and Global Esports. They're going to try to knock each other out of the VCC to find out which team's going to be knocked out. You guys will have to go through a short break. We'll be right back.
So anyone is like that.
ऐसे तो उल्टा पूछते, सबसे ज़्यादा बात कौन करता है?
ज़्यादा बात, maybe Marcel sometimes. कभी एक्स्ट्रा ही बात करते हैं।
जो हमारे DM King हैं, वो Helef and Antidote, all these three like used to be part of a legendary JMD gaming का lineup. तो कि motions कैसे रहते हैं तीनों के बीच में कि alright Antidote को हम दोनों ही मारेंगे या फिर ठीक है जीत है, क्योंकि like do they treat it as a normal match?
Like Antidote has been their mentor since CS:GO days. मतलब जब उन लोग छोटे बच्चे थे, Antidote was the only player from Kolkata who was well known in the community, like as a pro player. So वो लोग उसके you can say ऐसे 2 बच्चे जैसे ही है, like close friends, and you know like उनके घर पे ही वो रहते थे, वहाँ पे बड़े हुए, वहाँ पे गेम सीखा है. So जब भी एनिग्मा के साथ मैच होता है, like you know the Bengali trios are, कभी हम लोग की टीम में रहते थे, like during CS:GO days I'm talking about, mix होता था. So they're always excited to play anti.
But apart from that, Ace recently एक VCC का anthem आया, collaboration between Cez on the Beat and Seethe Mod. Were you jealous that you did not get featured in it?
I thought maybe कुछ सुवा का दिखा के मुझे डाल देंगे, but it wasn't my time. You can say maybe next time आएगा. But I was like, it was a good, you can say, a thing done by NODWIN and Riot to promote our South Asia region. Like they got everyone from India, they got from Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh, and it was quite amazing to watch.
I mean, it was amazing और मैं भी hope कर रहा हूँ कि अगला जो anthem अगर हमारा आता है तो आप जैसा आपने mention किया सोवा को कोई arrow चलाते हुए हमें नजर आए वहाँ पे. But thank you so much for joining us for this interview. बहुत मजा आया आपसे बातें करके. Good luck for your matches for the finals.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks for having me.
So is Bhavin Bhai a meme or a devotion? What do you feel?
Well, I mean, ये पता नहीं अचानक से chat में चालू हो गया, लोग बोलना चालू हो गए, then you know everyone just went along with it. People were like Bhavin Bhai, and like okay चलो, लोगों को मजा आ रहा है तो ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. भाविन हो या भोविन हो, याद अगर आ रही है तो सही है.
Yeah, याद तो definitely आती है, but ये बात करूँगा, like how many tables have you smashed like throughout your streaming career?
Like I just smashed one like last night. I was not streaming, but I lost a game from an unlosable position, a ranked game. But I did not smash the table. I smashed my hand onto the table. Hopefully, did not get hurt. But yeah, ऐसे तो बहुत बार हुआ रहता है. और सिर्फ रैंक गेम्स में होता है, टूर्नामेंट में नहीं. रैंक गेम्स में इतना जो आते हैं स्ट्रीम पे उनको तो पता ही है, जो नहीं आते guys you can check out my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I mean अभी Hellranger singing करना शुरू कर दिए तो then we know we're in trouble. But hey, music video की बात करी जाए, SK Rossi in the music video, yeah or नहीं?
Yeah, I think like I like the video overall. It was a really good video, and Rossi tha video में obviously तो I am a bit biased, but yeah, it's a yeah.
But talking about seeing resemblances, वो आप लोग ने भी meme बनाया था around SK Rossi Forsaken resemblance. So what I want to know is, does Rossi use the Forsaken Vandal at all?
He does sometimes. I don't think that is the one he has equipped. I'm not sure, but yeah, he does use it sometimes.
Does G versus Enigma become the new Val Classico, or is there only one Val Classico?
You can't change the Val Classico because like in a month, right? उसके पहले का almost a year and a half, you know, G versus ELT has been happening for so long. That is the Val Classico. Yeah, this can be called a new. This can be called something else maybe, but yeah, you can't change a matchup in like a month or two.
शायद VCC 2023 में यही question आपको पूछना पड़ेगा वापस. But for now, thank you so much, Hell. It was an absolute pleasure having you on for the interview. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Meet the Conquerors. We've got Antidote coming in from Enigma Gaming, one of the newest IGLs in the country, yet clearly already proven as one of the best. So with no further ado, let's hear from Antidote and let's see what he's got to say. Hey Auntie, how are you?
Hi C, I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, Auntie. Thanks for asking. Let's get straight to the questions which we're here for. Enigma has really turned the tide from VCC 1 to VCC 2 now. So what was the reason behind this? How has Enigma done this?
Your hard work. Like we have been putting lots of hours in the game. The performance are only the outcome of the practice and the hard work you put behind the scenes. So I think that's the key.
Talking about hard work, recently you're one of the first teams to get a coach into your lineup. YB's addition, how has that influenced your team? How has his leadership affected the results you've got going on?
When he retired from Counter-Strike, and immediately I asked him like, will you join Valorant and join my team as a coach? Back then nobody believed because he's never played a Valorant ranked or never seen a Valorant Pro match. But I believed in him because I know that the guy, like whatever he brings in the table is insane. Like his work ethics, that is the thing I wanted in my team, and I'm glad that he is a part of Enigma.
But talking about something new coming into the team, Excali has been a firepower addition, like instantly making his mark. So what was the thought process behind getting Excali on board?
In my mind, I always wanted a sixth guy, you know, a six-man roster squad. So you need those fresh legs sometimes because players are getting fatigued, players are getting tired. So you need those fresh legs, you know, to join and play a couple of matches for you, and that's good. And also, if you have a sixth guy, or you have a six-man roster, all the 5 players are, you know, they know that if I don't perform, somebody can switch me. Previously in India, people wish to play double initiator, so why not play double duelist and play on our strengths? So yeah, that's the thought process behind making Excali the double duelist thing, and you know making the composition like that.
I think Rofu's impact, we saw it in VCC1, we're seeing it again in Q1 and then Grand Finals playoffs. Do you think he's starting to get the attention he deserves, or do you think he's still underrated?
I think whatever attention he's getting, he deserves it. He's a star player, plus he's playing for the team. So that is the very good thing about him. I believe it's very easy to work with, and he has done an amazing job till now, and I hope he'll keep doing it. And he's young, so yeah.
Do you think Velocity is currently your biggest threat to the trophy overall?
I think all the three teams are very buffed, and I think we need to look out for everyone, not only Team Velocity. But on papers, if you see, and on if you see the current performance, I think yes, Velocity is the biggest threat right now.
A note from you to all of these other three teams you're going to be facing later this weekend.
Either we will get surprised, or either you guys will get surprised. So yeah, something new will come. Definitely.
Thank you, Auntie, for making the time and coming in here talking to us. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much for having me, CA, and looking forward to the grand finals now, and looking forward to hear your casting as well.
है मेरी जिम्मेदारी बनूं काबिल करूं कैरी कभी कभी मारूं सर पे किसी के वन टैप है मेरी जिम्मेदारी बनूं काबिल करूं कैरी हूं मैं आयरन लेकिन दिल से बंदे रेडिएंट प्लस सर पे ठाक ठाक जाने जाती सर पे काटा टॉट नो ब्रेक जब मैं क्लच लाता मिले है वाह निशाना चाहे चाहे चुकअप जाना खुद से आगे फिर से आके बैठे इन द क्यू मैं बांधा या सख्त घड़ी देखी आ चुका था मेरे जीतने का वक्त ये खाते जेट लैग जब मारी ये जेट टैग ब्रीच की अल्ट मैं ना लीव एम ऑल स्टर्न पर जब मैं गिरूं ये पूछे कि मुझसे नहीं हो रहा क्या मैं करूं ट्राई हार्ड ये बोले नहीं हो रहा क्या मैं गया बीस मोड ये बोले नहीं हो रहा क्या वैसा कुछ भी नहीं जो मुझसे नहीं हो रहा क्या है मेरी जिम्मेदारी बनूं काबिल करूं कैरी कभी कभी मारूं सर पे किसी के वन टैप है मेरी जिम्मेदारी बनूं काबिल करूं कैरी हूं मैं आयरन लेकिन दिल से बंदे रेडिएंट आने में लगा था वक्त पर आया मैं जब से बुरा नहीं नाम कोई आया मैं लेनी तक जो करी है शक कभी देहदात वही हूँ देश में पहले से बहुत मेरा एम बहुत सा है मेरा एम लॉक के डॉट्स है मेरा गेम मोड ऑन बहुत फायर विन टॉप 5 एंड गॉड्स है फिर वापस लौट आया कंसिस्टेंट और हौसला है टॉप फ्रैग पे टॉप फ्रैग मेरा क्रॉस सर खोलता है फ्लैट प्लेयर्स में बोलता है मेरे सर पे घुमा रहा है जो मेरे सर चढ़ के बोलता है जब मैं गिरूं ये पूछे कि मुझसे नहीं हो रहा क्या मैं करूं ट्राई हार्ड ये बोले नहीं हो रहा क्या मैं गया पीस मोड ये बोले नहीं हो रहा क्या वैसा कुछ भी नहीं जो मुझसे नहीं हो रहा क्या है मेरी जिम्मेदारी बनूं काबिल करूं कैरी कभी कभी मारूं सर पे किसी के वन टैप है मेरी जिम्मेदारी बनूं काबिल करूं कैरी हूं मैं आयरन लेकिन दिल से बंदे रेडिएंट ब्लैक ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं जो मुझसे नहीं हो रहा है
Oh man, after the first match, of course, we also need to take a little bit of chill pill. So I was also having a cup of coffee. But moving forward though, CA, man, second matchup of the day, second BO3 series of the day, moving down in the low elimination brackets. This is where the knockout punches are going to be thrown. And what do you think? So which is going to be the team that's going to be knocked out today? I want a prediction.
It's so hard to give one. I'll give you one right as soon as I see the veto. But I will say now itself what I'm expecting, because in my mind, if it is going to be the standard maps of Bind and Haven picked up once again, then I don't think it is going to be GE picking up the win, because Haven itself, if you look back, I think that was just Enigma trying out a new composition. As soon as they go back to their old style of Silver Sky, they'll be much, much better. And similarly for Bind, I feel like they were just surprised with the aggressive nature with which Global Esports played. But if it ends up being something like Icebox being played, something like Split being played, then I think once again GE will have the surprise factor and be able to take them down. Now, even Bind Haven, I'm not saying Enigma will get the win. I still think this is the defending champions setting us up for the Val Classico in the grand finals. It's just a matter of how close it's going to be.
Exactly. How close is it going to be? This is what we will be able to find out soon enough, because the match is pretty much lined up and ready. We should be able to get in the map veto soon too. We should be able to find out what the veto is going to be looking like. I'm pretty sure Sia already knows what the veto is. I just haven't really checked it yet. But moving forward though. Okay, we both haven't really checked it, so there's going to be as much as an astonishing factor for us two and you guys too at the same time, so both will be able to find out soon. But CA, I personally think so my predictions are going to be the same as yesterday. I went with 2-0 GE, and I honestly feel like this should be the case today as well. Let's take a look at the brackets to find out where we are currently. As I mentioned, we are currently in the lower brackets finals, which is the elimination brackets, and one of these teams is going to move one forward, and the other team's going to be knocked out the VCC.
Yeah, exactly. VCC live and APAC playoff spot on the line. Man, my voice box is close to giving up. My English is almost done too. But that's okay. We will rally back. I will get the Shell LaBeouf buff, you know. Just do it. Yeah.
All right. Well, CA is getting pumped up. It kind of reminds me of an emo in some other game.
Yeah, that is Shell LaBeouf.
Okay. What game is that from?
No, I mean, so the original version of that emo came from Shia LaBeouf. It's like the Just Do It emo. Yo.
Oh, the Just Do It meme. Okay, I get it. All right, yeah, we got this. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, this is why I had the coffee too, so to get my energy level backed up, because what we saw in the first Val's Classico was completely staying true to our expectations, but it's Global Esports picking up the map of Split, and then Enigma picking up Haven. I mean, Global Esports picked up Haven against VLT, and they lost. It seems like Enigma Gaming now, they're trying to abuse the fact on the map of Haven.
I don't like this veto for EG at all, man. Split clearly Global Esports. Not only for them is it a strong map, but they're noticing that Neon debuff that Enigma have basically. Now, what I'm curious about is whether the Neon comes back, because I might be making certain sounds if it does. But at the same time, I kind of hope it doesn't, because Cali did not look very comfortable. The team did not look very comfortable around that Neon. And when your life is on the line, when an APAC playoff spot is on the line, well, we had this discussion in the first match as well. Global Esports pulled off a brand new comp, executed it almost perfectly, and were able to pull off a demolishing victory. So it's not that it's not possible, it's just that they haven't done it once. It's just a matter of have they done the necessary preparation to do it again or not.
Okay, so from that, we know they always, I mean, at least for now in the grand finals, they've been pulling out some MasterCards. So do you think there's going to be another anonymous composition that's waiting in the map of Split, or do you think so they're just going to stick to basics?
From GE?
Yeah.
No. That composition they have right now is the strongest composition for them personally. But it's all for this, man. Personally having, you know, I think... I'm just noticing, actually. The base of that trophy is just like the base of Haven Defender side spawn where the meteorite lands. So really cool. It's like the Radianite building up and turning into this gold trophy.
Oh, dude, now I understand. And it's kind of like, you see the little bit of black hands right there just holding the trophy? Are those hands? It kind of looks like hands, right?
They look like hands, but I don't think they're hands. It's just like the conversion of, I feel like, Radianite into gold, basically.
It looks like Radianite crashed against chocolate, and that's what came out. But moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the Asian pick rate on the map of Split. So Astra is definitely going to be picked. Raze is definitely going to be picked. I don't know about Jet, though. Maybe SK Rossi will be shifted on over to the comfort role. What do you think?
Yeah, most definitely. I think the comfort role is what we're expecting from SK Rossi. The Jet Breed Sky composition for the side of GE. But man, I just want to say, VCC 1, we saw the grand finals. We were all very happy for GE and all very sad for VLT. And we really wanted 2 slots so we could see both of our amazing teams make it. VCC 2 now, we see VLT having made it. But now we're going to be in a situation where we're all happy for one team and sad for another team. And now I'm hoping we get 3 slots the next time, because Enigma and GE both deserve a slot into that international playoff spot, but only one can have it.
Only one can have it, ladies and gentlemen. We talked about these are the elimination brackets too, so only one team's going to be moving forward and securing their slot in the APAC Challengers playoffs for the VCT. And now CA, that's quite a huge thing in itself, but moving forward now, I feel like Global Esports, they've gotten enough amount of time to calm themselves down. Maybe they've also gotten the energy drinks in themselves, so they will also have a little bit of more energy to try and take down a team like Enigma Gaming. Because Enigma Gaming, they have been chilling. They have watched how Global Esports played on the map of Haven, and I feel like they're trying to exploit the same fact. But I feel like VLT is a complete different thing, man. You cannot really try to play the way VLT plays.
Yeah.
VLT thrives on control, and Enigma Gaming, you guys don't really thrive on control like that.
No, the thing is, like, I think Enigma Gaming does thrive on control, but the key difference is that VLT knows when to turn the switch on. They know when to pick up the pace. They know when to start really using that control proactively, and that's where Enigma, not so much. They're a team that likes playing very slow. I feel like Enigma is effectively the upgraded version of God Particles, because God Particles is the slowest team we have in the Indian subcontinent. Enigma do that slow play style, but much, much better, and in a way where they use the information they have very, very well, which is why going into the map split, I'm not sure of the Neon anymore. Personally, I think it suits their playstyle a lot if they have the right combos, but that if was a big no-no yesterday. They had no combos. I went back, what's the word? Excali used the slide a grand total of like maybe 1 or 2 times. Less than 5 is what I can guarantee you. Neon slide being used less than 5 times, that's a question mark. Confusion.
Yeah.
Confusion.
We didn't really see, I mean, it's like we didn't really see Neon being used to her fullest potential, right? And we know Neon has got a lot to deliver. I'm not going to lie, CA. Last night I was playing Valorant, and I unlocked Neon for the first time, and I was playing her. And in my first game, I actually got like 21 kills, and I was top fragging. So Neon is insane. I don't know. Neon is absolutely good. I was playing Operator with her, and I was able to... Okay.
I'm sorry, I saw the Neon.
What was that, CA? What was that? Yo, that's a sus moment. That's a sus moment. Okay, Excali again on Neon. So hopefully this time they have some combos prepared, because I honestly feel like my all stakes here are going to be with Global Esports. My all eyes are going to be on Global Esports, because Enigma Gaming, if they play like yesterday, they don't stand a chance. They might just GG go next.
Okay, Necro. Savage Necro right here.
I mean, you know, I'm speaking the truth too, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, I think. But to be fair, you do have a point, at least mathematically, because at this point, boy, oh boy, for Enigma Gaming, Neon is going to be a big, big test. I feel like they need to prove that they've improved. They've found a way to make her work, because I'm excited. You heard it from the sound I made myself. I just want to see as much of the Neon as possible, but... I think at this point for Enigma Gaming, it's not just about the Neon anymore. It's about how they make her fit into this composition, as well as for Excali. Now, Excali, he's a man who thrives on confidence. When he's confident, it feels like he slaps everybody around. Even SK Rossi might be concerned about taking a peek against him. But when Excali is not confident, everything about his game goes down in the gutters.
Yeah. That's when you actually know he used to be an Excali. You get it? You get it?
God.
Moving forward, though, ladies and gentlemen, Global Esports, I mean, it looks like they are quite tired. Look at the face of Skills. He's like, just end this game already. I just want to go to bed. Lightning Fast, too. He doesn't really have the energy that pumped up. But I just feel like that's just classic Global Esports for you. On the other hand, young faces, talented players on the hands of Enigma Gaming, Rafiel too, his beard shining, man. I love it.
I personally love RVK. Just game face, the light shining.
Man,
bright.
he's literally flashed, bro.
That's how I used to be when I played League of Legends professionally. Like, I used to sit extremely close to the monitor. I loved a dark background, like to get the brightness up high, nice, and so I could see every single pixel.
That hurt my eyes. Oh my God, no.
Yeah, it did hurt my eyes too, which is why I stopped doing it. But
you still don't have glasses, and I'm jealous.
It's a strong, healthy diet, Necro. That's what caused it.
That's kind of cap.
Not even kidding.
At this point, I don't even believe in something like diet can help you with vision. I've tried, trust me, I've tried every single trick to try.
No, I'm not saying you should go on a diet, but you should eat healthy food. Like, I eat a lot of greens, I eat a lot of vegetables, a lot of carrots, you know, so healthy fruits and vegetables. No Scarguard, I did eat a parrot. I've talked about carrot. But right here, let's take a look at how effective this Neon is able to be. He's got the Ghost, the high gear, as well as the relay bolt in his hand. For everyone who has no idea what I'm talking about, that's a stun in the slide.
Yeah, that's a pedal to the metal. Rossi able to drift back away to safety. Excali though is able to find the opening, so at least he's able to make the Neon place that worth it. Slide comes through. Easy entry on the elbow. There we go, CA. That's the first slide of the game. I'm going to try to count it as many as times it's being caught by the observers.
No, you can see it on the map as well. It's pretty obvious. I'll count pictures though. I'll give you the count when it happens. At least as long as I can, because I feel like this map will get too intense at a point and we'll forget that we were even counting in the first place. But right now, 3v3 on the retake.
They cannot give these duels.
Exactly. Isolated duels will be the downfall of Enigma Gaming. Hellrangers found one, but Rafuel with the trade makes it a 2v2 again.
Oh no, that's it.
With the 3K.
He gives these solo peeks. Excali again was a little too over aggressive in that peek on the elbow side. He should have just hold his ground and try to play off it with Rafuel, but no, that was not the case. Instead, Rafuel was just playing really safe. Excali playing really aggressive. And that's going to cost him the first round. Enigma Gaming. This is where the demise is knocking their door. Judge pulled out. Oh no, his take is getting his hands dirty. And we know what happens when Global Esports pulls out a judge.
Oh, when lightning fast pulls out the judge, you mean?
Yeah.
Necro with the evil laughter. The judge coming through. And at this point, what is key is making sure this Neon is able to find some value offer utility. But no utility bot in this round. Of course, it is an eco for the side of Enigma Gaming, and the judge gets executed in the face by Rafuel. He's the jury of how that judge works.
Indeed is the jury. That's the Hawks out too. Oh, 2 kick kills to follow it up. Skilled. Okay. I mean, as expected, they're supposed to win this round. Oh, a little bit of fall damage, but it's okay. That's not going to add on to his death points, trust me. Nice heals coming through, too. That's going to be both those players healed up to max. Rexy posted up. It's a 3-on-4. The advantage is equally there. Excali with the judge. But in that range, you cannot really make a lot of things happen. Pulls out the Sheriff, or actually switches up to the Sheriff. But it's not going to matter. Yep, there we go. Final man alive. It's going to be 1-on-4. A huge difference to make. Rexy with all the emotions online in this round.
Normally, Rexy's got the sexy aim, but against the Phantom,
judge. Oh my god, he gets the judge.
And an aftershock coming out. Yeah. They make sure to keep their distance, you know. Lightning Fast probably wanting them.
Exactly. But that judge is being safe though. It's carried over. So you know, CA in the B main, I honestly feel like if I have like a feeling, I take a judge and I sit behind that metal box. Right there. So what I do is I ask my Astro to smoke it, and then I instantly sit behind that metal box in the B main.
Maybe we get to see that from Lightning Fast this time around because they've retrieved his judge. And now he's gonna have the ability to move it and make it happen.
Or now though.
It's all about what review Enigma have done, what combos they prepared. So far haven't seen much, but the fast lane, the wall now available. Excali just goes for a dry peek and shuts him down. Fair enough, Excali, he's got the confidence. But now setting up the stuns for his team as they look to execute onto site.
Yeah, he's got the confidence indeed, the site control too, with the confidence to add it up. The wall's out to make sure RVK is going to be crossing over without any troubles. And now they're just going to try to play off of post plants. Look at the rest of the players from Enigma. They're taking their sweet little time to try and make the take happen on the site, but it's okay. It's just Excali lining up bodies with a nice 2K. Kappa trying his best to try and equalize the man number. It's 3-on-4. This is certainly doable. That's going to be skills fighting a man. Now in the close range, Spectre can be detrimental, but it's Kappa making the Papa moments on the site with 2 players that are trying to play it off to each other. Antidote.
He has 1 star. He's going to gravity well and deny the plant.
There we go.
Oh, he didn't place it properly. Oh, he did not place it properly. He placed it on the diffuse, so small highlight to all the wannabe Astromains out there. Well, I'm saying that because the Astra mains already know this. You know, I'm an Astra main myself. I know this, so I'm assuming all the Astra mains know this. But when you're using your gravity well to deny a diffuse or a plant, for that matter, it has to be away from the plant. The point being that it has to pull the person away from the diffuse to a significant
away from that
reach.
radius right there.
Yeah,
You see
away
the
from
spike
that radius, so that then they're not able to diffuse and they end up getting pulled into the center of the gravity well. If you put it in the middle or even close to where the diffuse is, then suddenly they're just going to stand right there and they're going to keep diffusing. I mean, sit right there and keep diffusing, I guess.
Yeah,
Kneel
but I
right
mean,
there.
honestly, it's just Kappa going just Papa mode.
No, but again,
Snake
man,
is insane.
like Excali in that situation, he can use the fast lane, reposition himself, he can wall up and move into a different position, but he doesn't. This is why we were feeling sus about the Neon pick. Like, don't get me wrong, I loved it, but talking about
no.
GE, they're picking up just free peaks on Enigma Gaming, and it's really weird when they've got a Neon. The whole point of this Neon is to deny those easy peaks.
And Excali, yeah, I mean, even though he's not doing that bad, I still feel like Neon's kit isn't used to perfection.
Yeah.
When it comes to the team play. It's more kind of like Excali trying to play it off a solo Neon duelist.
Exactly.
Which is okay. But
I don't
he's-
blame Cali. I think it's just a factor of the team maybe not being comfortable, or the team not preparing enough.
Yeah. It's clearly being seen, right? And they're trying to rely off of Cali's solo fragging capabilities, which is nothing wrong. He is capable of doing so, but this is a team game. You can never try and rely off of that. Antidote, again, a drive peak flows through. Held Ranger punishes him, even though the man's low. Expected here. There we go. Lining fast with a great read on to Cali.
And it's also because of the simple fact that this is what we were talking about, even though Enigma love getting control of areas which Neon is really good at. What they're not necessarily good at, Enigma Gaming, is picking up the pace with that Neon and when they have that control. So you've got to get Neon into advanced positions. They've got to put themselves into an area where the Neon can then start looking, because go back to the double duelist meta, right? Remember when Phoenix used to be played on Haven? It was never the case that everyone just W's onto site with the double duelist. No. Usually on defaults, you help the Phoenix get into an advanced position and then you leave him there as a duelist to solo lurk around, be an active lurker, find duels and attract attention to himself. If he wins the duels, you can rotate onto him. If he doesn't, then you can just use that attention to fake and go to another site. But at this point, Cali is not able to do that because the team is not setting him up. And we're talking a lot about Neon, in my opinion, because this entire composition revolves around him. Similarly, if Cali was playing the race, I feel like he'd have a lot more impact for his team.
4-0 is the score line. And trying to find impact this late. I mean, Cali definitely wants to make some solo impact happen. But again, not gonna lie, sometimes those stun can be hard to place, man. But yeah, the Seeker's kind of stuck. Is it bugged out? These are the Seekers kind of bugged out there, but it's okay. Rawfuel's trying to peek out. There we go. The first man's known. Rawfuel instantly cloud bursts onto there. Skills is going to peek out. Rawfuel, oh, iffy aim, but it's okay. Wins that duel in the end of the day. 30 HP in the hand. Kappa here, making sure not another man is able to cross through. Rexy's holding an off angle. Is he going to be expected? Head Ranger somewhere down line. The timing might just not work in his favor. There we go. Expects the man in the close. Cuts his head off. Another man right there. Oh, a great fleet onto Antidote. Enigma Gaming, they're just losing these duels. And they're being cost step for that. Viper's pit out. Lightning Fast instantly spamming right next to the iron box. But still no connections found. 30 HP in the hands of Hell Ranger. And Hell Ranger life's going to be mattering a lot too.
RBK holding off the off angle, waiting for them to just try and sneak through the edge of that Viper's pit. They do exactly that. He reads them like a book and shuts them down, lining them up, making sure that a round picked up for the side of Enigma Gaming. RVK almost single-handedly carried Enigma yesterday against Exploit Necro. Seems like he's on track to maybe do it again. Very hard against GE, I'll say. Maybe, just maybe.
If I'm not wrong, even in GE and VLT match, it was 4 rounds back-to-back from VLT, and then Global Esports won a round, and now it seems like the history is repeating itself. Global Esports are getting a taste of their own medicine. There we go. Neon is pissed. Is she going to be able to deliver, though? That's what I want to know. Stun's out. The finger gun's out, too.
Overdrive for all the nerds like me. is what we call it, but it's running out of charge as the Neon not able to find any frags. Now instead, GE retake that area, trying to get back. When's the Rolling Thunder set up? But Rawfuel was not stunned, and neither was Anti. Shuts down one and is able to get a key space now. Exactly, look at Cali. He's just lurking on the edge of vents. Here's the rope being pulled up. So I think he's gonna assume that the Vents player is gone. They're not gonna expect Lightning Fast to come through on the lurk. That rope sound made by Hellranger is key. Lightning Fast should be able to pick up.
There we go. SK Rossi just booms onto one. Excali though is trying to get their trade onto Kappa, and that's a big trade too.
He's got a weapon.
They have the lockdown available. Lightning Fast now is just waiting for them to flood on the A side. There we go. Turret gets the contact. Lightning Fast playing to perfection on the contact play, but I just feel like that's a little bit of desperation lockdown right there. No value being done from that lockdown. Lightning Fast should have tried to play things a little bit more safer and a little bit more calculated. Was just trapped in that corner, trapped in the cell.
It's
gonna try to play at least, yeah.
It's almost a lockdown where he's expecting them to leave him be and respect him, but they don't. Instead, Rossi slaps him in the face, and Hellranger with another breaking his mirror, leaving RVK in a 1v2. Now this man, he pulled out a 4K yesterday on just a pistol. This time with a Vandal reveals his position on the elbow, and Hellranger with that information, that gun barrel, as you said, being spotted now, shuts him down.
He didn't take a single damage. He didn't take a single bit of damage. Hellranger. He has full armor, CA. That's going to be saving so much economy.
Yeah. Again, that lockdown, I 100% agree with. A bit of a panic one. Like, imagine at least he'd come back into A main and tried to hold A main, then they could have used the lockdown for the retake instead. Or maybe just saved it for the next round. But if he really wanted to use it that round, I feel like he really should push back into A main, use the lockdown there, and then just hold the attacker side spawn entry into A main. But instead, he panics, uses it right there, hopes to find a fight. He's almost like he's trying to bait them into a fight, right? Because as soon as they see the lockdown, they're gonna want to push him. But that's relying too much on individual duels, individual prowess for that big a utility. Because of that simple factor. And almost lost that round, but they did end up pulling it back. And now EG on the eco, they're trying to push forward. Necro, they've got 2 key flags and weapons.
They're trying to get a thrifty, but not like that, Rawfuel. You hit some cracked up shots and then you miss like that. That's going to be costing your team a lot, because now it's a 2-on-3. Man advantage in their favor. Antidote with the operator. He's trying to give us some glimpse. Trying to give us some glimmers of what used to happen in the history. Oh, skilled. Being caught off guard on the ropes. But it's okay. RBK is going to be able to sneak away with a plant. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Global Esports. This is certainly doable. No ultimates available. Neither Rolling Thunder. Now you can clearly see the paranoia setting in for both these teams. That's a nice flick. Antidote. This is not something he's done for the first time.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what a shot. How is he so cracked?
He's the Sheriff King, baby. RVK. But talking about Antidote for a second though, clearly you could see, as you said, not a stranger to this operator, flicks perfectly. And a fun fact, he's actually got a sniper on his right arm, tattooed, to signify his journey as the primary operator player across multiple FPS titles.
Yeah, so I know. Unfortunately, now he's not an operator anymore. Pretty shifted down to a controller role.
Maybe there'll be an op. Maybe there'll be a controller in the future who can also op.
Poison orb emitting.
That'll be cool, I guess.
Poison's off.
Yeah. Look at RBK. Ooh. Five and 5, ladies and gentlemen. Or 5-2, my bad.
I've got your
5 and 5 players out alive. Seeker's out too. And there we go. The Seekers flow through, and now the position's going to give away. And now they know one man's isolated on the site. Rawfuel is pedal to the metal, but this time he's been shut down. You cannot challenge solo duels like that, but it's okay. Excali gets the trade, but the trade's not enough. Oh, a lot of whiffs. Rossi able to retaliate back in style, and in time, as I'd like to call it. Final man alive, Rossi's on a tear. He's looking unstoppable. Final Seeker's going to give his position away. RBK position known, but this man's cracked up. You can't just challenge him like that. Shorty's out for Kappa. What is he trying to do here? He's trying to make some demonic plays happen.
No charges left.
30 seconds left.
RVK again. He seems to be left in these positions way too much. He's running out of time. He's been hit by the op, and the short is most likely to finish him off. But
a little
RVK
too
with a
late.
swing.
8 HP.
Takes down Kappa, but as you said, Kappa made a dent. And now with just 8 HP, it's almost impossible. A thrifty for Enigma. Now a thrifty for GE. All of the momentum that they had just gone, disappeared.
Down A.
Momentum gone, and it seems like Enigma Gaming will be gone too from the VCC. If they just keep playing like this. 6-2, it's the score line. Enigma Gaming will need to start stepping things up because Global Esports, once they get this momentum, it's going to be hard to put a stop. Technical break though. Seems like someone's having a couple of issues. Last time it was skills, but this time it's the IGL himself, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe this is another bladder break.
Yeah, Hellranger went to the toilet, so yeah.
I missed that. I was trying to take a look at what ultimates we had available. It's probably where I missed it, but talking about those ultimates, Enigma Gaming have got RVK's Viper's Pit back online. I just want to see them using that fast lane to get entry onto site. We've seen him using the fast lane today, but it's more for himself, you know. Again, I want to reiterate the fact that Neon is not like Jet and Raze. She's not a duelist that can easily make plays on her own. Like, she is a duelist that is able to continuously find a lot of space when she's paired up with her teammates. So a very simple example would be you set up the fast lane from A main all the way into ramps. That way you get a crossing smoke effectively. Instead of a crossing smoke, you have the fast lane to get you into ramps. And you can have your Sky bend the flash around that wall and then use it to peek ramps at the same time with the slide. If you time that perfectly, even if they dodge the flash, the Neon just comes in your face and shuts you down. That's the kind of aggressive plays the Neon is good at. Again, nothing to take away from Cali. I feel like he's trying to do the best with what he's got. But the Neon is not about individual plays.
Exactly, those stuns are just so good. Now you need to understand, they have Breach. Global Esports have Breach for stuns, but Enigma Gaming, they only have a Neon. And they can try and fill the shoes for sure, but there should be no room for error. And for now, considering how new Neon is, there will be a lot of room for error.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
This technical break, yeah.
Because if he's just trying to create space for himself and then help his team get into those positions, I think he would be much better on the Raze. He'd have the Boombot to try and navigate certain rounds. He'd have more aggressive utility in the nades to try and create more damage and be more impactful for his team. It just feels like Cali is limited in his options when he's playing the Neon alone.
All I can say, man, may the best team win.
Win.
Win. Wee. Yeah, may the best team win.
That's the sound Hellranger heard just now.
When he was emptying his bladder?
I didn't say that. You did, Necro. Yeah.
He's like, wee.
Okay, I'm gonna stop thinking about Ranger emptying his bladder because the tech break is gone, and soon the pause. Never mind.
Oh, now it's Enigma. They're like, all right, dude.
All right, we might.
For so long we've been waiting.
never
Okay,
mind.
now it's gone. Okay. All right.
Let's get the
The timer's unpaused. 3, 2, 1, and the round's gonna be proceeded now. Kappa's ready with the stun.
Now, again, a lot of criticism from my side on, not even criticism, I'd say a lot of plausible explanations for what the Neon could do, a lot of theory crafting, you know, but this Neon could easily get out of hand on the hands of Cali, even if he's just making individual plays. As long as he's able to make sure that he pushes on forward, but right now instead, George sliding on through, Kappa with the tracking shuts him down, executes that Neon, and
Spike down
unfortunately,
A.
that's all she wrote.
Yeah, she slid into her own death. And now raw fuel and antidote. These two star players left all by themselves. Turret gives his position away. Now Rafael will need to try and navigate through. Antidote kind of separated out with the matte black Vandal. 3 stars available for him. 21 bullets in the magazine. Kappa just holding a close angle. Knows he has to spike control as well. If Rossi misses out on the shot, oh,
30
that's
seconds
not
left.
going to happen. The chances of that are pretty low. So Kappa, his work's cut off now. It's all down to Rafael. I'm pretty sure he's probably going to go for either some exit frags or just a proper save. And that's what he's going for.
GE giving him the respect as well. Not going on the
10
hunt just
seconds
yet.
left.
But I think they should, because they have a blossoming economy. They can afford even 2-3 members lost in trade for this weapon. And in the hands of Rafael, it can be quite devastating, because even look at the shields, right? He's got 42, which means he's unlikely to upgrade into the full shield next round. He's probably just going to carry over with that 42 shield and give maybe his teammate a weapon or two. But they don't hunt him. She's just playing it slow. But again, imagine the same push that Cali did, but with the wall set up, the neon wall set up.
Exactly.
30 seconds left.
Could have changed the entire outcome too.
Yeah.
And if he just dashes away, that was an easy scroll through on the other half or on the other side. But it's just Global Esports realizing the fact that how OP the judge can be on the defending side. And they do realize these stuns are not being used to perfection again.
But again, man, like, I think something that is underestimated on the Neon, because when she first came out, everyone was hyped about her stuns, which rightfully so, her stuns are amazing. But something that everyone underestimates on the Neon is the amount of damage that wall does. Just setting up that wall, like, no player is going to try to walk through it, and if they do, they take a ton of damage. You can easily just kill them with a couple of bullets, you know, a couple of body shots.
How much damage does it do again?
Let me check the exact numbers, but if someone stands in it for its entire duration, they almost die. So it does a ton of damage. But hold on, let me check its exact numbers.
I mean, if they just cross through for a second, then it's not going to do that much amount of damage, right? Maybe like a Phoenix wall, I guess?
Yeah. Hold on.
Yes, Phoenix wall
30
doesn't
damage
really...
per second.
Oh, okay, so that's a lot of damage. Okay,
It's
so
a
when you
lot of
walk, you're
damage.
pretty much going to be taking out 30 damage
So
if you walk through the wall.
Like, if you walk through the wall, like, at max, at least you're going to walk through for half a second and then walk back, right? So at least 15 to 20 damage, which is a decent bit. Like, and if you walk for a full second, then 3 body shots, you die. Because 30 damage taken already, so... I feel like a lot of players end up underestimating the amount of damage it all does, but what we're underestimating right now, and what G underestimated in the last round, was the impact of this Vandal save for Rafael. The Hero Vandal coming online, he's found a huge 3K and a thrifty for Enigma. G, you should have gone hunting. You couldn't leave Rafael without Vandal, man.
Yeah. The saved Vandal pretty much being saved round for Enigma Gaming right there. Rafael just saving their journey over here in the VCC in this round. Rafael pretty much stepping up when his team needs him the most. RBK and Rafael, these two players, even if the rest of the players aren't really able to wake up, these two players will always deliver on the mark. On the other hand, Global Esports, I feel like the kills are equally distributed.
Turret out.
Hawk out.
So many thrifties already in one half, bodes very, very well for this elimination matchup, Necro. Global Esports versus Enigma Gaming for one last slot, but anti, you can't be entry fragging as the Astra gets shut down by Rossi, but right now, Cali, with a long fast lane, is able to get himself into sight and creates a lot of space for his team. Hellranger with a little bit of whiff, Rafael shuts him down, and despite Rossi's heroics, despite Anti's errors, it's actually Enigma Gaming in control.
Oh, lockdown's invested. Excalibur would want to shut it down. Now this is what I'm talking about. These are the great stunts. And this is where you utilize the stun to perfection, but you still get shut down like that. But as long as they get rid of the lockdown, that's all it really does matter. Oh, lightning fast. You should not give this man a chance. And there we go. Rafael's on fire. He's on some Rafael. Give it up for this man.
Sheesh. Rafael is cracked, bro. But Cali, finally, I love this from Excali. Just presses the W key, sets up the fast lane. Look at how much value it creates throughout. It's almost like a Viper wall, effectively, and then uses the bounces on the stuns. In those small angles, with those bounces, there's literally nowhere Lightning Fast could sit. Now, it's a different story. The Lightning Fast is just cracked and still manages to kill Cali while he's stunned. But at least Cali tried.
Yeah, it's just that Cali, honestly, the Neon and Cali combination gives a little bit of unluck to Cali at this point.
No, but I really liked the way he played in that round. It reminded me of the OG Cali, extremely aggressive. You know, that's what I want to see from him once again in this round, because they've got two huge ultimates. All they really need to do is rely on Cali to get them into sight, and then RVK will clutch out the round with his Viper Spit.
That's true.
Oh, but look at the setup from Global Esports. A 3-stack on the B side. Kappa holding down with the breach on Heaven, while Skills plays solo on A because they have the Rolling Thunder to retake.
Oh, now also getting the vents control. Enigma Gaming trying to be really proactive in this round. Rawfield's presence known. Excali's presence known too from the wall now. Nothing much can be saying.
Poison's off. I have the spike.
Retrieving the spike 2 in the hands of RVK. 7-4 is the scoreline. Global Esports want to make it 8-2-4. And Enigma Gaming, the pressure is going to build up because Kappa with this judge right here, he has to be the playmaker. He has to be the difference maker. So Rawfield, if he takes down a man like Kappa, then there can be a difference maker without a doubt. But oh, he steps back at the right nick of time, or at least at the wrong nick of time. The right time for Enigma Gaming though. But still, they're not really able to make anything happen. Skills able to flow through with another kill. Rexy shut down. Now we're left on a 3-on-4.
On the map, it's all about RVK. He's going to be the entry flagger, create the space. Despite the Rolling Thunder, he's going to be able to get the plant, and now Kappa with the judge trying to find an execution. But I feel like he just goes too early. That 1-for-1 trade, worth it for EG. But Skills, with a huge shot like you said, Necro, makes it a 1v1 now. He can just set up the Cosmic Divide and go for the Ninja Diffuse.
Be confident.
Because look at RVK, he's backed up all the way. I think he's relying on his Snake Bites to pull off this round. But Skills has no idea. Set up the Cosmic
that's
Divide.
great.
Well divided.
Just needs to go for the Ninja Diffuse.
No, you just need to wait for the Cosmic Divide to go through. Especially, you know, there was no one really available on the site, neither on the back site, so
I think
should have just waited.
The read from Skills was that he wrapped around pillar was coming from the back of him, because you could see the way the Cosmic Divide was set up. If he'd gone for the Diffuse, I hope we get a replay of it, but oh, we don't. So the way it was set up was that if he'd gone for the Diffuse, there was no way for RVK to push through the Cosmic Divide, because when he tried to do so, he would end up in the box or walk into the body of Skills. So he would have to go all the way around and then try to go through. And that way, Skills could have gotten at least a half diffuse and known that RVK was coming. But he wasn't expecting RVK to be in B main, B garage. He was expecting the wrap, and that's why the Cosmic Divide doesn't work out.
Seven to 5 being the scoreline.
Poison's off.
And Global Esports.
One-man army, man.
Yep. Indeed.
Scout destroyed.
RVK is the man you really need in these kind of moments, and he's always going to deliver. The consistency is a factor, and RVK always is going to shine through like a diamond. Well, even Trailblazer's trying to deny. I personally like this, where Excali got a little bit of more room to try and make some more space for his team, but didn't really work out in the end of the day. Rexy now trying to be aggressive. Has a lot of util. He has some flashes, but he should not be caught while he's trying to fade away. Rawfield able to sneak away with 2 kills. Now it's a 3-on-4. And Ranger on the B site has strolled in quite deep. Lightning Fast shut down. Antidote. Now make it a 3-on-3. Man number equalized. Threat neutralized. Spike still in control of RVK.
Oh, they're Skills. Not expecting Anti.
Don't. But look at this duel right here. It's really going to be mattering. A lot of damage dealt, even though he goes down. Look at the amount of HP they have. 11 HP in his hands. 3-on-2.
The heal, Necro. One overgrowth from the side of Rexy gets both Excali and RVK to tip-top shape. They have full HP bars now, and that's the power of the sky in these pistols. Cali will find another, and this pistol surely in the hands of Enigma Gaming. Rawfield stepping up, dropping that spike carrier, and his team reacting perfectly to control that B heaven. Make sure they end up winning the round. With that pistol win, Necro, Enigma, they get to go on to the next round with the Spectres in their hand, the anti-eco for their side. An opportunity, a clear-cut opportunity to equalize the scoreline.
They needed this desperately.
Oh, yeah.
This pistol round was their lifeline in this game, or in this map, and Enigma Gaming deliver when it was needed the most. YB is definitely going to be a happy man after that win. Now moving forward, SK Rossi Sheriff. It's going to be the hero Sheriff play. Looking for some skulls. He's looking for the victims. But is he going to be the one to be the victim? That's what we're going to find out soon. Rexy peeks out. Oh, that's a great pull. Nothing really to be taken out, but Lightning Fast is able to deliver. That's a great flash. Pushes the man out of his comfort spot. Rawfield's still alive. Not even a single bit of damage taken through the smoke. He's got some X-ray vision antidote to follow it up with two. They're just lighting him up on fire.
I'm just very confused as to why they all stacked up out there instead of going and taking Vents control, retrieve that Spectre, and then let that person, they give Rossi the Spectre and then let him lead the charge. Because they got a 1-for-1 trade over here. Rexy, he gets one, but he gets traded out by Lightning Fast immediately. Then you have to go pick up the Spectre. You know that Rexy had the Spectre since he got the one in the first place. So very weird in that particular moment in terms of decision making. And because of that, I feel like they could have done a lot more damage if they picked up the weapon up, but instead they all just fall prey to the spray. And an easy equalization for the side of Enigma Gaming. And talking about easy, this round coming through, a bonus round for Enigma Gaming. They're just going to try to hold down close cut angles and make sure that GE don't get free entry.
Not gonna lie, today is the day of great matchups. Because in some other FPS games, there's another matchup going on between Navi and G2 Esports. Another intense game. Just a golden day, not gonna lie. Oh no, what just happened? Did this game just turn off?
No.
Because Lightning Fast looked kind of panicked. He kind of panicked right there. But it's okay, 7-7. Rage quit. We've seen those moments. 7-7 is the scoreline. 14 rounds in total, quick maths.
Necro with the quick mass, and now hopefully Kali with the quick plays because the team's going to rely on him to create the space. They come down from having the guiding light, though delaying him. The vulnerable is there, but he's created the space. He's become the distraction while his team pushes in from multiple angles and finds Global Esports on this retake, on this bonus. Enigma reigning strong. Now the defuse was denied by the gravity well in the first place, but Rexy's guarding RBK while he holds it down, and Rexy plays it to perfection. Skills will get taken down, and with just the Ghost and just some Spectres, Enigma, they win the bonus, Necro. Now guaranteed, they get the operator online on raw fuel, and how does Global Esports answer this? Because remember, this is the map of GE's choice. This is the map that Enigma really struggled in against the Exploit. I feel like going into Haven, they're going to be that much stronger, so GE in some hot water right now, Necro. They're going to have to find a way to bounce back. They're going to have to find a way to rally their momentum and push back stronger. And all eyes on SK Rossi because he's got that Hero Vandal.
Oh man, the Hero Vandal. Oh, look at the dinks flowing through. Blade Storm's available. The Champions Vandal's glowing too. And now he's looking to light the skulls up on fire. He's looking to gift them some haircuts. Where is the haircut antidote? Is he going to be finding one? No. Indeed, it's a little bit of spam coming through, but there we go. That's the first haircut on the board. Oh, another one to flow through. Antidote is looking unstoppable. And now he's going to be having to pedal to the metal. A 4K and a flawless round.
A flawless round indeed. Oh my god. At this point, I don't know if there is a way for GE to bounce back. They've been through such trials and tribulations. Their mental surely affected. But this tactical timeout, this will decide the rest. They've got to win the next buy. This last round was an eco for them. It was only SK Rossi on the Hero Vandal. So now the rest of the team will be able to get the buy on. And GE, man, they're struggling with a comp that should honestly excel on the attack. The Breathe Sky composition, it gives so much playmaking potential for the side of Global Esports to set up SK Rossi for success. But they're playing all separated. They're playing all helter-skelter. And again, this is the meme I was talking about back in the first game. It feels like GE's bootcamp is literally on fire. Velocity lit it up, and now Enigma Gaming, with the raw fuel they have, is just adding that fuel to the fire.
Talk about fuel to the fire. Raw fuel is the man who's going to bring in the fuel. But yeah, 7-9, blink of an eye. The entire lead now shifted over to Enigma Gaming, also with a fair bit amount of cushion. 2 rounds cushion in their hands. Global Esports, indeed a sign of worries on their faces. How can they counter this? How can they counter this? Now they're going to give all the strats in their book. They're going to whip every single trick out because this map pick is the map pick of Global Esports. And if they don't perform here, and maybe moving in on Haven, Enigma Gaming are going to look even stronger.
That's the question though, because Enigma Gaming picked Haven themselves, so you've got to assume they've got a plan available for them, because if VLT versus GE was a tale to tell, we saw the teams exchanging the maps of their choices, so it could just as easily be GE bouncing back. We're talking about bouncing back, let's not count them out on split just yet, Necro. This is the map where they pulled it back from 12-4. I'm sure they can try and do it again from 9-7.
Scout destroyed.
Oh, that's
gonna be a little tough. There we go. One player's detained. And that's a big detain too, because now they get the site control. The plant's a little late, but it's okay. 45 seconds in the clock. Vandal's glowing. Somewhere down line, is it going to be expected? No, the man's still taking his sweet little time, and there we go. Now it's going to flow through at the last second. Controller, it's going to move it in. Well, that's a great wall right there. The Cosmic Divide's going to be dividing the site into 2 halves. And now the B main is pretty much going to be cut off. They have no sights. Kappa is the only man left in B main. No line of sights on the actual spike. How is Kappa supposed to play this? Not a lot of time left. Excali finds that crucial frag too. All down to the clutch pad himself. There we go. Waits for the wall to fade away. But he actually shuts down the diffuser. It doesn't matter, yeah. They had a lot of time.
Yeah, and half was done. I think that's why it did not matter, because if the half wasn't done, then there was not enough time. But with the half diffuse done, Kappa not able to pull it through. And unnecessary peaks, Necro. Unnecessary peaks in these post plans. Rossi, you don't need to be so aggressive, man. You need to buy time. You need to play for the delay, because at the end of the day, the round, it comes down to Kappa having enough time to pull it out. Huge plays from Enigma Gaming. Despite the early losses in the first half, they adapted, they bounced back, and right now they're looking too damn strong. There is no way to stop them. And Rafuel is on an absolute tear, Necro. Enigma Gaming and Rafuel, they want to light it up. They want to get themselves to the final, represent their team right there. But SK Rossi, with his final dagger, he'll find one and shut down Rafuel. Is the anime battle truly come online?
Don't know about the anime battles before. Now it's the battle of the Valorant characters. There we go. 3-on-2 now, CA. Excali trying to be the difference maker. There we go. Slide straight in, right next to Kappa. Lightning Fast should be able to retrieve a Vandal. There we go. He does now. Lightning Fast is going to be a man who's going to be a big threat. And a thrifty round pulled out from Global Esports. Dark message.
A message indeed. This is why you don't count out GE. The fighting nature of Global Esports clearly showing in this round. Look at the nature with which they execute that play, right? Get into the face of the first player, have the stun already set up for Rafters, expecting Rafuel to try and give him backup, forcing Rafuel into a position where he can't really give backup and move away and shut down, try to get away from SK Rossi, who shuts him down. Just like that, 8-10 now, and ooh, Rossi's got himself an operator. It's a little weird, Necro, because with the Breed Scar, you assume they want to keep playing aggressive, but Rossi going back to his comfort and slowing things down. We'll have to see if comfort is good enough.
There we go. Stuns out. A little bit of stunned concussion effects there. Head Ranger's able to sneak away with a frag and also fades back to safety. So now the man advantage in their hands. They have Cosmic Divide available to make this beat take happen. Rolling Thunder also used on the site. Excali is stunned with that. And Rossi with the operator making the entry happen. How is that possible? Excali, so much damage taken. A lot of things to deal with. Oh, I'm getting lost of words because this take is so quick. Blink of an eye, they get the site control. And now we're down to the only man left alive. It's Antidote. SK Rossi with the operator just dashes in the site like that. How is that possible?
Yeah, like SK Rossi is the only player in the world, I'm gonna say, that I can think of who flashes and dashes on an operator. Hamu?
I don't know. That's what happens when you actually gain a lot of confidence, even in pro matches.
Let me just revise that statement a little bit. SK Rossi is the only player in the world who can flash and dash with an operator and pull it off. Everyone can flash and dash with an operator. Rossi pulls it off. Like, sheesh, man.
There we go.
Flawless is exactly the word we need to describe Rossi's performance in that round. A 3K for the man. And honestly, a legend at this point. What is this? I get it that Lexi is flashed off, but the confidence to be able to flash and dash on an operator? Oh. Him and maybe Cena. That's pretty much it. I could imagine Cena doing it, but to be honest, Ascent don't play Breach as much. But that's pretty much it. Either ways though.
Turret.
The scoreline almost equalized Necro. I think the eco is not in a great position for the side of Enigma Gaming.
Yeah,
they have the buys. I can see the Vandal in Excali's hand. So this is going to be the final buy. They lose this round, they give up the lead.
They do. Give up the lead and potentially also give up the match point. But yeah, Enigma Gaming, a final chance to try and stop the momentum that Global Esports has built up. The momentum just shifting back and forth. Oh, and finally it seems like Enigma Gaming, they're giving a fight to Global Esports, because yesterday it was just a complete one-sided affair. And this is what happens when every single player from all these teams, they start activating themselves. Things get way too close for comfort. Raw fuel.
They've given up mid-control willingly, Necro. They're just trying to hold on onto site. Rexy trying to set himself up for the contact pop flash, but he doesn't peek soon enough. Instead, it's Rafuel trying to make it happen. Now he finds one, and you can see Excali on the other side with an operator.
30
Just
seconds
ends
left.
up getting isolated. This is very, very
Oh no. Oh, Rossi was ready. Rossi's got some sixth sense. He expects Excali to be there.
Planted.
And what a great expectations, not gonna lie. That's, you know, oh, there's unlimited amount of angles to check. There we go. Some of them are gonna left and checked. And Antidote falls prey to that. And now it's all down to the clutch master himself, RVK. The lightning fast is a little too quick on his reflex.
We might just get an overtime in the first map itself in this series, Necro. Global Esports growing through it all, fighting back strong. Now 10-10 on the board. They've broken the economy of Enigma Gaming, and they've forced the timeout out from YB. For YB, the call has to be simple. They need to start playing around the setups that Global Esports are doing. Again and again, GE get free mid-control, but what's especially, I think, scary for the side of Enigma is that while they get mid-control, Enigma get nothing. Imagine in that round, if Cali actually goes for an aggressive push, denies Rossi that angle, and then sits in garage, that way he's not going to get shut down by Rossi, while GE, even though they get the site entry, they can't actually go for the plant because of Cali's presence. I think that's what EG really need to do right now. They need to start getting proactive and aggressive with this Neon.
Talk about being proactive. Oh, this break. Momentum broken, Enigma Gaming, also economy in shambles. Thrifty round is needed desperately, ladies and gentlemen, to secure the first map of this best of 3 series. Operator in the hands of Rossi is causing a lot of problems. He's looking inevitable.
Inevitable is SK Rossi.
Blinded.
He's like that player who occupies an free space in your head, and currently he's occupying it in Enigma's head. They were in cruise control, Necro. They were in the driver's seat. Ball in their coat to try and pull it off, but it just will not happen.
No.
Instead, GE, they're fighting back, and SK Rossi's operator, it's unstoppable.
Yeah, we talked about this man. Is just feeling it right now. When he starts connecting some inhuman shots, it's going to be next to impossible to stop this man. Still a 2-on-3. Sheriffs can ring their heads. But again, this looks really impossible. If SK Rossi keeps on connecting shots like that, he's going to peek out. There we go. Head Ranger is going to seal the deal.
The the lead picked up for Global Esports now, Necro. That was an eco for Enigma Gaming. So next round is going to be crucial. It's going to be their buy and effectively match point. If they lose that next round, yes, that's when match point will be mathematically picked up for GE, but it will be on the essence that EG's economy is broken again in that match point round. So the next round right here is the decider. Now Rafael himself, he's got himself an operator, and you can see both of the duelists on 22 frags right now. It's truly that anime battle as Rafael and SK Rossi tried to settle themselves into a key position to help their team find the victory. But on the defense, it's going to be Rafael with a better angle. But with the operator, it's Rossi who's made the better plays already.
Better plays indeed. Marshall's out for Rafael. Or the operator's out, my bad. For now, it's got the biggest one in the team, too.
You are divided!
Divide as well. That way, Rafael cannot get a shot, but he still manages to peek out and catch a lightning fast, who shows himself a second too early, and that second is all that matters now.
Oh no,
Rossi though with the operator, building that jet diff, and as you said, a key error from Rafael, but it's really his identity, right? He is just like Rossi in that manner, where he likes to go for those aggressive peaks. He has the confidence to make it happen, but now in a 4v4 retake, with Rafael down, it's down to Cali's lurk to make something happen, Necro.
Cali's lurk, and honestly feel like the lurk's found. Lurk's, no, he's blinded too a little bit. Oh, he's taking a lot of damage. Up there we go. Pulls out the finger gun, but that's not going to be enough. Rossi's going to shut it down. It's 3-on-3. Rossi also has the Blade Storm available. With this round, Global Esports will get the match point. And Enigma Gaming, they're fighting for their lifeline here. And same thing for Global Esports. For Global Esports, they're just looking unstoppable. The momentum's in their favor. Antidote, 30 HP, and it's over. The time's not in their favor. There we go. Global Esports match point in their hand. And also the economy looks pretty good.
I wonder if Anti can save the operator though, because Rossi did have the operator towards that aiming position. He wasn't using it when he killed Cali, but it should be somewhere around there. We'll have to see if Anti is able to pick it up. Just a small shout out to what the devs said when we had early access for Neon. They explained that the best way to counter Neon is to hit headshots. So clearly, the best person to counter Neon is Rossi. Smacks Cali in the head. Even though Cali sets up that fight very, very well. The overdrive normally would win against any other player, but against SK Rossi, he's able to instantly find the headshot, and that's crucial, man, because if Rossi goes down, Cali comes through with the overdrive, he's going to be the one creating the space, and maybe Enigma end up winning the round. Right now, instead, Enigma with the broken buys. They're going for some aggressive pushes. They've got mid-control, and Rafael has the operator that I assume Anti did save, so
yeah,
he's got to make it count.
Indeed's got to make it count. Yeah, that was the operator that was being saved, so yeah, you're right. Because, oh no, with that turret chip damage, the armor's gone too. No, he messes up the dash, but it's okay. He's got the cloud burst to burst in the sight. So many utilities to dodge. Also, the Seeker's out too. The Global Esports, oh, they're making it count. They're making it hurt. And Enigma Gaming, GG go next. It's a 5-on-3. Excali trapped in hell. And indeed, now he's trying to pull his team back from hell. And that's a fine. That should be 1 in a million. And Global Esports, as I said, GG go next. It's going to be Global Esports who pull through the victory on the first map of Split. It did get really close, but as long as you get the win, that's all that matters.
And you can see the team just making sure they calm down. Hellranger and Rossi especially telling their players just hold on, don't celebrate just yet. We need one more map victory to secure our spot in the APAC Challengers playoffs, and that's important, Necro, because this map was GE's. Amazingly done, and honestly, SK Rossi diff right there, man. The minute he pulled out the operator in the attack, it was either win or lose immediately on the basis of that, because it slowed down their gameplay to a large extent, but we know how comfortable Rossi is on the operator. We know the kind of plays he's able to create on the operator, and he just does it again and again and again. There is no stopping this man.
Yeah. SK Rossi is just looking really unstoppable, and the operator itself is something that gives him like a breeze. That is kind of like gives him a lot of hope And he's like, all right, once I do get the hope, once I do smell the victory, that's where I'm going to start to thrive, and that's where I'm going to start to rip you guys apart. And we saw this a lot of times in the past too, in the entire VCC 2022 journey. Global Esports thrives under a lot of pressure, and this is what it is. Again, Global Esports fighting for their life. They have never felt pressure like this, and they're able to deliver on all marks. Momentum was going back and forth for both these teams, but in the end, it was the breeze caught by SK Rossi and Global Esports.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I think at the end of the day, it's the win that matters, irrespective of what happened throughout the map. But I do believe we're going to have a couple of clips to talk about what happened throughout the map. So it's really down again. Cali's Neon, I'd say way better than it was yesterday. It definitely did look like it had some combos. But unfortunately for me, still not satisfied.
Not as impactful, yeah.
Exactly. I think there's a lot more the team could do with the Neon. I don't think Cali is to blame whatsoever. Yesterday, he didn't look confident. Today, he most certainly did. He tried his hardest, but you can see he was inhibited. He was limited and therefore not able to contribute as much as we expect that aggressive player to.
I honestly feel like you should just stick to the basics and try and play the comfort role instead of actually trying to pull something out the box, because if Enigma Gaming did here, the outcome would have been way different. Imagine if Excali wasn't raised. Things could have been way different. He could have been able to use the Razor's kit perfectly. Could have been so much more useful. The paint shells too, to clear out some angles. That could have been just such a great part overall. But in general, the Neon just not really working out that well for us for Excali. But now moving forward, though, you said there's going to be a couple of clips. And I would say there were a couple of rounds where, you know how I just felt like in the attacking side, Global Esports, right? They always had the pedal to the metal. And somewhere down the line, Enigma Gaming should have started to expect that maybe, okay, they're just putting the pedal to the metal. They should have started to be a little proactive. But you mentioned this. Enigma Gaming is one of those teams that they don't really like to be aggressive. But when you realize your passive nature, your complacency is being abused by the enemy team, that's when you start to step out the box, though.
And I said this around the timeout too, like given the nature of Rossi's operator and the fact that Global Esports keep taking mid control with their double initiator composition, you've got to take one extreme control or just contest that mid control right there. Knowing that Rossi is going to be on an operator, you can force a multi-trade fight. That's the weakness of an operator. It wins 1v1s a lot, but it rarely ever wins 2v2s or 3v3s. And that's where you've got to punish GE for relying on that operator. But at no point did EG try to do that. No, they believed they could hold on to site, contest Rossi's operator, and well, GE, for that belief, I'm going to send you back to VCC 1 and remind you of what VLT know now today, what Amit Rasu said today. When Rossi's got an op, when Rossi's got them knives, no.
Yeah.
You gotta be scared, boys.
You definitely got to be scared, man. The operator and the Blade Storm combination is something that gives you a lot of movement at the same time. The one-shot kill. And the Blade Storm, of course, you're going to be also getting the moving accuracy with that. So, in general, it's just a tough thing to try and counter. And Rossi, a player like himself who's mechanically skilled, it's going to be looking next to impossible to stop him. Moving forward, though, next map of Haven, CA. Of course, the big map, and it seems like it was the pick of Enigma. They have been looking pretty decent in the map of Haven too, but we talked about how good they are in the map of Bind, but this time they did not pick Bind.
Yeah, exactly. This time, Enigma having not picked up Bind, it actually hurt them later into the veto because G immediately banned out Bind. But enough of that, let's head on over to the clips we have for this map of Split and talk about what went wrong for EG. Now 7-3 on the board. This was GE controlling the map entirely, but EG, they bounce back strong. I believe this is the round where actually Cali is going to set up the fast lane despite Anti getting caught out, which he shouldn't. This is where I really want to make clear that Cali was way better on this Neon pick, was able to create a lot of space for his team every single time.
Spike planted.
Still wasn't as much as he would do on the Raze, is what our point is.
Exactly, that is true. Raze is more kind of like a comfortable role for him. And the way he plays Raze, it just looks like he's a little bit more confident. Stuns are really great, don't get me wrong. He's 2 stuns right here, but still, imagine to flush out 1 man, you're going to be using 2 stuns. Is that really worth it?
Swarm grenade out.
And these kind of utilities we're talking about, right? Imagine if he had paint shells. He throws the paint shells, gets rid of the lockdown, and he can instantly just back out. Or he throws the boom bot, can get rid of the man. He's going to flow and flush him out the spot, get rid of the lockdown, easy clap.
Easy clap was what Enigma was able to achieve though in so many rounds, but not able to actually find the win. GE fighting indeed. Even this round, I believe Enigma was the one who ended up with the victory. Now see, this is where on the attack, their slow playstyle does help them out.
Covering
a lot. They know they've contested B main, they've burnt the utility from that Sky. They're able to get info on A main with their Trailblazer, while Anti sets up the look, taking control of Wentz. Because they have so much info throughout the map, then Cali sets up the fast lane, and he's able to set up the conditioning that now GE have no idea. Is Cali on ramps? Is Cali still on A main? They have no information. Again, a huge point here to mention where individually I feel like Cali did well with the Neon. But imagine if he actually pushes forward with that fast lane, takes ramps control, and that Sky Flash that came out right there helps him get the peak onto ramps. Then he's able to isolate SK Rossi and then maybe create some space.
30
Either way,
seconds
though,
left.
won the round. That's what matters. You're not able to translate this momentum onto this. Because when you're on the defense, you can't make masking plays like that. You actually have to be aggressive.
Is ready with the rolling thunder too, as you can see on this round, right? The utility utilization from both the teams was perfection. But again,
10
these
seconds
influences while Global Esports end up losing, and Excali was able to find those frags. Rolling thunder came through,
One enemy
find this
remaining.
initial pick, but then instantly got traded by Rafiel. This placement right here of
One enemy
players, this is
remaining.
really key, and keep this in mind. Skills, even though Rafiel was taken out, the Viper's pit gave him a huge advantage, which was pretty much Skills. There would be no way for a man like Skills to try and bounce back from this spot. So already took a lot of damage from the DK. And moving here to use the Cosmic Divide. We talked about the key mistake here.
Hold
this
on.
Cosmic Divide right here.
Not just here. Pause exactly
pause.
when the Cosmic Divide comes, production. Please play again. Pause right here. Pause right here.
Pause.
So right there, you can see the way he set up the Cosmic Divide, right? Like, he wants to sit on the spike and diffuse it because he's expecting the wrap from the pillar. So when he's sitting on the spike, you can't push the box. You can't push where he's sitting because his body will block the entrance, which means the Viper would have to go around. But RVK, he's just playing the mind games anyways. He's already in P, man, and he's like, lol, you think I'm wrapping from pillar? Joke's on you.
Interesting. So it's pretty much like a wall that attackers would use to try and execute the site.
Yeah, exactly. It blocks them from entering on from the wall, the other side of the wall, and lets him get the half defuse because
So he
if
just
they
got
try to
outplayed.
enter, he can hear them, and then after the half defuse, he can fight.
They just got outplayed in general. In
Yeah,
simple language.
outplayed, outthought in every single way. RVK was ahead, but that's all it was for Enigma because then with this round, this is the flash and dash, I believe, with Rossi's operator.
I think so. Yeah, it is. Yeah. This is where it comes through. There we go. The rolling thunder support the flash and dash combination, and there we go. They find the openings. We talked about this. SNS, he found that opening in Scally. That was just way too many. The cabbages to ate him alive. Nothing could be seen. A lot of the aftershock. Nothing could be done right here. The man got shut down. And the blink of an eye, we were just down to the final man alive. Antidote.
Yeah, exactly. Final man alive, and at this point, a huge play from the side of Antidote was all it would take. But what can he do, right? Like, it just felt like what can he do was the question that Enigma was facing throughout their defense. Again, nothing to take away from Cali, but imagine they had the Rage on the defense. They would have been able to delay pushes by SK Rossi to a much larger extent. That's why I kept saying they need to get aggressive with the Neon and make it happen, but unfortunately, just couldn't do it. I think this is something that EG are going to have to work on if they find the win on Haven and the win in the next map and move on to the final series, but that's a big if.
Yep. Take a look at the scoreboard too, CA, and we have 17.2k damage and 29% headshot. So they got out headshot percentage, but you can see the fragments. It's pretty much tied up.
Yeah. Pretty much tied up, and at this point, I think really we're clearly seeing from Enigma that they're crack talented players, but it was really the macro aspect where GE was able to take the cake and just shut them down. Make sure that they are in a position now going into Haven where they just have to replicate what they did yesterday, Necro. Yesterday, we saw GE absolutely demolishing Enigma, and now the question becomes Necro. We saw on Split, Enigma repeating the composition that they didn't necessarily find as much success with. Yesterday, they won the map, don't get me wrong, but they didn't necessarily dominate, exploit the way they did before. Going on to Haven, Enigma had changed their composition again. They were playing the Breathe Sky yesterday. So now my question is, do they do that again or do they go back to the Sova Sky?
So, Sky, I honestly feel like just stick to your comfort. Whatever team's comfortable playing, just go ahead and play that.
That's the thing, though, right? I think comfort is a really weird question here because 100% I agree with you on the point that comfort is the Sova Sky or even the Rays for them on this map. But I think throughout this week, from the grand final playoffs to the 4 days break, they've done every scrim on these compositions. So they don't necessarily have practice in this last week on those old compositions. So it's a weird trade-off.
I mean, again, that's what I said. If they're comfortable playing the new composition, then go ahead and play it, right? To stick to your comfort. Whatever team feels like you guys have more confidence or a little bit more edge over the winning team, which is Global Esports, go ahead and play that. Global Esports, on the other hand, what are you going to be expecting from their side? Because yesterday we saw a lot of curveballs coming through on the map of Haven itself. And now Global Esports, we're going to be moving on Haven. So the champions themselves, or the defending champions themselves, they're going to try to take down Enigma Gaming on Haven. Now, the first best of 3 series, Global Esports got absolutely demolished on the map of Haven by VLT. But now this is where they're looking for redemption against Enigma Gaming. And what do you think, Sosia? Is that going to be possible or not?
I really do think it was down to calling for why GE ended up losing that map. And if the EG are to win this map, it's down to Antidote. And I really don't want to see Cali on Breach. I just feel like, again, the Breach on Cali is something that holds him back. Just either put him on a Sky, play the Sova Sky, or put him on a KO. Let him play that secondary duelist role almost while still supporting his team. I think that's where he excels at. In the gray area between a duelist and a support is where Cali is at his very best. And unfortunately, you can't be in that gray area with a Breach.
That's true. You're not wrong, yeah. But again, see, on the map of Haven, we're probably going to be seeing the KO pulled out. So if we do have a breach and if the KO is being played to perfection, as we saw from the side of VLT, the breach pretty much gets next to impossible to be used properly. So I would say if KO is able to get the grip on breach, that means whichever teams that is playing KO, they will have to win.
And that's the thing, right? If the KO is pulled out for like Scally, then it won't even be necessary for Anti to make those reads because we know Enigma Gaming in the mid rounds, they're a democratic team almost. Like every single one of them makes calls, makes reads, and every single one of them follows those calls. So it'll be the pressure on Cali to make those reads happen, I think, and he's really, really good at making those reads happen. I remember way back in the day when he used to play Omen, he used to pull off reads exactly like this, where he would appear out of nowhere with his From the Shadows, where he'd set up the Paranoia plays very, very well in combination with that Shrouded Step combo. He'd do it so that he'd just be behind the opponent instantly. And that's where I think Cali excels. He needs an agent where he can make individual reads of his own turn into something of value.
Individual reads. I mean, Antidote talked about this, right? In mid games or sometimes Antidote is kind of like a new IGL. So most of the times he's not the one making the strat calls too. It's pretty much the entire team trying to contribute together. And that kind of adds on a plus factor too, but at the same time, that kind of adds on a little bit of negative factor too, because there's pros and cons. If there's going to be 5 minds coming together, it's really hard for those 5 minds to think alike.
Yeah, exactly. It's very hard for those 5 minds to sort of be in the same page all the time, right? But having said that, we saw Enigma do it consistently in Qualifier 1. We saw them do it consistently in Grand Finals playoffs. But so far, in the actual Grand Finals, they haven't found that momentum just yet. All it takes, though, is one map to reignite the momentum, to bring back that consistency, to bring all of these players in the same page. Because right now, it's as you said, it does feel like too many chefs. They're spoiling the broth. Let's see if Enigma Gaming can fix their food and make it work. Because GE, they're hungry, man. I don't think they're going to give them an opportunity. They want to finish this off right here. They don't want it to go to the 6th map because then the physical and mental exhaustion will start to definitely play a part.
Yeah, the physical and mental exhaustion. I mean, yeah, you said Global Esports will need to try and wrap things up right on the 2nd map because the exhaustion will definitely be a factor. And me being a gamer myself who plays like hours and hours of FPS games every day, I know what you're talking about, especially your wrist. At a certain point, your flicks do start to kind of mess up a little bit. You do start to underflick or either overflick because your wrist starts to hurt after a certain amount of time. And it also feels like it's kind of getting numb sometimes. You forget. You don't really get as much as grip, as much as control when you get as soon as you start playing freshly or you get warmed up after a couple of hours. But moving forward, without wasting any more time, let's just find out what the agent composition is looking like on the map of Haven, and it's going to be the breach pulled out from Hellranger. Pretty much some classic stuff from Global Esports. Nothing really out the box, so no KOCA. And I feel like
we
Global
weren't
Esports...
expecting the KO from Global Esports, of course. The
Yeah.
KO I was talking about was for Excali on
yeah.
EG, but they do the Breathe Sky instead, so...
Okay.
Let's see. Maybe they have a new plan, maybe they have some new defaults, and maybe Cali is going to be a lot more confident because we saw a lot of hesitation from him in the utility usage yesterday where he was continuously thinking 2 steps back. Like there was a round, for example, when he was playing behind the A default box, had the Rolling Thunder ready in his hand to try and push forward. But I think the call was made for his team. No, save it for the retake. Obviously, I'm guessing. But in that call, you could see he pulled it back and then he pulled it out and he was confused. And that confusion is not good for a player like Cali, man. Cali is a player who goes snap, 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 pop, pop, pop. And when he starts popping, that's when he starts really looking at his strongest.
And this is what we talked about, right? There should be only one IGL making the calls. If there's 5 people making the call, there will be a lot of confusion added up.
I don't know. I like that system. Personally, I think the democratic system is a way to go mid-round. But, yeah, I do agree. Like in high-pressure environments, that one leader needs to take up the entire decision-making.
What I'm saying, I do understand 5 people making the call, but I honestly feel like 5 people making the call should be a call that's being made while you're practicing. That should be the strats that's being made with combined 5 great minds. If you're going to be making the call at the last moment when there's a lot of things online, it's going to be a little tough. So you can try and combine all the minds together and make a lot of strats working around it in the actual practice games. And then it's on the IGL to try and implement those strats in the actual game where you're facing against a team like Global Esports. What do you think of that idea? Because that's how my
I get what you mean. But again, I'm talking about in the match itself, Necro. Like top tier teams in Korea, in EMEA, even some teams in NA, like for example, version 1, they get themselves into a position where mid-round there is no like particular IGL. The IGL only comes into play when there are contrasting opinions and there are situations where 2 people are making absolutely different calls, and then the IGL has to make a decision.
Wait, which teams did you talk about?
For example, I believe Newton used to do it. They didn't really have a dedicated mid-round caller. It was up to 3 people. I know for a fact that Ascend did it in VCT Champions because I was watching a stream of CNED and he was explaining that sometimes he makes the calls, sometimes it's down to Justarik. So and it really comes down to like those particular moments. Similarly, for Gambit as well, Nats a lot of times picks up the calling instead of his regular IGL. So there is the trust between these players that they can rely on each other, but that trust was what was lacking for EG with this composition. In general, it was usually working for them.
There we go, the stun's out. And Enigma Gaming, they're being caught off guard already with the aggression that Global Esports bringing to the table. It's the heat amped up. And there we go, the man gets tagged up all the way in the spawn. Rossi looks unstoppable. He's connecting the skulls and he's looking for every single victims. He's just going to start chasing them down. Excali's running away. There's a lot of threat on the back. Lightning Fast gets 2 dinks and there we go. Too quick.
Last player standing.
Bullets connected and within a blink of an eye, it's just done. Global Esports, what is this? Stop it. You guys are just humiliating Enigma at this point.
1-0 on board for GE, and they're not going to stop it.
That's a dominating 1-0, CA. You got to say dominating.
Dominating.
The way they were hunting them down.
Yeah, dominating and traumatic, because this is exactly what Global Esports did in the map yesterday. They pressed W Gaming all throughout. They just shut them down, and at that point, Enigma Gaming, it felt like they just turned off. I'm just scared that will happen again.
Oh, man.
Up I go.
Here we go, Rossi and the Marshall. This time, Global Esports are going to amp things down a little bit. Understandable, but they're still going to go for the risky peaks. Because they, of course, have the gun advantage. Lightning Fast finds the second, lines him up. Third one found 2. Nothing to worry about. Excali is still on the passive note. RVK quite close to B. There we go. There should be Excali's death, and there we go. That it is.
Mid.
Excali taking out the game, and now it's all down to RVK with the kill jar and the Sheriff in the hand. His crosshair's so small, it's actually really hard to see.
Well, makes it easy for him to see them heads that he cracks. But again, RVK left on his lonesome to try and find some value. It's really unfortunate for the team right now because the funny fact is GE is on the defense, man. Do you see the way they're aggressing? Imagine when they get onto the attack. Enigma Gaming, especially considering the fact that they're playing the Breathe Sky, they need to make their attack count. The defense is not where this composition excels in. The Breathe Sky, it's strength
What
lies
is
in
he
his
doing? Why is he
ability.
running around like that?
I think he's just trying to bait a peek. He's just like create a lot
I
of
got the
noise, bait a
spike.
peek, you know. But G just like, nah. We respect one player on Enigma, and that's RVK.
20 seconds. 20 seconds. Being stunned, being alarm botted, being vulnerable for a lot of damage. 15 seconds in the hand. RVK. Don't know what the game plan
10
is for this
seconds
man.
left.
He can't really go for the safe. 10 seconds on the clock. He's looking for the plant. But Kappa's going to deny it no matter what. He's taking some damage from the turret. Dana swarms out. There we go. Flawless round from Global Esports. And it's the domino effect, CA. One man falls down from Enigma and the rest just follow it up.
One
Zero
enemy
now
remaining.
for GE. Enigma, they need to pick up the pace. Like we were talking about the strength of this Breed Sky composition. It can't get you as much info as when you have a Sova, yes, but it has a lot more playmaking potential. So you get to set up raw fuel a lot more, take areas of control, get raw fuel into, for example, set up a stun at A-Long, get raw fuel A-Long control, leave him there, then go on to the other side of the map, let Rexy get into an advanced control area. You have A-Long, C-Long, then you can take mid control with that breach. This composition, it allows you to have the entire map for yourself. It helps a team like Enigma, but right now, instead, he's relying on aim, which Rafuel's got tons of.
Yep. This is a bonus round for Global Esports. They took their shot to try and win this round. For now, it doesn't really seem like the case, but still, there's 3 players alive, so anything can happen. 63 HP in the hands of X-Kelly. RVK still alive and good looking. Moves in slowly in the garden area. He's found himself a little bit of deep in. And there we go. Oh, Hair Ranger looks away at the wrong nick of time. The timing not really working on his factor. On the other hand, it's Enigma who gets the beat on the timing, and also a little bit of weapon upgrade for Lightning Fast. And Lightning Fast is one of those people you do want to give a weapon upgrade to. So that's a big Vandal in his hands, and now it's the Hero Vandal play.
Exactly. In this 2v4, all Global Esports
Skills
want
needs
is
to
some
stay
damage,
alive.
Necro. Skills
He
gonna
should
go
stay
for the
alive.
white peak, and the run and gun will
run
work
and
in his
gun.
favor. Picks himself up a Vandal now, and in this 2v3, the pins are coming in from both sides, but Lightning Fast gets shut down, and Skills will too. Just 2 weapons lost for Enigma Gaming. That's not so bad. Again, think about this round. They take mid control, they take C-Long control, then they go for the execute. This is the kind of play Enigma really will excel at with this composition. If they're able to maintain this again and again, then it's going to come down to SK Rossi to shut down that early control that Enigma is able to get.
Operators, yeah.
Exactly. SK
Oh,
Rossi with
nightmare.
that operator.
Nightmare for Enigma Gaming. Rexy, you better train your bird to be for perfection. Gains a little info. Someone is watching the pick. This operator right here. Yeah, as long as SK Rossi keeps his anonymous factor going. Oh! That could have been a pick right there, but SK Rossi didn't really peek out at the right time, so Rexy now knows there's an operator available on the C-Long. SK Rossi should try and reposition. If he does, that would be a great factor for Global Esports.
Repositioning is going to be but Rossi and GE, they're holding their ground, they're holding their strength, and they're standing like a pillar. With Rossi's backup, Hellranger able to get himself into an advanced position.
Timing.
Down C-Long and timing, Necro, like you said, Rexy turns away at possibly the worst time for him. And Hellranger gives the info to Rossi, get the heck out of here. They're not coming to C.
Yeah.
They're going to come on to A or B, and Rossi
already going.
makes the read. He's going on over to this A side. He's going to back it up with a 3-stack for GE. This is looking like disaster for Enigma.
Oh, indeed, it's a 3-stack. Rossi still a little bit of misread coming through. Maybe he thought it was a B take, but no, that's not the case. Oh, the blind's out, but it's okay. Skills is holding the crossfire. Antidote peeks out too. Trades are happening back and forth. We talked about the domino effect. And Enigma Gaming, they're falling down. It's a 3-on-2 now. Man advantage in the favor of Global Esports. The operator's going to be trained. Heaven, area controlled. And Antidote holding quite an off angle, but this time he gets caught. Not going to be able to sneak away. And what a bold peek.
Bold peak is the, how do I say this best? Bold peak is the innate nature of SK Rossi. It is what he was bred on, it was what he was built on, and it was what he made his name on.
30 seconds
But
left.
again, man, these rounds are going down to the wire. Every single time, each team looked like they could take it away, but GE just one step ahead. This is why the KO was so important for Amaterasu, because in these moments, he was able to shut down the utility, deny those flashes, and with VLT pressing that W button, able to continuously overwhelm Global Esports and make them think. Don't let them be confident is what VLT's motto was, and unfortunately Enigma are not able to replicate the same, because we talked about this in the pre-show. Enigma, they're a slow, methodical, composed team. That is their biggest strength and their weakness.
Methodical, slow. Every single factor in the game of Valorant has this all pros and cons. Or every single thing right here. It's okay. Fair trade. The operator's out the gate. And Enigma Gaming, they're looking to make this thrifty round come through.
Oh, look at the push.
Found got a lot of heavy presence. The alarm bot's shut down because it's RVK taken care of.
Rexy. Skills has got a lot of control. He even spotted out the spike, but he's going to back up now. Rexy. Oh, no, never mind.
Timing again.
Yeah, timing is just like SK Rossi right now. A pain in the ass for Enigma Gaming. Not able to actually help them. And at this point, Nico, you have to start wondering, with this Breed Sky, defense is going to be extremely hard, because we know Enigma Gaming is not a team that wants to get aggressive, does not want to get proactive. But hey, they're able to get the plant. They have the rolling thunder for the post plant. So we'll see if Cali is able to make some nutty plays happen. He definitely has the capability.
He doesn't.
Player
Cabbage is
standing.
out too.
But
This time
hold on.
Rexy's not going to miss out. Final man alive, CA.
Oh, lol.
X-Kelly.
Cali
Did he just shoot his own teammates?
Seekers?
What? And he gave his position away because he shot his own teammates Seekers.
No.
X-Kelly, are you kidding me? That is a rookie mistake right there.
Nah, that's a heat of the moment position, to be fair.
But I feel like Rexy should have given a call away. Okay, I'm going to pop the Seekers right here.
True.
And X-Kelly should have realized that the enemy team just doesn't have a Sky itself, so how is there a chance for enemy Seekers?
Sexy shot from Rexy, though. But yeah, 100% agree. A calm issue right there. The call should have been made. Or if the call was made, Cali should have listened.
Presence of mind.
Yeah.
There's no Sky available on the enemy team.
Oh my god,
So-
yes, wait. Oh my god,
So
Cali.
where did it go? That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. There's no Sky available on Global Esports. So you should have realized, okay, this is your teammate Seekers.
This is when you're playing Among Us with your friends and there's like a random guy just spouting random shit and being the
Oh my
third
God.
imposter.
Oh, the flash and dash. Okay, but look at the amount of damage that's being dealt. That's the Breach taken out, CA. A big factor in trying to make these executions. Breach is out. Now they'll have to heavily rely on Rexy. And Rawfield's down low too. But it's okay. Should be Rexy who's going to be able to get Rawfield back up to full HP. 4-on-4 lockdowns available for both these sides. Rolling Thunder on the hand of Global Esports.
Again, they're relying heavily on RVK's lurks. In that eco round, it was him who started off by shutting off SK Rossi, giving them an opportunity to go plant while the attention was on him. And now again, he's taken down the utility of Lightning Fast in that garage area. But this time, Rexy is getting hella aggressive. Hellranger spots him out, I think, and right there, he's gonna get shut down by Lightning Fast. Rexy, what is that play? Not so sexy.
It did not so. 45 HP. Did Rexy just forget to heal Rawfield?
30 seconds left.
45 HP though still. Rawfield will make the entry happen, so that's the presence being found. There we go. Skills is going to flow through with some skills. Try and stop the entire push here. Another one found. He's being the headhunter. Third one found too. Skills is outskilling these players.
Bro, that third shot was sauce. I want to see that third shot. But again, slash and dash with is more than enough value. I wonder though, when you're going for the slash and dash, Rossi, maybe you pick up a Phantom. You know, I feel like a Phantom might have got 2 kills right there. The spray control would have been slightly easier.
No, but he actually got the one tap on the first man too, so if it was a Phantom, he wouldn't have got the one tap.
True, true. But I still feel like a slightly better chance at least at finding 2 kills, because you can just get a 2 tap and then spray control, but I do agree. maybe he wouldn't have got the one tap itself and instead just been like, bro, 140 HP. Nah, we've all been through that trauma, you know, when you hit the headshot.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Yeah.
That's why I always usually try to play Vandal. But I don't know. It's like I have my on and off days with both these guns, right?
Yeah, same.
Sometimes I feel like I'm just not able to hit shots with the Vandal, so I whip out the Phantom. When I feel like Phantom's not working out, that's when I whip out the Vandal.
My system is very simple. If I'm killing the enemy and they have good Vandal skins, then I pick it up. Otherwise, I usually, because I have bare bones guns, I think the Phantom bare bone is better than the Vandal bare bone.
If I'm not able to work anything, then I just start using my hands. Slap them.
I don't know. I'm not sure the viewers want to hear about the things you do with your hands. Never mind, guys. Back to the map itself, because Enigma Gaming's economy is broken. Again, they're losing the attacking side where their Breach Sky composition should excel. They're not able to create space. They're not able to find value out of this double aggressive initiator composition. And now RVK,
stop.
The player creating the lurks, creating the plays for them, gets shut down instead. I think GE are running away with this map and series. They're ready for revenge against VLT in the best of 5 tomorrow, Necro.
They're just not able to win these one-on-one duels. It's like the aim factor from Enigma Gaming, it's just gone. It's gone. What happened? India Q1, Enigma Gaming looks completely different, just like God Particles. And then later on, it's like they just get washed up.
Washed up?
But yeah, there you go.
Or out of gas, I don't know, because they've got raw fuel in their team. You think they never run out of gas, but clearly in this moment, they don't have enough now. Trailblazer from Rexy spots out the alarm bot nano swamp set up, and they take it down for Rexy with his back turned around, gets shut down. And now with the 5v3 retake, G has everything in the bag to make this happen. The flash and aftershock to flush out raw fuel. Rossi finds one, and Enigma Gaming, they're fumbling, stumbling, and they're crumbling. There ain't no way around it. Ain't no way around it.
Yeah, it's a one-sided map, C8. At least that's what it's looking like in the first half, because 6 rounds back-to-back, and Enigma Gaming, they're just not finding a reply to Global Esports. No matter what they're doing, no matter what they're bringing to table, it's like Global Esports have their exact answer ready for Enigma. And this team, man, it seems like YB now indeed is not working out, huh? The YB buff, washed up.
Oof, Necro savage. But I think it is just the lack of experience. Like GE, VLT, both of them have experience in this high-stakes environment. Nerves can be a big issue.
No, C8. Look, dude, these players have been playing since a long time, too. I mean, Antidote, Excali, RVK2 has been there since a long time in the FPS scene. So, I feel like, I don't know about Rawfuel, I personally haven't seen, but he's able to perform, so Rawfuel's doing a great job. Nothing really taken away from that, man. But all the rest of the players, they've been here in the FPS scene for a long time.
But not in the Valo scene. And it's so much harder to keep up your nerves when you've got so many things to keep track of, so many abilities to keep track of. It's not just the aim game that matters at the end of the day, Necro. But talking about the aim game right now, Rexy trying to hold on. He's got plenty of that.
That's some great.
Some sexy shots, shuts down SK Rossi, makes it a 3v3 on the map.
3v3 indeed. Rawfuel right there catches the man sleeping. Kappa shut down. It's a big play from Rawfuel. Now trying to make some Hellraiser. You can't just turn your back like that. Enigma Gaming finally get a little grip in this round. But some key errors being made from Global Esports, so still don't know what to say.
Some key errors from Global Esports might be the key to the lock right now that GE had on the map for Enigma Gaming. Rexy though with some key kills to make it happen too. And like you said, over there, Hellranger needs to have backed up the Sova. Need to expect someone coming through from C long on the ramp, because once you've got the C plant, usually there's someone on C long. Either ways though, Global Esports had a massive win streak going, which means they have a massive economy. And Rossi able to get himself the operator once again, but Rossi with a dry peak finally gets punished in this series. Rawfuel shuts him down, and Enigma Gaming, they're rallying back. They filled up their gas tank, and now pedal on the metal.
Oh, this play always catches them off guard. This play always. We've seen this similar kind of play in the past too, and it always catches the enemies off guard.
Your trail.
I don't know why players do not expect that, but they should be a little bit more proactive on that. realizing that these kind of plays might just flow through. Hunter's Fury out too. Kappa might just be able to find a confirmation. No, but still a lot of damage dealt. Did he find the tag on the third man as well?
No.
And I think so. It doesn't matter because there's 2 quick kills on the board. Rexy's gonna miss out on a couple of shots. Skills capitalizes on top of it. RVK 70 HP in the end, and 3 players in the front. That's another wave of villains that he needs to pass through, and Global Esports will deny it.
And see, even in this round, I hope we get a replay of it because I 100% agree with Hellranger that jump play is not something EG should get caught off. But this is why, like, the simple fact that EG give away so much control for free. Like, Hellranger and Kappa literally walk down A long on the basis of 1 damn smoke. Literally, 150 credits to take A long control. Come on, EG. When you're playing the Breeze Sky, you cannot allow that to happen. You need to deny in every single way that much control towards in every single map. And that's why I'm saying nerves, right? Because for EG, this is not something they normally do. They're usually a team that loves taking proactive control. They're usually a team that plays mind games with their opponents. And they've taken down GE in a best of 5 even in the past. But unfortunately, when the stakes are so high, EG, they're crumbling and they're stumbling.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
The cover for Rossi's perfection. Another one found too. Rossi is jumping on top of these dead bodies, and he's being the Grim Ripper. Or Grim Reaper. My bad. But yeah, he's certainly ripping them apart, though. Spam found through walls as well. Final man's in window. Antidote, all eyes on him to clutch it out. Now the position's revealed. This time Rossi peeks out, and his Antidote with 2 quick kills. That's some great flicks on the head right there. Being the headhunter, but Skills, as always, from the flank is going to catch him.
It's quite unfortunate, Necro, because this is not the kind of Enigma we're used to seeing. I don't think this is the best of Enigma. Like you said, they were so damn good in Qualifier 1, so damn good in Qualifier, in Grand Finals playoffs as well. But they seem to just have either run out of plays or run out of an ability to adapt. Their comms seem to be all over the place. They're playing so slow. Like,
They're
I understand that.
themselves, literally.
Exactly, they're hesitating a bit too much. I love this composition for them theoretically because they're the kind of team that loves taking parts of the map and then relying on mid-round information to make rotations. But look at the map right now. They have no information down A long. They're trying to press the W key. To be fair, this is the eco, but it doesn't give them much value if they do that. But yeah, Rafiel with a key pick, and Rossi is now isolated on the site. He's not expecting Rafiel behind him.
Lockdown's going to force him off the site, so Rossi left with no other choice rather than back off. Nice quick kill from him. Rossi misses that shot too. Talking about key errors, and those are one of those, but Antidote is not going to miss out on that. Great shots from Antidote, pretty much showing why he is the IGL and why he deserves that position right there. Stepping up when his team needs him the most. Lightning fast, trying to move through the smoke as well. Is Rafiel going to expect him? The crosshairs are trained. Cosmic device input too, but Rafiel does not expect Lightning Fast to be there. Alarm bot out, the man just be spotted. There we go, Skills will take care of him. Now it's a 2-on-2. Global Esports, it seems like Enigma Gaming now are crumbling down again in this round. Some key errors were made from their side as well. Ooh, whip coming through. And Rexy will be given another lifeline. Steps out in the open. 7 bullets, needs the fresh magazine.
Oh, he's gonna smoke it and defuse.
Yeah, there we go. Goes for the smoke, goes for the defuse. That's a fake tap.
Oh, no time. No time.
Not a lot of time
Perfectly
yet.
played by RVK, no time.
How about
RVK has always been the savior for Enigma Gaming, let's be honest.
Every single time. So damn consistent.
Yep.
Anti though. Those 2 kills were key. Imagine if he, even if he gets traded out 1 for 1, SK Rossi actually gets the C-long hold with the operator. He'd be able to deny the plant and help on the retake. But this Thrifty is huge, Necro. It's going to give them some momentum coming back. It's going to make them believe once again that they can do it, because I'm not going to count out Enigma just yet. But GE, they're the sort of team that shuts down these kinds of momentum with some aggressive pushes, and already the man who pulled out the clutch in the last round is the man who goes down first. Lightning fast with 1 key frag on RVK already. And now anti-exposed, that will mean the controller goes down this early. EG, you got the momentum back just to hand it back on a silver platter to GE. Come on.
9-3 half, I'm calling it.
Well,
nice frack from Rexy. Still the man advantage in the hands of Global Esports. Enigma Gaming trying to steal it back though. Oh, the operator straight. If he slow peeks this one, this might just be his demise. And no, he doesn't slow peek it. A little bit of fast from inside. Rawfuel's good in the close, but Rawfuel misses his initial bullet, and he will have to pay the price for that. 2 bullets in the magazine of SK Rossi. All he needs is 1 single bullet, and Skills, as always, is on the flank.
Exactly. Skills' presence is so important here because Rexy is trying to be the lurker and try to be a nuisance and find some space, but Cali's back was turned, but Skills doesn't push in all the way through. Rexy's position anticipated by SK Rossi. He's shut down. Cali left in a 1v3. The Rolling Thunder available to him, but he's not going to be able to actually find the first kill to make it happen. Instead, gets stunned and aftershock thrown in his face while he gets pulled to his death. The gravity well as Enigma Gaming going down. 9-3 sure, Curse sure. Does not matter because right now on Haven, with the Breed Sky, this map, this comp, it's attacking favorite Necro.
Yeah.
You're nothing. And EGI, they're gonna have to pull off some.
They're gonna have to swing out wide.
Insane is good enough for the description of what they have to do.
So
it has to be a miracle.
If I am YB here, I'm calling a strat. We're saying, okay, Sky you play on A, Breach you play, or either Sky you play on C, Breach you play on A, and you guys try to swing out deep with the flashes. Swing has to be the strategy for Enigma with the flashes.
I don't know, Nick. I think they just play 3-1-1, let the Killjoy anchor, have the initiators, like you're saying, swing, but swing for Rawfuel. Set him up in those aggressive angles, let him go for the aggressive plays, and at this point, I don't think they're going to do that because they didn't do that in Split. They haven't done that throughout this tournament. And even when they aggress, it's not like the full W gaming that GE do, not like the full W gaming that VLT do. It's not full-on aggression, you know, it's the slow aggression. And yes, again, don't get me wrong, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just not the greatest thing when you're playing Breed Sky. If you're going to play slow, you should play Sova Sky.
Oh, man. Yeah, the composition they have, it consists of a lot of flashes. Sky also giving you 2 flashes, Breach as well, rewarding with a lot of flashes and some stuns. So overall, the composition they have has to be a composition that is set up for bursts. And on the defensive half, I feel like proactive is the name of the game. If they're not being proactive, then Enigma, it's pretty much going to be GG, go home.
I'm assuming that in their preparation with this composition, they watched the best team that plays this exact composition. I'm talking about Vision Strikers, now known as DRX. They still play the Breed Sky composition on Haven, and they are so damn proactive. They always take a part of the map, hold it for themselves, and play anti-flash angle. They always have a 2-man push. Because of that, they can always play an anti-flash angle where they can't be re-aggressed, you know. And if they get re-aggressed, they trade out right then and there, which gives them a lot of info and value. But instead, you can see on the back foot is EG's choice. GE fully aggressive, taking garage control, but they get caught out with a flash.
Again, it's the pedal to the metal, and Skills able to retaliate back in style. That's one man being found, but it's okay. Breach taken down quite low. Global Esports, all players at full HP. Rossi, has he been spotted? No, it's going to be the answer. Initial bullets missed, but now he gets his hands on the Ghost. And now there we go. The A side control is in their hands too. The spike goes down, 57 seconds in the end. Ample amount of time, ample amount of utility. RVK should place down his turret because the turret can be the difference maker. Can be your 6th man, but no, it doesn't really do that. Rossi takes care of him before even is going to be making any move. Excali trying to be the difference maker. Has a flash available to try and set through the burst, but no, the burst now is denied, and Kappa just doing some Papa moments.
Kappa able to shut that down. The pistol was the only hope for the side of Enigma Gaming. Only objective theoretical hope at least. Now they might pull out a Thrifty out of nowhere, don't get me wrong. Most definitely capable. But you can see GE, like they thrived on the defense when they were being aggressive. On the attack, it's like a beast unleashed. 10-3 on the board already. The anti-eco coming through. Enigma forced onto just pistols. The doom is near, Necro. They can see the end for both the teams. GE trying to cross that finish line, secure international spot number 2 and get a chance to defend their title against Velocity Gaming. And for Enigma, the end of the line, the end of the series, despite their amazing performance throughout VCC, they falter when it matters the most.
Yep. Rawfield's taking a little bit of damage from the turret, and that's a lot of damage, not just a little bit. Down to 40 HP. Mana Swarm's available, instantly uses that too. Gets tagged by the alarm bot. And Akapa in this key positioning. RVK with the Sheriff has the turret available in his hands. He connects these headshots, but no, instead it's SK Rossi who connects the shots. Being a little hesitant with the peak, SK Rossi. Same thing goes with the enemy man too. And there we go, another round of the board. And after this win, it should be the match point too.
Match point indeed. Global Esports, they are feeling comfortable. They're vibing and they're thriving. And this is why, once again, I want to bring back the excellence of Amaterasu on this map. The way he was able to slow down GE, force them into situations where they had to go for mid-round executes, and then shut them down using that 0 point. That was absolute and utter brilliance. It is not easy to shut down GE, as you're witnessing right now, because once they get into a flow, they are just always on a tear. They open the floodgates, they press the W button, and they shut every single team down. And that's exactly what they're going to do in this round, because it's their bonus.
There we go. Man, it's just like another day at the office for Global Esports. Day is just looking unstoppable. RVK is looking like the man unleashed. And finally, the flank pays off. Enigma Gaming trying to be a little proactive. They have a lot of flashes, use those. And Lightning Fast is able to sneak away with a frag with a lightning fast fashion. Now realizes he's getting aggressed by quite a lot of players. Gonna back off to the site. He's gonna let the open. He's gonna open the floodgates and skill finds it. 3-on-3 situation. Enigma fighting for their life. I don't know why I just did that. Oh yeah, they're fighting for their life.
Hold on though. 3v3 and Enigma is getting pushing from multiple angles. GE is getting caught in a pincer, and in this pincer they will die. But they've done a lot of damage. Necro, this was just the bonus. 3 weapons taken away, but Enigma, they don't give a damn. The round is what matters to them. The belief, the hopium is what matters to them, and they're able to get some of it back.
But at this point, it's really hard for even a coach to keep the team's mentality that positive.
Yeah, he needs to call attack, I think.
Yeah, they really do desperately need a tactical timeout. Global Esports is not going to call it. They just have a huge safety cushion.
Yeah, and we've seen this from YB before. He usually ends up waiting till match point to call the tactical timeout, which personally I find a little weird, because you want to get your team pumped up before match point, right? You want to make sure they don't end up having to fight back against match point. But hey, YB is the man with the golden touch, but unfortunately that golden touch is just not finding much value right now as the team is fumbling. And one key round can result in another, and that domino effect can bring back a lot of control. Now again, proactivity is the name of the game. They made it happen with RVK towards the C and mid side in the last round. This time with Rawfuel, they've taken A-long control. As long as they keep doing this, they will force GE on the back foot. And if they force GE on the back foot, they put themselves in a great spot to pull it back.
That's a nice aftershock. Kappa pretty much being trapped in that spot. 3-on-5. Enigma Gaming certainly looks like they are playing so well on the defensive half. Rawfield's posted up for succession. One quick kill on the board, and there we go. Also gets the Vandal in the hand. Nice dash to retrieve the Vandal. Another flash to follow it up, but Lightning Fast is too quick to dodge it. Oh, the flanks are expected, but skills, try to be the difference maker. Now it's all down to Lightning Fast. Has the lockdown available in the hand, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to go for it. Quick flick on Lightning Fast's head.
It's not over just yet, Necro. We wanted to see proactive, aggressive gameplay from the side of Enigma Gaming, and they're showing us that. Now, the standard adaptation for Global Esports is something they've done in the past as well. It's just to let them get aggressive, let them take control, and re-aggress. Use their own breach to take back, or react on the other side of the map and press W. That's not going to be something they can do just yet. They are on the eco, so a bit of a breathing room for the side of Enigma Gaming. And a moment of relief as they try to push back. Most definitely create some hope. Rossi, no.
You just see Skelly's hands are actually sweating, and he's just like wiping it off over and over again. And I honestly feel that. That just shows the amount of pressure these players have, and I'm pretty sure his hands are going to be shaking too. Rexy, if I'm not wrong, he did spot out the man in the close. SK Rossi has found him. Yeah, there we go, but the flash gives it away, so...
No, that's the point though. I think they just leave them here. Pull all the attention towards these two players, go for the full rotate, but they're not reacting in time.
He thought he was on the
Doesn't
left.
matter though, Rossi and L Ranger get one each, and now they're just going to force the C site.
Yep, there we go. They don't really need a second guess themselves, but Rexy is able to find another frag on the board. Rossi taken care of. That's a big threat neutralized. And also uses the lockdown on the site too. Both the teams using their lockdowns. And now it's Excali with the flank. Is going to be able to catch some players off guard, but oh no, looks away in the nick of time, and Skills is left here. Oh.
He's done his job.
30 seconds left.
He's bought the time, and now GE, they have the weapons upgraded. They picked up the Vandals, and in this 2v2, they've got 20 seconds to commit onto a site. Now the Killjoy is dead, and they know the Killjoy is playing C, so C is where they want to go.
Blinded.
We'll see if they're actually able to make it happen, because their position now revealed. Rexy just trying to hold on for dear life, but he's stunned and he will be taken down. But the trades, the trades is where GE excels. Hellranger turning around, and at this point, the turnaround for EG shut down as well, Necro.
That's perfect. Literally played that to perfection, Global Esports. That was a thrifty round, right?
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it was a semi-buy, so it's not exactly a thrifty, but it's the same concept.
Yeah,
But
pretty
damn,
much
man.
just some broken buys, yeah.
I don't know if you noticed, but in the middle of all of that, once again, it was RVK pulling Enigma Gaming, even for a little bit of hope back in that round. And I just want to give a shout out to him, because he's been absolutely phenomenal. Not once has it looked like he stepped down, you know. Consistently every single round, every single game.
RVK?
He has been the OG, yeah. And that's where I think, even in that round, I don't think we actually got to saw the action, but I was looking at the map at the kill feed, and with the way he was positioned, it was his performance, again, that brought back Enigma into that round from where it was a 5v3 and ended up being a 2v2. But just not enough, just not enough.
Match point, Global Esports looking to seal the deal. And also looking to secure the second spot in the Grand Finals of VCC, and also looking to secure the second spot in the APAC Challengers playoff. Is that going to be happening right now? Or our Enigma Gaming, do they have a little bit of more left into themselves?
Locking sight.
12-5 on the board, 7 back-to-back rounds is what Enigma Gaming needs, and they're going to go on the front foot. RVK leading the charge. He's got himself under window for the push, but this is what I was talking about. The adaptation for GE has to be take a step back, let Enigma be the aggressor, find out where they're using the utility, and react on the other side of the map. Rexy, as you said, second guesses himself. He's taken down, and just like that, GE, they have full control. Sure, Enigma will try to retake with the rolling thunder, but GE have one of their own to answer. But it's all down to RVK. Look at his position. This lurk can define Enigma Gaming's round.
Rawfield's actually got it down to the 50% too. Both these teams giving it everything they have. All the ultimates used, every single piece of utility used to try and save the lifeline for Enigma Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, they're fighting here for their lifeline. Every single team's fighting here for their tooth and nail. The plan's being done for, defense being done for 50%, but Hellranger again saves the day as an IGL, and it's going to be Global Esports who get the second slot in the APAC Challengers playoff. Congratulations to defending champions. They proved that they are the champions indeed.
Global Esports, they're defending champions, who will get one more shot to hold it on. But at this point, what is really important is, once again, they are going to be representing India in an international event. Moving on to the APAC Challengers playoffs, we've got both of our teams in the bag. And in this VCC2, it went up and down. We had many a new team come about. Enigma won Qualifier 1. GE got beaten by God Particles, and in every single way, it felt like these teams might take the cake, but no, it's your Alpha Titans, it is your familiar names, it's Velocity Gaming and Global Esports who once again get to that finals.
Enigma Gaming, man. Look at my voice at this point. Did you hear it? Enigma Gaming. I don't know what to say, man. You guys can You guys cannot choke like this at the final moment, and this is not something that can be let away. Slip off the radar too. That's a huge difference on your own map pick. Oh, this is okay. Look, I don't want to take anything away. All these players are phenomenal. They're skilled equally. They have mechanical skills. I love each and every single player. But honestly, it just felt like sometimes it was just, most of the times it was just RVK stepping up to the mark. The rest of the team just seemed absent. In the previous map, though, the map was split. It did seem like there was a little bit of more. There was a little bit of more playthrough coming in from every single player. Excali 2 did try to shine through, but I don't know, man.
It seems like
I don't know.
My chair is also done with me. It literally
Yeah,
almost just tried to kick me
know.
out of the chair. Like, no, CA, go away.
It's like it's done.
Yeah, it's like, I'm done. No, on a serious note, I do 100% agree. I'm personally going to slide into RVK's DMs after this and just give him a positive note, because I'll say, as a neutral observer, when we ended VCC 1, I was feeling very, very bad for the VLT players, because I felt like they deserved an international spot. That's why I think we ended up getting 2 slots over now in VCC 2. And now, coming into the finals of VCC 2, I genuinely feel, despite Enigma Gaming not looking as strong as they did throughout the starting of VCC, I genuinely feel like they deserve another international spot. So maybe we've proven once again that India and South Asia together, they deserve more. We have these teams that are capable of such amazing plays. We have these players who have such innate talent within them. Just need the exposure to help them grow.
Exposure, man. This is what we really need. This is what the India region in general needs. This is what SA in general need. Give us a lot of exposure to esports and we'll deliver you guys the talent, because we have a lot of talent, trust me. And we did see a little bit of glimpse of that every single region, even from Nepal region, Kumbu Esports themselves. But moving forward though, CA, the action hasn't ended yet, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow we're going to be seeing the Val Classico again. The Val Classico is going to happen again tomorrow. The best of 5 series for the grand finals of the VCC to find out who's going to be taking the maximum amount of stake in their hand.
Boy, oh boy, what a thriller of a weekend so far. But as you said, we've got one more day left, my man. We've got one more best of 5 series, and that best of 5, you might think that these teams, they made it to the grand finals and it doesn't matter for them. I'll give you 3 reasons why. Number 1, nobody wants to lose to each other, especially when you're G and VLT and you've been playing for millennia, when you've been beating each other for millennia. Even if the prize pool was the same, which it is not, and is my point. Number 2, the prize pool is double for the winner. Literally $7,500 for second place, $15,000 for first place. So another key motivation. But number 3, and personally for me, the most important of them all, tomorrow you're going to get to know the exact system with which the APAC Challengers playoffs might come about. Maybe tomorrow, day after, soon you're going to get to know. And that's where you're going to realize how much seeding is going to matter. And both of these teams, they're going to battle for that seeding.
Exactly. Tomorrow is going to be the battle for the seeding, for the prize pool, and for the pride. So, ladies and gentlemen, you guys do not want to miss out on the final day of the VCC. Has been a long journey with me and CA here. And it has been a lot of ups and downs, has been a lot of roller coaster of emotion. But yeah, nothing taken away from the side of Enigma Gaming, though. They are a phenomenal team. They should keep on playing with each other. And I'm pretty sure a little bit more experience with each other. Also, as a coach, YB himself has been doing a phenomenal job. We did see a lot of glimpses of that in the Q1. But then later on, Enigma Gaming, somewhere down the line, they just started to fall down a little bit. But without wasting any more time, let's just take a look at a couple of clips. And let's find out how Enigma Gaming did screw up.
Again, you see, right now, GE, look at how aggressive they're getting. Pause right here. Look at the amount of map control GE have now. They know that this jet is lurking, maybe not the jet, they know someone is lurking around mid. Because of that, they can say that since only one person is lurking around mid, and they hear the slow presence that Enigma is taking down A long and A short, they can easily understand that it is going to be an A hit. Now play this exact clip. This is, remember, buy down to the side of both the teams. The bonus just got over. Enigma were able to
30 seconds left.
And because of that setup, all Lightning Fast really needs to do is hold on to short since he has the backup coming in. He does exactly that, and it's a free round picked up. Simple map control from Global Esports. They understand the power points, they play along the power points, and they're just like, okay, cool. You want to take this, you take this, but we will deny you here, and we will commit to our play style. And that latter part of the phase is what was really lacking from Enigma. There were glimpses of aggression, there were glimpses of proactivity, but it didn't ever feel like they committed to their play.
Yep. But again, ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you guys, both the teams have confirmed their slot in the APAC Challengers playoff. So both the teams' fan base, you guys will have a lot of smiles on their faces. But in the end of the day, this is a fight for the seeding. And you guys need to understand, seedings are one of the most important things when it comes to a tournament. If you're not going to be getting yourself a good seeding, or if you're not going to be able to get yourself at least situated with a great group of teams, then a lot of things can screw up. And also the prize pool itself. So
30
tomorrow's
seconds
matchups are definitely going to be intense. Maybe not as intense. Maybe not as overall, maybe not as kind of intense, I would say, but still, it is going to be for a lot of things. So you guys need to understand there's going to be a lot of things to mind. And this Seeker player right here, Excali, just shoots his own teammate.
Pause right there. Now, imagine if Excali actually doesn't shoot their Seekers, he's able to hold on to his position. Kappa will have to jump or Hellranger will have to peek. Look at the amount of utility that Cali has for himself. He has the Aftershock, has the Rolling Thunder, even the fault line. He could easily force them into isolated duels and try to pull it back. But small errors, small lapses in concentration can mean so much.
Small error right there. And we mentioned it too during the cast. Now they exactly know Excali's riding under heaven. And there we go. Perfect flash to close it out. With the flash, Kappa jumps down. And that's how they get their round in their hands too, CA. And to Enigma Gaming, a lot of key errors being made and a huge difference in the scoreline too. But overall, a fantastic team in general. Their journey has been a memorable one without a doubt. They surprised us all in the Q1. But look at the headshot percentage from the side of Enigma Gaming. That's 40.46. I told you, the mechanical skill is there.
Let me pick up the phone real quick and call Riot because we deserve 3 slots. We deserve 3 slots!
3
Give
slots
it to us,
indeed.
Riot.
Give it
Please,
to us.
please,
Maybe
Riot,
4
please.
slot for me too.
While you're giving us 3 slots. I was about to say that in a different way. Maybe a slot for us as well, you know?
Yeah.
In APAC playoffs.
Yeah. We'll make sure we're entertaining each and every single person in the chat. But moving forward, though, Sia, jokes aside, has been a great journey. And now we pretty much found out
It's not over yet.
It's not over yet. I mean, still, again, we know, okay, even though tomorrow's matchups are going to be for the seeding, intense matchup is going to be there for sure, but it's not going to be as intense because both these teams, they've gotten the huge pressure off their shoulders. Now knowing that they've secured their spot in the APAC playoffs, they're definitely going to be a little chill, but the money is a factor, man, and every single person needs that money right there. So tomorrow's best of 5 series is going to be an interesting one to find out which one of those teams is going to be taking home the trophy, because last time Global Esports were the one who took it. Is this time VLT? Are they going to be able to take it or not?
Yeah, and I've had a look at the trophy already. I mean, we can see it on the virtual set, but the real trophy available as well. Last year's trophy is sitting nice and nifty in the GE bootcamp. Now tomorrow, Velocity Gaming will try to pull off the heist of the year and take it away.
There we go. The MVP of the best of 3 series right here. It's going to be SK Rossi with 40 kills, 26 deaths, and 3 assists with the econ rating of 69 and the ACS of 268. This is looking absolutely phenomenal, man. This SK Rossi, this man right here, he's an unstoppable. He's a beast unleashed. And if you let him off the leash, he's probably just going to catch every single man and try to rip him apart, because he's, as you said, he's the man who rushes in with an operator, who dashes in the site with an operator and finds the pick. And it's like, how are you able to do so? I feel like I'm not even watching Valorant at that point. I'm watching a game called COD.
I definitely get what you mean, man, but let's just give, for a moment, a shout out to all 4 teams who made it to the grand finals, and unfortunately were not able to qualify. Enigma and Team Exploit, they gave it their all, but it wasn't enough, and shout out to them for giving it their all. They put their best foot forward, and they were able to make sure that at the end of the day, we will remember their name, and come next season of this VCC, we will expect them to fight back stronger.
Exactly. I mean, we are going to be expecting them to fight back stronger, because did you see in 2021 and 2022 the amount of skill dips that we saw? I mean, it was night and day. Every single team was just performing up to the mark, and I feel like another surprising another surprising factor that really got into my head has to be Kumbu Esports from Nepal region. Now, that's one of those regions I feel like has the esports kind of like community to the lowest. Let's be honest. And if still they're able to come out with such great performance right there, Kumbu Esports were able to give a tough fight to some of the best teams in India.
Yeah, I was really hoping they stuck together, but I believe Asite is no longer with the team, so quite unfortunate. But hey, either way, I think we have something special lined up.
Exactly. We have something special lined up, and it's going to be the interview, and I'm pretty sure they've got some choice words to say.
From that overextended game जो आपका रहा velocity का, उसके बाद में जब आप इस गेम के अंदर आए तो mindset क्या था टीम का एंड प्लेयर्स का?
देखो एक सिंपल बात थी कि जो लास्ट गेम था वीएलटी के सामने वो जो भी था इट कुड हैव गॉन एनीवे एंड आई वाज एक्चुअली रियली डिसअपॉइंटेड विद माई सेल्फ बिकॉज जैसे मैंने पहले बोला है कि आई लाइक टू प्ले द बिग गेम्स एंड आई डिड नॉट स्टेप अप इन द वीएलटी गेम तो मैं अपना मतलब ऑब्वियसली द बॉयज एज वेल बट मैंने अपना दिमाग बना लिया था कि इनको तो मैं नहीं जाने देने वाला हूँ एंड आई एम गोइंग टू अगर अकेले करना पड़ा तो अकेले करूंगा बट आई एम गोइंग टू यू नो टेक अस as I can, as much as I can.
Well,
so like for that, and everyone in the team, they were so positive mentally because even though we played a long as BO3, we just shrugged it off. We are like, okay, abhi ek aur game hai, and that is something we need to play. And yeah, we were just prepared. Like we were mentally already prepared to play another BO3 because we knew a loss could happen, and it happened, so it's okay.
Definitely. Now this is something that has been spoken out beautifully Hell Ranger की तरफ से because वो वाला जो loss था उनको उसको उन्होंने और पूरी टीम ने use किया to bring up more determination कि ये next game तो हम जीत के ही दिखाएंगे and that is the way an esports mentality is going to work.
मैंने इसलिए उस दिन भी बोला था कि ये विनर्स मेंटालिटी होती है जिसको विनर्स मेंटालिटी बोलते हैं क्योंकि मैं सबसे पहले भावन आपकी दाद देना चाहता हूँ जो आपने क्लच निकाला वो क्लच बहुत अमेजिंग था एंड मैं एक और चीज़ बोलना चाहूँगा कि आप लोगों का कॉन्फिडेंस देख के मेरे को गूज़बम्स आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे क्योंकि मैं समझ सकता हूँ मैं खुद खेलता हूँ 3 मैप आप खेले हो ओटी में खेले हो इतना इंपॉर्टेंट मैच वीएलटी के सामने ऑफ कोर्स थकान होती है मेंटल स्टेट थोड़ा स्क्रू अप हो जाता है उसके बाद आपको एक और बेस्ट ऑफ 3 खेलना है जहाँ पे कमबैक वर्सेस कमबैक किया आपने वापस कमबैक करके आपने स्प्लिट क्लोज आउट किया सेकंड मैप तो मतलब मैं बोलूँगा आप लोगों के जो बैक स्टैप्स थे एवरीथिंग वाज गोइंग इन योर फेवर एंड इट वाज परफेक्ट आपने ये कैसे कंट्रोल करके रखा अपनी टीम को भी क्योंकि मेरे को पता है एक आईजीएल का काम सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है एंड आईजीएल को ज़्यादा थकान होती है क्योंकि उसको सिर्फ अपनी टीम को कॉल नहीं देनी उसको सामने लोगों को भी रीड करना है
So जैसे मैंने कहा कि आई जस्ट टोल्ड द बॉयज कि भरोसा रखो क्योंकि माई ब्रेन वाज वर्किंग कि मुझे सब समझ आ रहा था गेम के अंदर उन लोग क्या कर रहे क्या फेक कर रहे कहाँ प्रेजेंस दिखा रहे क्या मैंने सिर्फ बोला गाइस भरोसा रखो जो बोल रहा उतना करो मतलब ऐसा दिन होता है एज एन आईजीएल व्हेन यू आर फीलिंग एवरीथिंग एंड आप ओपोनेंट्स को थोड़ा घुमा सकते हो तो लाइक ये गेम वैसा था कि यू नो आई वाज अंडरस्टैंडिंग द गेम रियली वेल आई हैव हैड बैड डेज एज वेल वेयर आई कुड नॉट अंडरस्टैंड द गेम तो लकीली लाइक सबने आंख बंद करके भरोसा किया एंड यू नो दे जस्ट फॉलोड व्हाटएवर आई सेड टू द टी एंड ऑब्वियसली इंडिविजुअल स्किल्स सबके जो है वो उनके लाइक दे यूज्ड इट टू गेट अस द राउंड्स एंड गेट अस द विक्ट्री सो आई एम प्राउड ऑफ द बॉयज बट या लाइक आई डोंट नो आई वाज जस्ट फुल्ली फोकस्ड एंड इनटू द गेम कि नहीं जाना तो है ही बिकॉज़ अ लॉट had been said and done before this लोगों को बातें करना तो बहुत पसंद ही है तो I didn't care about them but I just wanted to prove our point and show that where we stand.
Leadership on point.
Yeah, absolutely. Varun, what's your question?
Definitely. I don't have any questions, Bhavin. आपके लिए I just want to say like congratulations इस जीत के लिए. I know आज का दिन काफी मुश्किल रहा. You guys went through a lot पहले जैसे साई ने भी mention किया extended series and coming into this one. So congratulations on the win और congratulations आपको और आपकी पूरी टीम को APAC के लिए qualify करने के लिए because that also happened.
हमारी तरफ से एक बार तालियां तो बनती है वो क्लच के लिए फिर से.
Yes, definitely.
Clutch and the lurks.
Congratulations.
And not only that, the Hell Ranger, you yourself spoke about it कि मैं अपने आप करके दिखाऊंगा and of course ये final game के अंदर you had those moments, you got those clutches for your team and of course you've proven it. Now you get the opportunity कि कल देखेंगे alongside velocity क्या रहेगा of course the result. Best of luck for that.
Just so that I don't get quoted wrong, it was the team which did majority of the work and it was the team's win. मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि मैंने बोला मैं करके दिखाऊंगा तो मैंने कर दिया.
अभी humble होने की जरूरत नहीं है बात.
नहीं जो सच्चाई है वो है पर जो ट्रस्ट था टीम का एक दूसरे के ऊपर that was really commendable. So that's why we won the game.
Congratulations
Definitely,
and
once
best
again.
of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much for joining us and yes,
Thank you
best of luck for tomorrow. Well, what a journey.
Indeed, best of luck for tomorrow. Some choice words, as I said, and Hell Ranger pretty much showing that winner's mentality and proven exactly right. Did lose against VLT in the first B3 in the upper brackets, but it's okay. As long as you're able to bounce back even from lower brackets, that's all that matters, man. Win is all that matters. The slot is all that matters.
I'm really glad he also mentioned that he was not happy with his personal performance, because that's what I was trying to say towards the end of the series. It's not like he played bad. It's just from Hellranger, we expect so much inherently.
Yeah.
And that's where I think we didn't get to see peak Hellranger yet. And that's why I think tomorrow is going to be hella intense, man. I think we're going to see the peak of global esports versus the peak of Velocity Gaming. And that's the best Val Classico that you can ask for. But as you can see, it's been a long day and my brain is starting to shut down. So
yeah, exactly.
with that, we're going to say, most likely going to say goodbye soon.
Exactly. It's been a long day of Valorant action and there we go. Even same thing with me.
I feel you, Necro. It's okay.
High octane Valorant day, man. It has been a long day of that, and I'm pretty sure I'm really happy to have you guys here. Every single person in the chat too. I hope you guys get a huge chance for yourself to try and win the giveaway, because I myself have got the merchandise and it's absolutely sick. So I want every single person in the chat too to have a chance to win that. Moving forward, it's time for us to end the day over here. The second day of the grand finals of the VCC. It's time for us to conclude it. Has been a long day. Some great matches for sure. But now it's time to end the journey right here. Not the journey, but journey for today. It's time to end the day. With that being said, it's time for us to end. It's going to be me, Necro, and CA taking leave.
Sayonara.
Yes, tell the people right now. Pegboard nerds must have you locking at the sound. All of the gal go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some mics. You better turn it. I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire. It's a bad man signal. Give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire. It's a bad man signal. Give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some mics. You better turn it. I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire. It's a bad man signal. Give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire. It's a bad man signal. Give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. And put your gun finger trigger. And put
You're the superstar and you don't need a golden crown, 'cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like £1,000,000, I'll stand behind you, 'cause you're a superstar, a superstar, 'cause you're a superstar, a superstar. You're a superstar. Superstar.